Well, I thank my honourable friend for the question. The UK and the EU will use this opportunity to explore closer collaboration across defence industrial initiatives in a way that will support economic growth and jobs on both sides and help to prevent fragmentation across our shared industrial base. We can now go on to discuss a bilateral agreement to facilitate participation in EU schemes like REARM and SAFE.
What financial commitment will the UK have to make to participate in this fund?
Any financial commitment that has to be made will be subject to the further discussions that I have just set out, because the agreement today enables us to then discuss bilaterally what arrangements we can make in order to have access to these programmes.
Number 9, please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure on behalf of the whole House, the House will join me in passing our condolences on the death of Lord Etherton and our sympathy for his friends and family. His legacy will continue to shape an inclusive and fair future for our armed forces community. The LGBT financial recognition scheme has a budget of £75 million. That's 50% higher than that set by the previous government, and Defence has made £90,000 available as grants to charities including the Royal British Legion, Fighting with Pride, to support LGBT veterans with completing their applications.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of my constituents was outed and then dismissed from the RAF when he was just 21, an experience which has completely affected his whole life. I was very pleased to hear that last week his application for compensation under the LGBT financial recognition scheme was accepted and he's due to receive his payment shortly. So it's great to hear that this Labour government is getting on with the job for these veterans who were so badly failed by the state. But I wonder if the Minister could give an update on progress of the scheme.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for raising the issue and the case that she did. It's absolutely vital that no matter who you fall in love with, there's a place for you in our armed forces. I'm pleased to announce that since the LGBT financial recognition scheme was launched on the 12th of December 2024, we have now made a total of £1 million in payments to the dismissed or discharged, to people who are terminally ill or over 80s who are dismissed or discharged due to their sexuality. 964 applications for non-financial restorative measures have been received and are being processed, and the recruitment of the Independent Panel and Appeals Board is complete, so payment for the LGBT FRS impact payments can begin shortly.
Number 10, Mr. Speaker.
From bench.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to answer 10 and 17 together. The Secretary of State and I are in regular and close contact with our NATO allies on strengthening the Euro-Atlantic security. Last week, the Secretary of State and I were both in Germany discussing closer cooperation and how to further enhance bilateral defence cooperation. The Secretary of State attended a meeting of the E5 defence ministers during driving European leadership in Ukraine, and next month we'll meet allies in preparation for the Hague summit in June.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for that answer. In this era of global instability and volatility, NATO has never been more vital for Britain's defence and security. I've been alarmed to see that certain Green Party politicians have suggested that the UK leave NATO, abandoning our commitment to our allies, including our European nations, and the defence of Ukraine and the defence of our shared democratic values. Can the Minister reassure this House that this Labour government will recommit to working even more closely with our allies for our collective defence? And can he confirm that, unlike certain other parties, Labour will always put the security of our citizens first?
Well, let me be absolutely clear with the House. NATO is the cornerstone of our security, and this government's commitment to the alliance is unshakable. The Greens, if that is the case, would be out of step with the British people, who recognise the importance of NATO membership. And let's also be clear, the only person that would benefit from taking apart the NATO alliance sits in the Kremlin, and that would be President Putin. And that's the victory we will not give him.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the response of the Ukrainian military to Putin's invasion has been formidable. And one of the ways it's been so impressive is through the innovation that we have seen in drone technology. And Ukraine is now a world leader in strategic and tactical drones. And would my right honourable friend agree with me that it's so important that here in the UK and along with our NATO allies, we continue to invest in the Ukrainian military so that they can continue in their fight for freedom and we can benefit from the advances in technology that they have brought forward?
Oh, I absolutely agree with my honourable friend there. The UK is co-leading the Drone Capability Coalition with Latvia, and we're improving and learning from the experience of our friends in Ukraine. Drone technology in Ukraine iterates every 2 to 3 weeks, so it's absolutely vital that we create not only the investment environment for new investments in drone technology, but as the UK military, we also look at those lessons learned, and I would expect a large part of the Strategic Defence Review to be looking at the lessons that we can learn from Ukraine and applying them to our own military as well.
Julian Lewis.
Unlike certain other institutions, NATO is an alliance of sovereign, separate countries. Yeah. And whilst thanking the Minister for his strong support of NATO, does he agree with me that we should be following the example of the frontline NATO states like Estonia and Poland, who recognise that the difference between deterring hostile Russia and actually having to fight a war is the difference between spending perhaps 4 or 5% of GDP as we did in the 1980s, or 40 or 50% of GDP if, God forbid, we ever have to engage in open hostilities.
Well, I thank the right honourable member for that. This government's delivering for defence with increased defence spending. By April 2027, we'll be spending 2.5% of our GDP on defence. That includes an extra £5 billion for defence in this financial year, and that will rise to 3% in the next Parliament when economic conditions allow. What we spend that money on is just as important, and that's what the Strategic Defence Review, when it is published, will set out.
Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the end of March, the US Secretary of State told Baltic states' foreign ministers that the US wants to continue participating in EU defence procurement initiatives. What has the UK discussed with the EU about any exclusion of US companies linked to the Security and Defence Pact?
Well, thank the honourable gentleman for that situation. It's certainly true that right across Europe, there are European and American firms that provide the capabilities that we need to keep our people safe. It's right that we continue those discussions with our European friends to look at how UK firms can participate, because UK firms are already present around Europe providing resources, as indeed our American friends are doing so as well. We all need to be spending more on defence, we all need to be renewing our capabilities, and we're working together to make sure that we have the frameworks and structures that enable that renewal of our forces to take place.
Listen.
Question number 11, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we're delivering for defence by putting people at the heart of our defence plans. We've secured a deal to buy back 36,000 military homes, to improve housing for forces families and save taxpayers £600,000 a day in rent. Our new Consumers Charter means families will have a named housing officer, improved repairs and a clearer, shorter complaints process. Our forthcoming defence housing strategy will set out plans to undertake a generational review of our properties.
Alison Jewell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In December, the Defence Committee found that 2/3 of service family homes need extensive refurbishment or rebuilding to meet modern standards. We know that poor quality housing impacts on children's ability to learn and attend school, as well as their physical health. Can I ask what steps the government is taking to ensure that the 3,500 children from service families who attend school in North Yorkshire live in adequate accommodation?
Well, I agree with my honourable friend's analysis of the impact of poor housing. We have regained control of 2,793 of the 3,221 services family accommodation in Yorkshire and Humber, previously owned by Annington after a landmark deal earlier this year, as well as saving taxpayers rent that can be recycled into improvements. It enables us to plan a once-in-a-generation improvement to services family homes, and these detailed plans are going to be set out in the Defence Housing Strategy Review later this year.
John Cooper.
Question number 13, please, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the Government recognises the important service and the sacrifice of those forces, veterans who served in Northern Ireland. More were killed during the Troubles there than in Afghanistan. And I'm acutely aware of the anguish caused to those veterans and their families by historic investigations, and while the MOD continues to provide welfare support and legal support to those affected, I am determined that we will do more.
John Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Operation Banner defeated the IRA militarily and paved the way for the Good Friday Agreement. So why then is this Labour government now pushing two-tier justice to the obvious detriment of our brave Northern Ireland veterans and to the advantage of Gerry Adams and his Sinn Féin fellow travellers? Where is the justice in that?
Very good.
Sums it up.
This is a government that is dealing with the woeful shortcomings of the last government's Legacy Act. And as we do so, we will give priority to strengthening the protections that preserve the dignity and the respect for our veterans that serve there.
Stone.
Number 14, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We inherited a recruitment and retention crisis from the last government, but since July we have taken decisive measures, slashing the time it takes to access medical records from weeks to hours and restructuring the Army's recruitment organisation. And Mr. Speaker, it is working. Year-on-year inflow is up 20%, outflow is down 8%. The Navy's yearly recruiting target has been exceeded. The RAF's applications are up 34% compared to early 2024, and the Army is seeing a 7-year high in applications.
Mr.
Speaker, it may or it may not come as a surprise to the House to know that I was once a Royal Navy cadet myself. I do believe that the cadet force is hugely important when it comes to retention and recruitment. The trouble is Mr. Speaker, trying to get people to step forward to help run cadet forces. I wonder if the government would consider some form of inducement scheme whereby every single community has veterans, we know about that, to encourage them to step forward and help organise the cadets.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. He is a role model for the Sea Cadets in that case, in terms of seeing what you can do by serving in the cadet forces. But seriously, cadets are a fantastic way of growing in confidence, learning new skills, and for many young people, finding a career in the armed forces. Supporting those people that work with our cadets, that help train them, is absolutely vital. And we know that there's a huge opportunity in expanding cadets, in investing more, and that is what this government intends to do.
David Hanks.
16.
Front bench.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government is expanding UK-wide employment support for the armed forces community through Opposend, a free advice service launched earlier this year for veterans and their families. We continue to also offer tailored employment support via the Career Transition Partnership.
I'm grateful to him. National insurance relief for employing veterans comes at really quite low cost to the Treasury, but it's effective not just through its financial incentive, but because it opens up conversations within employers. Of late, in written answers, the government has been slightly equivocal about the future of this programme. Can he now confirm that beyond just the next year, this programme of relief will continue to support veterans' employment?
Very good.
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. It's absolutely vital that we support our veterans. We've extended the national insurance relief for a further year, and I'm very happy arranging a conversation with him, with our Treasury colleagues, if he would like to make a further case, because I'm sure that he would join a chorus of voices in doing so.
Lola Battle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In January 1945, in Darlington, William McMullen, a Canadian air pilot, was flying a plane across the densely populated town when it set fire. He steered it away from the populated area and evacuated his 6 crewmates, unfortunately losing his life in the process. This act of heroism has not been recognised by the Canadian government because it was a training exercise, and so I urge the Secretary of State to join me in my campaign and with the local veterans in Darlington to support this call for a posthumous recognition.
Well, can I thank my honourable friend for the way in which he's raised that case. I think it is certainly something that the whole House can get behind. I think telling the stories of the bravery, the courage of those people who served in that golden generation is absolutely vital to make sure we learn the lessons from it, understand the sacrifice. I'll be very happy arranging a meeting with her and the Veterans Minister to see what we can do with our Canadian friends.
We now come to topicals. Annalise Midgley.
Topical question number 1, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary of State.
Mr Speaker, last year we pledged to the British public if we were elected we would seek a new security pact with the European Union. Today we have made good on that promise. The UK-EU Security and Defence Partnership is an ambitious agreement. It will strengthen NATO, it will grow the economy, and in a further demonstration that defence is a powerful engine for growth, I can confirm that Rheinmetall will be opening their new gun barrel factory in Telford. It'll bring 400 new jobs to the area. It will boost investment in the UK economy by nearly £500 million. Mr Speaker, this is what resetting Britain's relationship with Europe looks like. This is what stepping up on European security looks like. This is what delivering for defence looks like to make Britain secure at home and strong abroad.
Annalise Midgley.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Abbey Group in Knowsley partners with Sweden's Saab to produce the world-class Saab Barracuda camouflage system used by our British Army. It's a prime example of British manufacturing at its best, backed by international collaboration and providing good jobs. But SMEs like Abbey need stability and support. What is my right honourable friend doing to ensure that they get it?
My honourable friend is right. We've committed to set new SME spending targets, to establish a new SME support centre. In the last week, we've launched a new tech scaler, and we will strengthen the SME voice on the new Defence Industrial Joint Council.
Secretary of State James Cartledge.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And on the highly topical subject of fishing rights, the Secretary of State will no doubt share my profound concern at reports that last week Mauritius and Russia agreed to deepen their cooperation on fisheries and other maritime issues. Doesn't this show that Labour's policy of spending billions renting back a military base we already own is not only a waste of taxpayers' money, but a major risk to our national security?
No, Mr Speaker, it shows that when we were elected last summer, we inherited a situation where there were increasing questions, increasing jeopardy over the continuing sovereignty, or operational sovereignty, of that Diego Garcia base. That's why that we've been taking the action since then.
The Chagos chaos continues, Mr Speaker, because multiple reports now suggest Number 10 have put the whole £18 billion Chagos nonsense on hold. Why? For fear that Labour MPs, who are being whipped to withdraw winter fuel payments from up to 10 million pensioners, will not vote for it. So can he confirm, is it really still government policy to stand by their crazy Chagos deal, or has he finally decided to give it all up?
Mr Speaker, the Diego Garcia base is essential to our security. It's essential to our security relationship with the US. It was increasingly under threat under the previous government. We have had to act, as the previous government started to do, to deal with that jeopardy. We're completing those arrangements and will report to the House when we can.
Deputy.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. With the Defence Review alongside the welcomed extra investment in defence, how will things change so that more school leavers in Bristol can learn about the opportunities that exist in the military and indeed across Bristol's wider defence sector?
A career in the armed forces or a defence industry is a good career for any school leaver in Bristol, in Plymouth or anywhere across our country. And I'd like to commend him on the work that he and people in Bristol are doing to promote a career in our armed forces and the defence industries. There are good, well-paid careers available in every part of our country, indeed in every single constituency in defence.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Last week's Panorama documentary brought fresh allegations of war crimes by SAS and SBS forces, raising grave new questions about the conduct of the Special Forces during Operation Herrick in Afghanistan. It has also highlighted the vital importance of promoting transparency and accountability across our armed forces. In light of these developments and the ongoing public inquiry, will the Minister consider looking at how Parliament can scrutinise the work of the Special Forces?
Mr Speaker, the previous government set up the Haddon Cave inquiry with our support. Its job is to get to the bottom of any allegations and investigate them fully. That is the job they're doing. It has our full support, and I hope the continuation of the support of this House in doing so. And the Honourable Lady mentions the Panorama programme. I would just urge anybody who is willing to talk to the media about the information they have and what they allege must be willing to do the same to the Haddon Cave inquiry.
Mr. Speaker. I met with Major Eales in the Derby and Derbyshire Ex-Services Association, who do so much with fellow veterans and at events all year round. After the launch of Op Valour, would the Minister join me in paying tribute to the work that they and other associations do and tell us what is being done to encourage and recognise volunteers who support our veterans?
Fantastic. I'm delighted to pay tribute to Major Eales and so many others, volunteers working to support our veterans. Valour marks a departure from the diet of PR-focused postcode lottery of short-term funding for headlines we were fed by the last Tory government. No more sticking plasters for veterans, long-term sustainable funding on a nationwide basis. That's what Operation Valour is delivering.
I'm Jones.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister tell the House how much of the European Union's £150 billion rearmament fund does the Minister anticipate will be available to our defence companies who provide high-quality jobs and to our armed forces?
Mr. Speaker, it is simply too early to say that about any of the nations, including all 27 EU nations. What I can say is that today's agreement is the necessary key that opens the door to that potential for our government and our defence industry.
Joe Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the weekend, a drone attack was launched targeting a number of regions, including Kyiv, in arguably the biggest drone strike since the full-scale invasion began. While I'm pleased significant headway has been reached between Russia and Ukraine regarding a possible prisoner swap, does the Minister agree that the government must continue to urge for a wholesale ceasefire to ensure that no more civilian lives are lost?
A sustained, unconditional ceasefire is the quickest way to stop the killing whilst creating the space for serious talks to achieve a lasting peace. President Zelensky has consistently shown his commitment to peace. Putin has refused to meet Zelensky in person while continuing barbaric attacks on the Ukrainian people, as we've seen once again over the weekend. We will stand with Ukraine for as long as it takes.
So Jeremy.
Mr. Speaker, could I ask the Secretary of State, if the government ends up paying a fee for British companies to bid for European defence contracts, will it also charge the EU a fee when their companies want to bid for British defence contracts?
What I can say to the right honourable gentleman is that any arrangements we make will be in the best national interests of this country and the interests of our industry. They will be fair and they will ensure that our industry can participate fully in any programmes to make the biggest possible contribution the UK can make alongside the European Union within the context of NATO to making European security stronger.
Thank
you, Mr. Speaker. The recent E5 meeting marked a significant step towards greater strategic autonomy in Europe, with, of course, the security of Ukraine being central to this. Would the Minister agree with me that the changing nature of the threats we face, working ever more closely with our NATO allies, is crucial to keeping the UK secure and safe abroad?
I can indeed, Mr. Speaker. Our commitment to NATO is unshakable, just as our commitment to our European friends, especially those along NATO's eastern flank that are being threatened by Russian aggression, is in the case. We will continue to work with our friends, with Germany via the new Trinity House Agreement, with a refreshed Lancaster House Agreement, and with our EU friends via the Security and Defence Agreement signed today. It is a really important part of keeping Britain safe at home and secure abroad.
So Desmond Swain.
Will he delay putting the remedial order to the House until he is certain that they have a way of delivering the Prime Minister's commitment to prevent Jerry Adams from claiming compensation?
Very good.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, the right honourable gentleman is a regular attender in this House. I would suggest that he's here on Wednesday for Northern Ireland questions, and he puts that question directly to the Northern Ireland Secretary.
There's an opportunity, may I add. Richard Baker.
Mr. Speaker, will the Minister agree shipyards like Methil in my constituency, saved by this government, have fantastic opportunities to benefit from increased defence spending in the UK and from initiatives like Programme Euston? Will she continue to do all she can to identify opportunities for Scottish yards, including Methil?
I thank my honourable friend for the question. I will certainly do that. And Programme Euston's a £2 billion investment aiming to deliver resilient out-of-water engineering capability at His Majesty's Naval Base Clyde by the early 2030s. And market engagement has started, it's underway, but it's too early for me to give him any kind of outcome. But I do recognise the skills and experience at Methil and welcome the certainty that Navantia UK's purchase of Harland & Wolff has brought to that facility. So I look forward to seeing any bids that come in.
Okay. Dave Duggan.
Mr. Speaker, the number of nuclear safety incidents at Faslane and Coolport is on the rise, including 6 incidents in the last 12 months with actual or high potential for radioactive release into the Scottish environment. At the same time, the MOD have ceased providing information to the Scottish Government or the Scottish people about the nature of these. Furthermore, the MOD have stopped providing information to the Infrastructure and Projects Authority so that they can grade nuclear projects in terms of value for money and success likelihood. What does the Secretary of State think about this veil of secrecy over the nuclear enterprise?
Mr. Speaker, I reject any accusation of veiled secrecy. I will look into the assertions and allegations he makes. I will write to him, or I'll be prepared to meet him if that's helpful.
John Joseph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Joining one of the cadet forces offers young people fantastic opportunities to develop their key skills, including improved self-confidence, enhanced communication skills, and better physical and mental well-being. So can the Minister tell me what steps the government is taking to support the cadets and to encourage more young people to consider joining and have the chance to obtain life-changing skills?
Well, I agree with my more friend. Opportunity to join the cadets is a great opportunity for any young person that provides lifetime worth of skills. The government is looking to make further announcements in support of our cadets because the work they do nationwide is exceptional and provides a really superb platform for those young people to build a career on.
Rebecca Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. British defence company Babcock employs over 2,000 people from my South West Devon constituency. With the long-awaited release of the SDR any day now, will the Secretary of State set out how the government will do more to prioritise British defence jobs and British firms that will not only provide training and employment opportunities in the UK, but to help to develop vital sovereign capabilities that have never been more critical for our national security?
We will indeed, Mr. Speaker, and we'll set that detail out as the Honourable Lady wants in our defence industrial strategy, and she mentions Babcock. They've welcomed today's EU-UK agreement as a step forward. They describe this as strengthening this critical defence partnership between the EU and the UK in uncertain times. I'm sure you'll welcome that as well.
Jenny Riddle-Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the recent investment of £117 million into Rock Barracks in my constituency, which will deliver new living accommodation, technical facilities and a much-needed upgrade to existing assets by spring 2030. Can the Minister also outline what plans the Department has to bring unused military homes back into use for families in Suffolk Coastal?
Well, can I thank my honourable friend for her welcome of that investment in her constituency. We've got to do more to improve housing for military families, including in Suffolk Coastal, and the Defence Housing Strategy work includes an extensive review of our entire service family accommodation portfolio to determine how we will utilise our properties. So it'll be reporting later in this year, and at that time she ought to know more.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of Eastbourne's last surviving World War II veterans, the incredible Eric Deach, celebrates his 100th birthday 3 weeks today on the 9th of June. Will the Secretary of State join me in wishing him a very happy centenary and thank him for his service to our country?
Mr. Speaker, I'd be delighted to, and if the honourable gentleman would give me Mr. Deach's address, I'd like to write to him as well.
Chris MacDonald.
Speaker, I had the privilege last week of spending some time on board HMS Sutherland alongside the Armed Forces Minister. Would he join me in commending her captain and crew for their vital service safeguarding our subsea infrastructure? And could he outline what steps the government is taking to make sure that we protect our critical undersea communications?
Well, as a Devonport-based warship, it's up to this Devonport-based MP to say congratulations to the crew and the ship's company, the captain, and all those who made HMS Sutherland's visit to London so successful. The cross-party visit, the delegation visit there, was warmly received by the ship's company, and it is absolutely vital, not just in protecting undersea infrastructure, but in anti-submarine warfare. We continue to invest in our capabilities, but perhaps more important than the ships and the steel is investing in our people, and that is precisely what this government is doing as well.
Wendy Morton.
Mr. Speaker, I was recently able to call in to an Armed Forces Community Network event in my constituency, one of many organised by Lee Chapman, a veteran himself, and it's supported by the local council and local volunteers. But I've subsequently been made aware that there's currently no official system to automatically record and publish veteran suicides in the UK. A petition has been launched, but I'd like to ask the Minister if he'd look into this and perhaps come back to me and look what action can be taken.
Thank the Right Honourable Lady for that, and can I congratulate Lee Chapman on the event that he organised in the Honourable Lady's constituency. I will indeed look into that, and if she's got additional data and information that I could go on, then I'd be grateful if she'd let me have it.
Sean Woodcock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The war in Ukraine has shown the importance of drones on the modern battlefield. However, the previous government published a drone strategy that was only 12 pages long, half of which were pictures, and failed to fund UK companies investing and making world-leading drone tech here at home. Will the Strategic Defence Review correct this wrong and support drone development here in the UK?
Well, the Shadow Defence Secretary shouts total rubbish, but his 12-page drone strategy was half full of pictures. It was totally unfunded, and the Strategic Defence Review will look at the way that our technologies are changing the nature of warfare, and will make sure that we can make Britain secure at home and strong abroad.
Jim Allister.
Given the particularly adverse findings against the SAS soldiers in the Canoe Inquest, will the Secretary of State reflect upon the better and different law pertaining to inquests in England, where at the moment you arrive at a suspicion of criminality, the inquest is stopped and the matter is referred to the PPS, whereas in Northern Ireland the inquest concludes with the highly prejudicial findings on the bounds of probabilities and a referral to the PPS. Wouldn't it be far better to bring the law in Northern Ireland into line?
The Honourable Gentleman knows that we are, as a government and as a Ministry of Defence, seeking judicial review of the coroner's work on the Clonaux inquiry. If there are other factors to be taken into account and lessons to be learnt, government will do that.
Lord Mayor.
Yesterday, a Conservative councillor in my constituency said that this government was, quote, dancing to the tune of warmongers because of our support for British defence manufacturing, despite the fact he has one of those manufacturers in his own ward. Does the government believe, as I do, that we need to do more, not less, to support British defence manufacturing?
I do agree with my honourable friend. We do need to do more to support British defence manufacturing, and we are doing more to support British defence manufacturing by reforming the way in which we do procurement and making sure we prioritise UK-based businesses for the work that we can give them.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Land at Eastriggs in my constituency, formerly part of MOD Eastriggs, was declared surplus in the past, and previously 18 acres have been successfully leased to a rail business providing important jobs in the constituency. However, the plans for the remainder of the site seem to have got bogged down in process, so I hope that ministers can expedite a decision so that further valuable jobs can be created in my constituency.
I thank the honourable gentleman for that point. I'll look into it and I will get back to him.
Emma Foodie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Salute Her are a veterans charity in the North East who do incredible work supporting women veterans who obviously have quite specific needs in terms of accessing the support that they need. What reassurances can the Minister give me that in the upcoming veterans strategy, women's voices and needs will be heard and catered for?
Mr. Speaker, we're developing the veterans strategy in close consultation and with the voices of veterans and the organisations that represent them at the heart of that process. So I can give her that reassurance, and I'm glad that she's looking forward to its publication.
Vicky Slade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. UNCLOS, the UN Convention of the Law of the Seas, is an incredible international tool used for piracy, drug running, anti-piracy, anti-drug running, etc. But as discussed with the House of Lords in 2022, it needs upgrading to include modern slavery and human trafficking. What work is being done by the government to work in the international sphere to do that?
Great question.
Well, I'm grateful for the Honourable Lady's question. We, as a nation that promotes the UNCLOS and the freedom of navigation and the rules that UNCLOS provides, I'll be very happy to meet with her, but I think a conversation with the Department for Transport that own the relationship on that may be also beneficial for her argument.
Mr Speaker, the Minister may know that I've spent some months convincing British scale-up Aralis to choose Prestwick as their location for a proposed solution to the Hawk replacement, creating 4,000 jobs and the first British jet built in 50 years. Will she do all she can to bring Aralis to Prestwick and make the Red Arrows British and Scottish?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for the question. I've met with representatives of Aralis on a number of occasions, as have my senior officials. The MOD's provided the company considerable support as they develop their concept of a modular aircraft and digital design. The department remains engaged with Aralis, as it does with the sector as a whole, in seeking the solution to generate combat air pilots of the future, and has begun the process to consider what aircraft will replace the Hawk fast jet trainer currently in operation with the Royal Air Force.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome last week's written statement confirming that the cases of many of the triples, the Afghan commandos who serve shoulder to shoulder with UK Special Forces, will be reviewed. What guarantees can the Minister offer to ensure these individuals are protected wherever they may be at the moment, and that their evidence will be heard by the public inquiry relating to Afghanistan?
Well, thank the Honourable Lady. We concluded phase 1 of the Triples review last week with an overturn rate of approximately 30%. The second phase of the Triples review will look at where we hold records relating to top-up pay. On the second part of her question, if anyone globally has any evidence that they feel should be submitted to the Haddon Cave inquiry, this government encourages them to do so. There are no geographical limits on people submitting their evidence, and we are working through the cases that we have with Arup to ensure that everyone gets the correct decision based on their individual circumstances.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Having worked in the charity sector in Harlow, I saw how PTSD made a huge barrier, not only for getting veterans into employment, but supporting them while they're there. So can I ask the Minister what he will do to support veterans, not just into work, but also support them when they're in work?
Well, I'm grateful for that question. It is absolutely vital that we support veterans who encounter difficulties in transitioning from military service into civilian life. The vast majority transition successfully, but when someone has served in our armed forces, there are now support schemes available nationwide, especially under the Operation Valour that was announced by my honourable friend last week. There's more to do in this space, and I'd be very happy arranging a conversation between him and the Veterans Minister when he's down from Operation Mountain Goat on Everest very soon.
Point of order. There's no Jim Shannon, Sir David Davis.
I do apologise to my honourable friend, and I'm glad the Secretary of State's here. As we've heard already today, there was a parliamentary petition put up by a member of the public just over a week ago, a very successful one, that was supported by a large number of regimental associations. And then in the middle of last week, an email was sent from the Directorate of Infantry to regimental headquarters saying, with immediate effect, that's highlighted in red, with immediate effect, please ensure that all of your communication channels, including Twitter, X, etc., remove any feeds related to the Northern Ireland Troubles Act announcement and any associated petitions. Mr. Speaker, regimental associations are there to look after the interests of veterans and support those veterans and defend their interests. It's not for the MOD hierarchy to dictate what they can or cannot promote, particularly when it concerns legitimate parliamentary engagement. Veterans' voices must not be silenced by bureaucratic interference. So can you advise me whether it's appropriate to pressure regimental associations to remove content supporting democratic participation?
Maybe the front bench would like to answer. Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to the right honourable gentleman for raising his point of order. I wasn't aware he was going to raise that particular point. It's new on me, I have to say. Most regimental associations that I know can't be pressured by anyone from outside, but I'm grateful to him for raising it in the House. Anything that interferes with the parliamentary process is something of concern to all members of this House, and I will certainly look into it and get back to him.
Can I say thank you to the Secretary of State for answering that point of order. It says me get involved, but recognising how important organisations are. Nobody should be stifled. Right, let us move on. Come to the urgent question. Dr. Caroline Johnson.
To ask the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care if he will make a statement regarding the volunteer and care service.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I thank the Honourable Member for Sleaford and North Highcombe for giving me the opportunity to speak on this topic and highlight the important role that volunteering plays in our health and social care system, because the NHS has always benefited from the generous contribution made by volunteers who play a vital role in supporting our patients, staff and services. And we are grateful to all the thousands of volunteers who donate their time to support the NHS in a wide variety of roles, from helping patients to leave hospital faster and settle in at home to supporting emergency cardiac incidents and providing companionship to patients during end-of-life care. The National NHS and Care Volunteer Responders Programme was first established as part of the COVID response and then adapted to respond to other organisational pressures. However, a model that worked well in that national crisis is no longer the most cost-effective way of facilitating the important contribution of our much valued volunteers. So NHS England has recently taken the decision to close the current programme. Instead, a new central recruitment portal for NHS volunteers will be fully launched this year, providing opportunities for the current pool of volunteer responders to continue to play their part, and volunteers will have had that information recently emailed to them. NHS England will also work with the NHS providers who draw on support of Volunteer Responders Programme to ensure they are supported in developing other volunteering interventions that meet their service needs. There are also 50,000 additional volunteers, Mr. Speaker, who are recruited by and supported by NHS Trust directly and whose roles will be unaffected by the closure of this particular programme. This is in addition to many more thousands of volunteers who support the NHS either directly or indirectly via other local and national voluntary sector organisations. Successful volunteering programmes in the NHS are primarily run locally by individual trusts and integrated care systems, identifying the best opportunities for volunteering interventions that meet their specific service needs. This means local NHS action to build relationships with voluntary sector organisations and co-develop volunteering programmes and pathways that support patients, staff and NHS services. There will continue to be opportunities to strengthen and encourage innovation in NHS volunteering at a national level. The Government recognises the need for sufficient and agile volunteering capacity and capability to support particular scenarios, such as pandemics and flu seasons, when the health and care sector is particularly stretched.
Senator Minister, Dr. Caroline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for granting this urgent question. At the start of the COVID pandemic, NHS volunteer responders were set up to support vulnerable people. Following its success, the last government expanded the scheme into adult social care, forming a joint NHS and Care Volunteers programme. This service has mobilised over 750,000 ordinary citizens who've completed over 2.7 million tasks and shifts, including more than 1.1 million telephone support calls, 1 million community response tasks, and almost 400,000 steward shifts. I saw firsthand as a volunteer and doctor during the pandemic that NHS and social care teams benefit from volunteer support, and I'd like to put on the record my thanks to all those who give up their time to support those around them. Yet out of nowhere, the Labour government has decided to cancel this service at the end of the month. No tasks allocated after the 31st of May will be completed, seemingly leaving patients in the lurch. Has the Minister thought out the real-world implications, the additional pressures placed on the NHS and local authorities, the loss of institutional knowledge, the impact on vulnerable patients? What alternative measures are being put in place to support people who were supported by volunteers? The Honourable Lady said there'll be something later this year. When later this year? Why leave a gap? The telephone helpline is only open until the 31st of May. What happens if people need support after that? Could the Minister please explain why this decision was taken so suddenly and which Minister signed it off? The volunteer website says this decision was taken due to financial pressures. Can the Minister tell us how much this scheme costs and what is that cost as a proportion of the total NHS budget? The Public Accounts Committee report on the reorganisation of NHSE last week was damning. Yes. The Secretary of State said he would divert more resources to the front line to deliver a better service for patients, and yet cancelling this service takes resources from the front line. Yes. This seems to be yet another example of Labour rushing into a decision without thinking it through properly. Yet another promise broken by this government at the expense of the most vulnerable people.
First of all, she is absolutely right to highlight the tremendous efforts that went into establishing this programme very quickly at a time of such great crisis, and to the hundreds of thousands of volunteers across the country that took part and stepped up, and a huge effort to get that scheme running, and we're all very grateful for it. And of course, everyone has learnt a great deal from that. But I think, as I outlined in my initial response, we are clear that the role of volunteering going forward and using the lessons of that will be taken forward. She says that changes like this are out of nowhere. No, they're not. We are critically looking across the piece as we fix the foundations of our NHS and make sure that it's fit for the future, that we are looking at all the most cost-effective means to deliver the same outcome, which is why we will be moving to a more centralised portal for part of this work. That is why we have emailed, NHS England has emailed people, and can I just use the time, Mr Speaker, if I can say that some people may have looked at that email and perhaps not scrolled down it, to be very clear that there's an option to push a button to make sure that those details are registered, so that people will be updated as new systems come online, to make sure that we don't lose that great volunteering spirit that has come forward. That is about using digital for the future to run the most cost-effective means to develop clear outcomes.
Paulette Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Does the Minister agree with me that as we rebuild our NHS, volunteers at NHS Trust will not be used to plug gaps in service, but this role will allow staff to focus on clinical matters? Thank you, and thank you, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
I'm absolutely happy to give my honourable friends that absolute reassurance. Volunteers support and complement the existing workforce. They don't replace it. Including volunteers signals the recognition of the important role they play in supporting staff, services and patients. I know many people in the House are volunteers themselves, and we've all certainly used them and are pleased to see them supporting the wider system. But obviously, it's very important that we keep our staff and staff roles and respect the important role that they also do.
Ellen Morgan, Liberal Democrats, but
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I was a volunteer vaccination steward myself during the pandemic, and Liberal Democrats are hugely grateful to the thousands of volunteers who made a difference to the lives of patients and vulnerable people in their communities since the pandemic ended. Their compassion and commitment has been inspiring. We're concerned that the end of this programme has been announced at extremely short notice, with no further shifts in just 12 days' time. Can the Minister reassure the House that those currently receiving help from the volunteer scheme, such as prescription collection or shopping fetching, will not be left high and dry after next Saturday? Has the Department conducted an impact assessment, and if so, will they publish it now? It's concerning that, as with so many major decisions, like dropping cross-party talks on social care, cutting integrated care board funding by 50%, the government didn't come to the House first to answer questions from members. Can the Minister reassure the House that these decisions will improve patient care and are not just a cost-cutting exercise dictated by the Treasury?
Minister.
Well, can I also thank her for her work in volunteering and supporting that scheme during COVID. The announcement is obviously part of NHS England announcement, and they are continuing to work with the NHS and voluntary organisations to support them to make sure that, that where people are working, that does actually continue, and that they continue to recruit volunteers ahead of a fuller launch of the recruitment portal later this year. On her wider point, I think this government is not dropping talking to other parties with regards to social care, for example. That is obviously being taken forward by the Independent Commission under Louise Casey.
Josh Van Tuntelen.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I too would like to pay tribute to all of the volunteers across Calder Valley and the rest of the country who helped with a fantastic vaccine rollout. But can the Minister just please confirm to me that despite scaremongering from the benches opposite, of course people will still be able to volunteer and support people for the NHS?
Minister.
Well, I thank him for that contribution, and I think it's a good opportunity, which I very much welcome, to highlight again how important volunteering is to the NHS and care system, that it will remain an important part of our plans going forward, to highlight to people that maybe have had an email and thought something is just stopping and there isn't more to do, to make sure that they do press that button and register for upcoming opportunities, that they are in contact with their local NHS systems, because as I said in my remarks, volunteering is done locally. It's important that we support those local systems and that we encourage more and more people to come forward to undertake this important work.
Then Caroline Dartney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start by paying tribute to some of the volunteers across my constituency who make such a difference to people's lives. And the Minister will have noticed that polling by More in Common today found that more and more people are feeling disconnected from society. And that's compounded by the fact that so many of our community spaces are struggling to make ends meet as a result of the combination of business rate changes, national insurance rises and energy price rises. Those health and care volunteers have made such a difference to being able to chat with those who are lonely and vulnerable in my constituency. Has the Minister considered the impact of this decision, particularly in the interim period, on communities like mine? And what cost will it drive into our health services by not having this voluntary service there to support people at their times of need?
Minister. Well, can I agree with her about the role that people do, particularly in things like having conversations and being able to connect to people who do feel disconnected. And just to be very clear, this is about a particular arrangement. That does not mean that things are stopping across our country and with local health systems to make sure that volunteers are still available. We want to make sure that obviously we are making sure that we use that knowledge in building systems for the future. I was very pleased to host a roundtable with organisations as part of our 10-year plan process. There are some fantastic ideas and opportunities out there to use the knowledge we've learned, particularly under COVID, to use technology to link with people, but also to recognise where people aren't linked by technology, how we make sure that people remain connected. All of that will form part of our future plans.
Anna Dix.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I ask my question, I'd just like to draw attention to my register of interests. I'm an unpaid trustee of Helpforce, which is a charity that supports volunteering in health and care, working out with over 100 NHS partners to embed volunteering in the trusts. Volunteers make a huge contribution, as we've heard, every day across the country, giving their times and skills to free up doctors and nurses to focus on their clinical tasks. Helpforce has run a scheme called Volunteer to Career, which is enabling people to try out through volunteering and then make that transition into a frontline healthcare career. So will the Minister agree with me that schemes like Helpforce's Volunteer to Career programme could play a huge role in filling some of the vacancies in NHS roles, and that volunteers will play a central role in delivering the 10-year NHS plan?
Well, I thank her for both her work and her expertise and her knowledge, and she's absolutely right, as I think she preempted my last answer, embedding that knowledge where it's needed and in the front line in our communities is exactly what we need to be looking to do, and recognise where we can use volunteers well. The sort of what's called micro volunteering these days can help people link in where it suits them as well, so we can take advantage of people, not take advantage, that sounds bad, but we can utilise people's opportunities that perhaps are working different shifts, irregular shifts, so that they can give more, because we know there's a great appetite out there to support the system more.
Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This appears to be another rather muddled decision coming from government. The Minister has acknowledged that these volunteers provide a vital service, but now they're going to, if they want to continue, going to have the inconvenience of going to this new portal and registering and so on. Would it not have been better to at least maintain the current arrangements until a new alternative was in place, and by the time we've provided extra support to medical professionals and so on during the interim, will it have saved any money at all?
Minister. Well, I'm afraid I'm going to have to disagree with him. It's not muddled, Mr. Speaker. Current system is not providing good value for money. That is the analysis undertaken by NHS England, and making sure that we produce something better for the future. This government will continue to act in the best interest of volunteers, patients, taxpayers in setting up the NHS of the future.
Richard Quinn.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. May I firstly congratulate all the volunteers in my constituency of Isle of Wight West who do a great job. Does the Minister agree with me that the huge increase in volunteers over the last few years is because the party opposite ran down the NHS? And now they're in opposition, they can no longer run down the NHS, so they talk it down instead.
Well, I mean, sorry, the Honourable Gentleman's chuntering from a sedentary position, so I partly agree with my Honourable friend, because I think, yes, they did run down the NHS, yes, we inherited a broken system, but volunteering has always been a really important part of the NHS and care system. So I do pay tribute to those people who come forward. It's both good for the system, for people they help, and also very good for many individuals, because we talked earlier about people feeling disconnected as perhaps as receivers of volunteering, but also we know how valuable it is to individuals for themselves to be giving and volunteering. So we do want to see more of it.
Sarah Dye.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. This closure follows the no-notice closure of the Special Baby Care Baby Unit and Maternity Unit at Yeovil District Hospital today. It comes amidst a crisis in our health services. I'd like to take the opportunity of thanking the hundreds of NHS volunteers in Glastonbury and Somerton who give their millions of hours in volunteer hours to the NHS. But with the NHS Trust implementing staffing freezes to keep afloat, there doesn't seem to be any consideration that the impact of this closure that it might have. So how will the government ensure that patients don't lose access to vital support and suffer as a result of these changes?
Well, the Honourable Lady makes an important point, that it is important to make sure that people don't suffer from changes, and the impact is absolutely minimised. The programme, as I said, was not delivering effective value for money, so and we think the future will. So we will encourage more, as I said in my comments, more people coming forward, more local sustainability of volunteering in the local systems.
Jenny Riddle.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In Suffolk Coastal, it's no exaggeration to say that during the pandemic there were thousands of constituents helping out in volunteering roles with the NHS and across their community. Will the Minister reassure my constituents that those that want to play a part in volunteering can continue to do so, and perhaps she'll outline the steps that they can take to register their interest?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for that, and she's absolutely right. We want to make sure that the people in her constituency and all our constituencies who have volunteered or perhaps thought they might want to or couldn't at the time and want to in the future absolutely do so. Those that are already on the system who have received an email can register via that portal. We'll make sure that it is easy for people to do so in the future. I should just say I've been reminded from my note that people who volunteered in those very early weeks of the pandemic, perhaps they were on a slightly different system later on, so I think there'll be a slightly different process with them. We don't want to lose them, but the email that people have received, they can register through that portal, but we'll make sure there are more opportunities available for people when that's launched, and happy to update the House when that happens.
Tim Farron.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I take the opportunity to say a massive thank you to all the NHS volunteers across the country, but especially in Westmoreland. It was a privilege to join with them alongside my children, actually, to deliver prescriptions during that period. But of course, the work of the volunteers in the NHS is not over. In communities like mine, we particularly depend upon volunteer drivers to get people in rural communities hours and hours away from hospital or doctor's appointments. So will she take this opportunity to direct ICBs in Cumbria and the Trust as well to support those volunteer drivers so that volunteers are valued and patients are not isolated?
Thank you. Well, he makes an excellent point on behalf of his community, as well as in rural communities, and the role of volunteer drivers. And we need volunteer drivers across a range of areas. In fact, my husband is out volunteering driving for another charity as I speak, Mr Speaker. We do need more of these people. There's plenty of opportunities for people who do have time. And NHS England will be continuing to work with ICBs to make sure that we take forward the best of what we already had into the rest of the NHS.
Katrina Berry.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I thank the Minister for her answers so far. Prior to my election, I spent 23 years running a volunteer programme in the NHS, including during COVID and the COVID response. And not only should we be thanking all of the volunteers that have been involved, but also those who run the volunteer programmes locally, and the importance of a local infrastructure. It's all well and good having a national system, but where it works well, it works well. Where it doesn't, it's due to the lack of a local infrastructure. Can I ask the Minister what steps she's putting in place to ensure that there is going to be local infrastructures to support volunteering and make things better for all of those who contribute to volunteering?
Minister.
Well, can I thank her for that contribution and for her own service in that role. And she's absolutely right to highlight not just the people that come forward, but the people that do run those local infrastructures. As I said in my opening remarks, of course, most of those are done on a very local level. It is important what the national scheme did, and the learning we must take from it is how to bring that together in a crisis. What we want to do now is to make sure that the learning from that is spread across the country, but that we can use digital technology and a portal where that suits many people coming forward. But she's absolutely right. Local infrastructure, people to make sure that happens. They are best placed to know where the service gaps are, where the people who are that can support them, and they provide a really important link. And we will make sure that that is part of our 10-year plan.
Emma Food. Oh, Mr. Shannon, I forgot you just something.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Minister very much for her answers. The work of the voluntary sector within the NHS cannot ever be overstated. From those who volunteer to help people to find their way round the hospital maze, to those who provide vital phone support and work within the communities, and also hospital radio and the volunteers at what they do. This is a huge loss, and the question is clear: who can and who will replace these volunteers and the support that they have given, which has made such a difference to so many in their time, indeed at a time when needed most, at a time of vulnerability? Thank you.
Well, can I thank him for that? And he's absolutely right. It's the NHS and care system, we should be clear, that needs people. And he's right, in many hospitals it is a maze, and that friendly face to greet you when you go into a hospital, and they are very well knowledgeable about, most people go into hospital not for a good reason, so they recognise the anxiety that we have when we enter those places, and the cheer that's brought by radio, etc. But can I just gently correct him that we're not losing the volunteers. This is a change to a contractual arrangement. So the volunteers are still there. We still want to make sure that they come forward, as we've discussed. They are more generally in local situations. It's about the best way that we can garner the national, where you need a national system to spread into a local system, because all of this is done locally. We need the local infrastructure. We need to keep encouraging people forward. And I hope as a result of this urgent question this afternoon, we are highlighting the role of that and more people will come forward.
Emma Food.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I can echo the comments made today about the huge contribution which volunteers make up and down the country, helping and supporting NHS staff day in, day out. If I can declare a little bit of an interest as someone who similarly started their volunteer journey with the Responders programme and continues now as a community first responder with my local ambulance service. Can the Minister reassure me that those who wish to continue to play their part and carry on volunteering in other ways with the NHS can do so, and join me in taking the opportunity to encourage those who are interested in doing so to check their opportunities with their local trusts?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we're learning so much about each other this afternoon, aren't we? So, I mean, I'm really pleased to hear that's how my honourable friend started her journey, and so impressed that she's continuing to do that. I myself was out with ambulance service last week and talking to ambulance staff, really highly praising of those community first responders. So I know the work that she and others are doing is really valuable, and I know she's going to continue to use that knowledge to feed into the work we want to do in the future.
Respect.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for answering this urgent question. And can I pay tribute to the many volunteers in Harlow, both who supported people during the pandemic, but also particularly to the Butterfly volunteers who go in and support people on end-of-life care at Princess Alexandra Hospital. I feel emotional even just thinking about what they do. We found actually to get volunteers in Harlow, it was best to do that locally, both through Rainbow Services and through our now sadly made redundant by the previous government volunteer coordinator, Della Nash, who's wonderful. But can I ask how local organisations and charities can feed into the government portal once it's up and running?
Well, Well, I thank him for that and the work of Butterfly and his constituency, and supporting people at that really important end-of-life point is really hard work, and we commend them for it. Really critical work. We will, so the link into the local is absolutely critical. That's where we need to make sure that the people who have come on nationally can be directed to those local systems, and we will make sure that through NHS England and perhaps through the House, Mr Speaker, if it's appropriate, we are very clear, as it is interest for local members of Parliament, how we make sure that that connection between what we've learnt from the national scheme is continued into more local schemes, because he's absolutely right, we need that local coordination and that local infrastructure, as we've heard this afternoon.
That completes the urgent question. Let the front benches change over. Point of order, Dr Caroline Johnson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, despite the granting of the urgent question that you were so kind to grant, we still have no idea how long this gap in service will be, or what's going to happen to the most vulnerable people who are using the service. Yeah. What other parliamentary mechanisms could I use in order to try and get the answers to these questions?
I think, in fairness, I can't allow the debate to continue, and I think that's what the Honourable Lady is trying to tempt me towards. What I would say is, I'm sure that the good officers around her will give some very strong advice. I'm sure the table office and others will be able to advise how you can pursue that. And I'm sure the front bench, in fairness, have heard the question. Right, let us change over. Before I call the Home Secretary to make her statement, I must remind the House that the resolution of the House relating to matters of sub judice prohibits any reference to cases in which an individual has been charged. 3 men have been charged with offences under the National Security Act, and the matter is therefore sub judice. However, since this case concerns matters of national importance and it is in the public interest for the House to hear from the Home Secretary, I am granting a limited waiver for the purposes of this statement only, to allow discussion on a wider security issues. Members should exercise a high degree of caution in their remarks and take every care to avoid saying anything which could potentially prejudice the criminal trial. I now call the Home Secretary, Yvette Cooper.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. With permission, I'll make a statement on the charging of the 3 individuals under the National Security Act that took place on the 17th of May and the further action the government is taking to counter national security threats. Mr Speaker, I want to thank the police, security intelligence agencies, not just for their work on the vital operations and investigations that are currently underway, but for the dedication that they show each day to defend our national security and keep our countries safe. Their tireless work, often in the shadows, often in secret, often in great personal danger, is indispensable, and I hope the whole House will join me in paying tribute to their service. On Saturday, 3 Iranian nationals were charged with offences under the National Security Act 2023. All 3 have been charged with engaging in conduct likely to assist a foreign intelligence service. Additional charges were brought in relation to engaging in conduct, including surveillance, reconnaissance, open research, with the intentions to commit acts of serious violence against a person in the United Kingdom. The foreign state to which these charges relate is Iran, and these individuals are the first Iranian nationals to be charged under the National Security Act. The criminal and national security investigations in these cases are ongoing. The police and security services have my support in their vital work, and these cases must now also progress through the criminal justice system, which means that until the trial there are limits on what we can discuss so as not to prejudice that process. However, there are a series of grave wider issues where I want to update the House on the stronger action the government is taking to strengthen our national security, including new powers on state threats, further action on Iran, and strengthening our border security to keep the public safe. This is the first time that there have been charges under the National Security Act linked to Iran, although the House will be aware that it comes against a backdrop of rising numbers of Iran-linked operations on UK soil, where there have been repeated warnings by ministers, the police and our security and intelligence agencies. The Director General of MI5 said in October last year that the police and MI5 had responded to 20 Iran-backed plots presenting potentially lethal threats. So let me be clear. We will not tolerate growing state-backed threats on UK soil. The Iranian regime poses an unacceptable threat to our domestic security, which cannot continue. Following this charging decision, I can confirm the Iranian ambassador has been summoned, and my right honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary, is raising with the Iranian Foreign Minister in the strongest terms that the UK will not accept any Iranian state threat activity in the UK. As the Security Minister set out in March, we have placed the whole of the Iranian state on the enhanced tier of the Foreign Influence Registration Scheme, which is due to come into effect on the 1st of July. The government has also introduced sanctions as part of efforts to systematically dismantle criminal networks and enablers that Iran uses to carry out its work, including the Foxtrot network, sanctioned last month. And international cooperation is critical in challenging Iranian transnational threats. That is why we are convening ministerial counterparts from allied nations facing similar threats to discuss coordinated action. But we need to go further in strengthening our powers to address national security threats. Security Minister and I both warned of the increasing complexity of the threats we face. Threats from extremist and terrorist groups and individuals, including Islamist extremism and far-right extremism, continue, and vigilance and action against those remains crucial. But malign activities against us by or on behalf of foreign states have grown, and the threats we face have become more complex and intertwined. MI5 state threats investigations have increased by nearly 50% in a year. Policing investigations into state threats led by counter-terrorism policing are up fivefold since 2018. And as well as growing, those threats are becoming more interconnected, and the old boundaries between state threats, terrorists and organised criminals are being eroded. We have seen malign foreign state organisations seek to exploit any vulnerability, from criminal networks to our cybersecurity to our borders, to do us harm. In our manifesto, we committed to stronger action on state-based security threats, and before entering government, the Foreign Secretary and I set out plans for the establishment of a joint unit to pursue and coordinate action. I can announce that the new State Threats Joint Unit is in place, with staff from across Whitehall driving a broader approach across government, building new partnerships with industry and academia. Last week, the Security Minister set out the conclusions of a review by the Defending Democracy Task Force into transnational repression, where foreign states attempt the intimidation, surveillance and harassment of UK-based individuals, including stronger support for those who are being targeted. This is criminal activity and will be treated as such, because everyone in this country should be able to go about their daily lives freely and without fear. We have, of course, supported the National Security Act, rightly brought in by the previous government, but we need to go further. That is why I commissioned Jonathan Hall, KC, the independent reviewer of terrorism legislation, to examine further gaps in the national security legislation where counter-terrorism powers could be emulated, and particularly looking at prescribing powers, where I have long raised concern that it was too difficult to apply existing powers for state and state-backed bodies. Today, Mr. Hall has published his review, and I'd like to thank him for working so swiftly and comprehensively. He has concluded there are gaps in a series of areas, including on prescribing legislation, where he identifies a series of legal difficulties in using powers that were designed to deal with terrorist groups for state and state-backed organisations, such as the IRGC. I can tell the House we're committed to taking forward Mr. Hall's recommendations, and we will draw up new powers modelled on counter-terrorism powers in a series of areas to tackle these state threats. And crucially, I can tell the House we will create a new power of prescription to cover state threats, a power that is stronger than current National Security Act powers in allowing us to restrict the activity and operations of foreign state-backed organisations in the UK, including new criminal offences for individuals who invite support for or promote the group in question, and we will not hesitate to use it against organisations that pose a threat to UK residents, because we will not stand for foreign state organisations seeking to escalate threats on UK soil. Mr. Speaker, as confirmed at the weekend, the 3 individuals who have been charged came to the UK between 2016 and 2022 by lorry and small boat. And this government has made clear border security is national security. That is why we're introducing new counter-terrorism powers at the border. But let me also be clear that our border security needs to be strengthened. Organised crime, malign state actors and extremists can all exploit any vulnerabilities. So the Border Security, Asylum and Immigration Bill is introducing a wide range of counter-terrorism-style powers to pursue organised immigration crime and strengthen border investigations. We've introduced the Border Security Command, which is drawing together security operations around our border, which have not been taken seriously enough before, modelled on the approach successive governments have taken to counter-terrorism. As part of our existing CT capabilities, security, identity and criminal record checks are carried out on everyone who applies for a visa through our immigration system, on identified clandestine entries and on those who arrive by small boat, so that immigration and counter-terrorism powers can then be used to address threats, including refusals, restrictions, tagging, heightened monitoring and immigration bail. But I have instructed officials to review those capabilities against the state threats as well as terrorism-related risks we face, so we can strengthen our security response alongside the new counter-terrorism-style border powers that we are introducing. And we are also already reviewing our current response to criminality or threats in the asylum system, including the potential for greater use of a range of techniques and technology, and as well as the existing ability to revoke or refuse asylum. Finally, Mr. Speaker, in the face of this increasing range of hybrid threats to our national security, the Prime Minister has committed to publish a new national security strategy. That strategy is in development and will set out not just how our world-leading police and security and intelligence agencies, but also how the whole of government and society, including businesses and communities, need to respond to these changing and complex threats. National security is the first duty of government. It is the foundation of our plan for change. The threats we face are more intertwined than ever, and our response needs to adapt. So together with our international allies, we need to face down the security threats and strengthen the powers and capabilities of the police and security services who work around the clock to investigate and disrupt those who mean us harm. Our agencies have the wholehearted support of this government because, Mr. Speaker, in a volatile and uncertain world, their efforts could not matter more. I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Secretary of State, Chris Phil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Home Secretary for advance sight of her statement. I join the Home Secretary in paying tribute to counter-terrorism policing and the security services for the work they do daily to keep us safe. And let me straight away put on record that we on this side of the House support the government's plans to place Iran into the enhanced tier of the FIRS regime, and we will also be supporting moves they wish to make to increase the powers around prescription and any other powers that are necessary to keep us safe. We will support those measures. The whole House should be in no doubt about the malign influence Iran spreads around the world. It is responsible for supporting Hamas, who perpetrated the sickening massacre on October the 7th, 2023. Iran takes Western hostages, including, of course, Nazanin Zaghari-Ratcliffe, held in squalid conditions for years. Iran supports the Houthis, who have attacked and tried to sink civilian merchant shipping in the Red Sea as part of their war against the Saudi-backed, internationally recognised government. In Ukraine, we see Iranian drones and military equipment being used by Putin to murder Ukrainians and further Russia's illegal invasion. And, of course, Iran threatens to acquire a nuclear weapon. Iran also persecutes its own people. Women are abused, imprisoned, and in some cases even killed for not adhering to the behaviour demanded by the Ayatollahs. 22-year-old Mahsa Amini was arrested and then killed by the Iranian religious police simply for wearing what she wanted. I'm sure every single member of this House will condemn that atrocity. People who are gay in Iran are persecuted and sometimes killed, and those who oppose the Iranian regime are brutally oppressed and often murdered. So we should be in no doubt about the threat the Iranian regime poses to its own people and to international peace. But the tentacles of the Iranian state now stretch onto our very own soil here in the United Kingdom. Iran International TV, an independent TV channel, had to temporarily locate to the US not long ago because its premises and people here were threatened by Iranian agents. Iranian dissidents on UK soil are threatened and harassed. And as the Home Secretary has set out, just 2 weeks ago, 8 Iranian nationals were arrested planning attacks on UK soil. Now, in opposition, the Home Secretary said that she would proscribe the IRGC. She said so a number of times, including from this very dispatch box on the 15th of April last year. The Home Secretary has now been in office for nearly a year. So my first question is this: why has she not yet done what she said she would do by proscribing the IRGC? The Home Secretary has said the Iranian ambassador has been summoned. Mr. Speaker, that is not an adequate response. Why have Iranian diplomats, including any suspected of supporting espionage activity, not been expelled? And what further steps can be taken to develop international sanctions against the Iranian regime? Now, Mr. Speaker, the Home Secretary confirmed that the 3 individuals charged over the weekend entered the UK illegally, including by small boat. As recently as March of this year, just a few weeks ago, I think it was on March the 6th, extremist Abu Wadi entered the UK by small boat. He had previously been pictured on social media wielding an AK-47, throwing pipe bombs and calling for the slaughter of Jews. This is the kind of illegal immigrant who is able to enter the country by small boat. Now, the Home Secretary talks about her new bill, which we debated a week ago today. But the truth is, it won't make very much difference. Confiscating mobile phones from illegal immigrants and slightly enhanced powers to monitor communications will not stop the crossings. The Border Security Commander has no actual powers other than to publish an annual report and set some strategic objectives. I don't think people smugglers are going to worry too much about that. What will stop the crossings is a proper deterrent, so all those who arrive, not some, all those who arrive are removed. Then they will not bother to attempt the crossing in the first place. This deterrent approach worked in Australia about 10 years ago. So the Home Secretary must by now be regretting cancelling the Rwanda deterrent before it even started. Crossings since she became Home Secretary are up by 30% year on year, and 2025 so far has been the worst in history. Does she finally agree it is time to follow other countries and establish a proper removals deterrent applying to all those who arrive illegally by small boat? It's time to bring back Rwanda. In their first 6 months in office, the government have not returned a single Iranian to Iran, not one, including Iranian criminals. Does the Home Secretary agree it is now time to repeal the Human Rights Act for immigration matters so criminals and other dangerous people can be more easily removed from the UK and cannot any longer persuade UK judges to allow them to stay here on ever more tenuous human rights grounds? The only way to protect our borders and ensure security is to remove all illegal immigrants as soon as they arrive, and I hope she urgently adopts that policy.
Home Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I would just say to the Shadow Home Secretary, he was an immigration minister when the number of small boat crossings soared, when net migration soared. On his watch, controls were reduced. Under his party, we saw returns plummet. This government is clear that the rules need to be respected and enforced, and that is why this government is introducing counter-terrorism style powers to strengthen our border security, something that his party shockingly has repeatedly voted against. He refers still to his Rwanda scheme that cost £700 million and sent 4 volunteers, just 4 volunteers in the 2 years that it was operational, sent 4 volunteers to Rwanda. And frankly, when it comes to our national security, border security is a part of our national security. And I'm sorry that he is not sufficiently taking seriously the national security threats that we face. I supported the work that his government did on the bringing in the National Security Act. But as he will know, I repeatedly warned that the powers were not strong enough to be able to use legislation designed for terrorism to be able to prescribe state-backed organisations. We did repeatedly call on his government, if they were not able to prescribe the IRGC, we called on them to strengthen and amend the powers to be able to do so under national security provisions. In fact, we even put forward an amendment to the National Security Act in the last Parliament, and his party voted against it. So I am glad that he now says he will support our measures to strengthen our national security and to bring forward stronger prescribing powers so that they can be used against all kinds of state-backed organisations or state organisations that might attempt to do us harm. Because our national security is the first duty of any government, and that is why this government will continue to take ever stronger action to pursue issues around criminality, issues around extremist or terrorist threats, and issues around border threats and issues around national security threats. That is how we keep our communities safe.
Sally James.
Mr. Speaker, given the wide range of threats that we face from hostile state actors, it is more important than ever that we protect ourselves from state-backed cyber attacks and similar things. So can the Home Secretary update us on what is being done to increase the nation's resilience and countermeasures against such attacks?
Home Secretary.
My honourable friend's right, because there are the national security, complex national security threats we face take different forms now and are very increasingly intertwined, and cyber threats and the use of technology is increasingly a part of those threats. It will be a central part of the new national security strategy that the Prime Minister has announced and that is being developed at the moment, so we recognise the interplay between these different threats.
Liberal Democrat, spokesperson Lisa Smart.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful to the Home Secretary for advance sight of her statement. The Liberal Democrats remain extremely grateful to all those extraordinary people from our police, intelligence and security services who continue to put themselves at risk to keep our country safe. We support the action taken by the government so far and stand ready to support further robust sanctions and other actions against cowardly regimes who seek to destabilise our and other Western democracies. We last discussed the threat posed by the Iranian regime in this chamber a couple of weeks ago, and in response to questions regarding the prescribing of the IRGC, the Security Minister referred to the work being undertaken by Jonathan Hall KC in reviewing the legislation we have in place, and it's good to hear this review has been published today. The Home Secretary mentions planned changes to be made and additional powers to be brought in to respond to the legal difficulties in using powers that were designed to deal with terrorist groups for state and state-backed organisations such as the IRGC. Could she confirm that these new planned powers will finally enable the IRGC to be prescribed? And I'd be very grateful if the Home Secretary could update the House on what timetable she foresees in bringing forward these changes and, given the difficulties with previous counter-terror laws, will any of these changes be subject to the appropriate pre-legislative scrutiny? Madam Deputy Speaker, our democracy has faced and continues to face systematic threats from hostile foreign states, not just from Iran, but from China and Russia as well. Now that our police and security services have had chance to use the provisions within the National Security Act, could the Home Secretary update the House on any further gaps they found during their work? Madam Deputy Speaker, we know we live in a perilous world with war on our continent, and we Liberal Democrats welcome the increase in defence spending. However, the decision to take this money from the ODA budget will leave a vacuum in some of the most vulnerable places. We know that China and Russia are seeking to fill that void, and Iran will undoubtedly try to do the same. So what assessment has the government made of malign actors using their soft power to influence events overseas and the resulting threats to our national security?
I thank the honourable member for her comments and also support for the police and intelligence and security agencies. She specifically asks about the IRGC. Jonathan Hall's report specifically says that the existing legal framework has significant challenges when it comes to trying to take restriction action or banning action against the state-backed and state organisations, and that there are legal challenges with doing that. And that is exactly why, and he particularly refers to the IRGC in that context, that is why he has set out the need for those new powers to be brought in, and that is what we are committed to do. Obviously, that process would need to be followed, but I can simply say that I continue to be concerned about the IRGC, and we will need to pursue that process by bringing in the new legislation. She's also right to highlight threats from Russia and also the different kinds of threats and challenges from China as well. The Jonathan Hall report does also identify other areas where he thinks that powers could be strengthened, including around stop and search, including around cordons, including around post-charge questioning in specific circumstances. We will be looking at the detail in order to take forward all of the recommendations and the issues that are raised.
Luke Akehurst.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The charging of Iranian nationals raises alarming questions about the extent of Iranian state activity in the UK. And we know that Tehran uses the IRGC to push its influence around the world, including supporting attacks against Jewish people and Israelis around the world. What assessment has the government made of the threat posed to the British Jewish community by Iranian operatives? And what steps are being taken to protect the community and eliminate those threats?
Well, my honourable friend is right to raise the issues around the importance of security for our Jewish communities, which should never be compromised, either domestically or by any kind of foreign state influence or activity. It's why we work very closely with the CST, the Community Security Trust, on a range of issues around support for and protection for the Jewish communities across the UK, and why we also take immensely seriously any malign Iranian influences that are targeted towards Jewish communities as well.
Sir Oliver Dowden.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Home Secretary rightly says that the threats from hostile states are complex and intertwined. Can she therefore update the House on what further steps the government is taking to protect critical national infrastructure, particularly from cyber attacks? Moreover, our security services commit vast amounts of expertise in our protection. Their successes have to be hidden, but their failures are often picked over. The one thing they really do need is additional resources. Can I urge the Home Secretary to make the case vigorously for them during the forthcoming spending review? That's the least they deserve from this House.
I thank the honourable member for his question. I know that this is an issue he took immensely seriously when he was in government, including the issues around critical national infrastructure. I agree with him with the importance of that and the implications in terms of cyber attacks. And I know he will also agree that the critical national infrastructure we have is actually changing. What is now critical is different from what might have been the critical national infrastructure even 10 years ago, let alone 20 or 30 years ago. And so therefore we need to have the processes to be able to adapt swiftly. And that will be considered as part of the National Security Review. He can be assured that I will strongly always argue for support for our intelligence and security agencies.
John Pearce.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd very much like to thank the Home Secretary for her statement today, particularly the steps being taken to prescribe the IRGC and the outcome of the Jonathan Hall review. It's very sad that the previous Conservative government failed to do so in 14 years. Whilst we wait for that legislation to come forward, will the Home Secretary reassure the House and reaffirm to the House that anyone in the UK failing to declare a relationship with the Iranian regime is committing a criminal offence?
Well, my honourable friend is right. That's exactly the reason why we have put the IRGC as one of the organisations put onto the enhanced tier of the Foreign Influence Registration Scheme and is also alongside the whole of the Iranian state. That means we do expect people to abide by that law, and there are criminal offences if they don't.
Sir John Whittingdale.
As the Home Secretary may be aware, I visited Iran International just a few weeks ago, during which they expressed their appreciation for the fantastic support that they have received from the Metropolitan Police and the security services. If she hasn't already done so, will she, or indeed the Security Minister, visit Iran International in order to send the message that the threats to their journalists and to those of the BBC Persian service are utterly unacceptable, as are threats made to their families based in Iran?
I thank the honourable member for his important question. Threats to Iran International, to its journalists, to family members are disgraceful and completely unacceptable. He's right to commend the work of the CT police, the security services in addressing these issues. We take the safety of anyone on UK soil immensely seriously and no threat to the safety of any individual and certainly any organisation and any journalist will ever be acceptable in the UK.
Mike Tapp.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Home Secretary for this important statement, and to the security services, the finest in the world, for keeping us safe. It's important, Home Secretary, that we have the tools to assess the threat or potential threat posed by those who arrive through irregular means, such as small boats. Can the Home Secretary update the House on any progress made with intelligence sharing with our international partners?
It's an important issue that my honourable friend raises, because in order to address these transnational, international kind of threats, networks and challenges, whatever form they take, whatever route they take, it's immensely important that we strengthen cooperation and work with our international allies. We are already working to strengthen that international cooperation, to strengthen information sharing, but also we are looking further at what checks we can do here in the UK and what security assessments we can do here too.
Richard Tice.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think the British people will be appalled to learn that Iranian nationals who've come across the English Channel have been charged with terror offences. And I think also they'll be very concerned, Home Secretary, that, the Home Secretary, when in opposition, talked about prescribing the IRGC, but now we've got Jonathan Hall, KC, sort of recommending a delay in prescribing the IRGC. Surely the right thing to do, Home Secretary, is prescribe them now, and if any more powers are required, introduce that through emergency legislation, but don't kick the can down the road. Yeah.
Well, border security is national security. That is the approach that this government is taking, and we will continue to strengthen border security, including introducing counter-terrorism powers. I also have repeatedly called on the government to strengthen the legislation. When we were in opposition, called on the previous government to strengthen the legislation in order to be able to take much stronger action on state-backed organisations like the IRGC. The Jonathan Hall report that is out today identifies the legal difficulties and problems in using legislation that was designed for terrorism to apply to state-backed threats. It's important that the legislation, any legislation we apply, is actually effective and doesn't unravel. That's why we put forward, some years ago, in 2023, the Labour Party put forward proposals to strengthen the legislation, to bring in these new, stronger powers that we are now talking about today, in order to be able to use those against organisations that are state-backed, such in the way that the IRGC is. It's because we believe that national security is so important that we are prepared to take the action needed to make sure that the government, the police, the security agencies have the powers they need to take action and to make sure something happens in practice.
Emma Foodie.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Home Secretary for her statement and want to put on record my thanks to those who work day in, day out to keep our streets and communities safe, undertaking work and activities that many of us may never hear about. Can the Home Secretary please provide the assurance that with this government, the police and security services will always have the powers and resources that they need to keep us safe?
Oh, my honourable friend is right to talk about the vital work police and security services, intelligence services do. It is because we so strongly support them that we are now putting forward proposals to strengthen the law, to make sure that they do have the powers that they need at all stages, and so we support them to keep us safe.
Dr. Andrew Mercer.
Madam Deputy Speaker, we understand that the 3 individuals concerned entered the country illegally and then claimed asylum. Does the Home Secretary agree that this country is particularly attractive to those who wish to claim asylum, because it is relatively easy to be successful in that endeavour compared with, for example, France? So it makes sense to claim asylum here. Does she attribute any of that to the Human Rights Act? And if so, how does she plan to amend it? And does she have cause for concern that those who are tasked with making decisions sometimes are guilty of overzealous application of the law in respect of asylum?
Well, the 3 individuals that he referred to entered the UK between 2016 and 2022 and were granted asylum. I can tell him that grant rates for asylum have fallen in the last year and returns of failed asylum seekers have increased. We are also strengthening our border security with counter-terrorism powers and also strengthening the checks around criminality across the immigration and asylum system.
Peter Swallow.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to thank the Home Secretary for her statement and also the Security Minister for his written statement last week on the work of the Defending Democracy Task Force. As she'll be aware, the Human Rights Committee are currently conducting a inquiry into transnational repression, which I'm sure she'll look at our findings very carefully. Can I ask whether the State Threats Joint Unit will be working on transnational repression and bringing together cross-party approach so that we can tackle this important issue?
My honourable friend raises an important point. I know the inquiry that his committee is pursuing is very important, and the Security Minister will indeed be giving evidence to that inquiry about the work being done on transnational repression, including on the work by the Defending Democracy Task Force. The Joint State Threats Unit is looking at a wide range of issues about how we tackle the kinds of threats that we face across the country.
Mark Pritchard.
Madam Speaker, as President Trump seeks to negotiate a nuclear deal with Iran, can I ask the Home Secretary whether she could work with Five Eyes partners, indeed senior ministers across government, working with the National Security Council and the National Security Advisor team in the White House to ensure that any nuclear deal is comprehensive, that doesn't exclude ensuring that Iran is not able to continue to work in proxy form, whether through criminal gangs or through other states, in order that we don't have sanctions lifted without further action in areas that she's discussed today.
The Honourable Member makes an extremely important point. It's essential that Iran is prevented from developing any further nuclear threat, and that is why the US-led talks are so important. We support them very strongly. He is also right that this needs to be a comprehensive approach, and it's something that that is an approach we also agree with across the Five Eyes partners.
John Slinger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I associate myself with the praise for our intelligence, police and security services. I welcome the Home Secretary's statement about the combination of international cooperation and robust action at home, and as also set out previously by the Security Minister. It's critically important, of course, when tackling alleged acts of direct threat to life and property. But does she agree with me that measures such as the enhanced tier of the Foreign Influence Registration Scheme are really important, because we are now seeing increasingly actions by organised criminal gangs and other groups which are an insidious force in our country, and we must deter other states and organisations from the nefarious actions that they're taking.
My honourable friend is right. We are increasingly seeing a pattern where foreign state organisations end up also using criminal proxies to pursue malign activity. And that is why we have to link up the work around serious and organised crime with work around counter-terrorism, with work around state threats. It's combining the different hybrid threats that we now face, which is why the new national security strategy is so important.
Lee Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Home Secretary, in a statement, said the Iranian regime poses an unacceptable threat to our domestic security, which cannot continue. Yet we know that Iranians make up the third largest group of illegal migrants crossing the Channel. So does the Home Secretary agree with me that any Iranians crossing the Channel should be detained and deported and not allowed to claim asylum?
Yeah.
Well, I would say to the honourable member that I think the system that we inherited from the previous government, including a government that he was at different times a part of, was not strong enough, and that border security needs to be treated as a national security issue. It hasn't been for far too long. That's why we're introducing counter-terrorism style powers as part of our border security response. I'm really sorry that he and his party chose to vote against those counter-terrorism powers repeatedly, because we do need those counter-terrorism powers introduced. It's why we're also strengthening the security and criminality checks across the asylum and immigration system, because we need to make sure that we're doing everything possible to keep our country safe.
David Pinto-Tuchinski.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to start by welcoming the measures my right honourable friend has announced today, and join her in paying tribute to the security services and thank them for keeping us safe. The actions of the last few days underline the profound threat Iran poses to our country. Many of the Iranian community in my constituency in Hendon live in fear of transnational repression. Could my right honourable friend say a bit more about what the government's doing to protect our Iranian community and all those who live in fear of transnational repression, so that they can live lives in freedom in Britain?
Well, my honourable friend is right that transnational repression has become a growing threat and challenge, not just from Iran, but from other countries as well. The Security Minister provided an update to the House just last week on the further actions that we are taking, including further support for those who are being targeted and further advice and guidance as well for those who face threats. And those are the kinds of threats as well that our police and security service are particularly vigilant towards, to ensure that everyone in our country can feel confident they will be kept safe.
David Reid.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can the Home Secretary explain why the British envoy in Tehran was summoned by the Iranian authorities at the weekend? And more importantly, does this not signal a complete disconnect from reality on the part of the Iranian state?
Well, I think the honourable member is right to raise this. We have made extremely clear our views to the Iranian regime about the unacceptability of state-backed threats on our soil, including the summoning of the Iranian ambassador to the UK, but also including the further measures, not just in the Foreign Influence Registration Scheme, but in also the further measures we are now going to take forward in response to Jonathan Hall's report. But it is immensely important that the Iranian regime hears the points that we are making and that we are raising, and understands our determination to protect the security of those on UK soil.
Chris Vins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I thank the Home Secretary for her statement today and the work that she and Ministers have done on this really important issue. Can I once again also put on record my thanks, and thanks to the people of Harlow for the work that the police and the security service do to keep us all safe. And does she agree with me that as methods of these state-backed agents change and adapt, we too need to change and adapt? I'm thinking particularly, as my right honourable friend from Dover said, with regards to intelligence gathering, and that the Jonathan Hall report will be an important part of that.
Honourable friend is right. The Jonathan Hall report identifies a series of areas where we have long-standing counter-terrorism powers, but they go further than the kinds of powers that we have around state-backed threats. That might be something as simple as the power for the police to set a cordon up around the target of a potential terrorist incident. They should have those same abilities to do that about a potential target for a state threat incident. So we will be looking to take forward those powers, but in order to be able to most effectively use those powers, we also need the best intelligence gathering. We already have the best security intelligence agencies in the world. They need to be able to work ever more strongly with international partners too.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Secretary of State very much for her words, and strong words and determined words and actions as well. We appreciate that. And firstly, I offer my thanks to the Counter-Terrorism Unit for their work with this case. I know that this is the tip of the iceberg of the work that is carried out on scene by us to keep us all safe across this great United Kingdom, Great Britain and Northern Ireland. The rest of these three asylum seekers will naturally highlight the failings in the system. And I say this regardless of whatever party was in power at the various times through that journey. What assurances will the Secretary of State and this government take regarding the influx of young single men claiming asylum who seem empowered to declare war against this nation that has fed and clothed them for so many years? And how do we assure our British public, my British public, that the end has come to housing these foreign nationals who hate this nation and all that it stands for?
Secretary.
Well, the honourable member is right to pay tribute to the police and security intelligence services, and he will know more than many in this House the nature, the complexity, the wide range of different kinds of threats our agencies have had to deal with through the years. They continue to need to deal with issues around terrorist threats, from Islamist extremism to far-right extremism. They have, of course, had to deal over very many years with threats around Northern Ireland, terror threats as well, and they have to deal with the changing patterns around state threats and the different forms that those threats can take, the way in which those interact with criminality as well. This government has made clear we see border security as part of national security. It's something the Prime Minister said in his speech to Interpol before Christmas, and it's why we are strengthening the counter-terrorism style powers that we are using and bringing forward through this House, but also strengthening that international cooperation. It's why we held the first ever international summit on organised immigration crime, because we see that as a national security issue too.
And that concludes the statement. And before we move on to the next statement, I'll give a few moments for the front benches to swap over. Statement, Minister Sarah Sackman.
Madam Deputy Speaker, with your permission, I will make a statement about an incident that has affected the Legal Aid Agency, an executive agency of the Ministry of Justice. The House will appreciate that while investigations are ongoing, there are limits to the amount of information that I can share publicly. However, the Government wishes to be as transparent as possible with Parliament, and I will provide an update based on the information that we currently have. On Wednesday, the 23rd of April, the Legal Aid Agency became aware of a cyber attack on its online digital services. These are the services through which legal aid providers log their work and receive payment from the government. The government, of course, took immediate action to bolster the security of the system, working closely with experts at the National Crime Agency, Government Cyber Coordination Centre, and the National Cyber Security Centre. We have alerted the Information Commissioner and, importantly, informed all legal aid providers that some of their details had been compromised. We also took some legal aid agency systems offline between the 7th and 11th of May to carry out work to contain the breach. Officials have been working around the clock to stabilise the system and support a complex investigation. I can now confirm that the cyber attack was more extensive than originally thought. On Friday, the 16th of May, we learnt from the attackers behind it that they had accessed a large amount of information relating to legal aid applicants, and we assessed this threat to be credible. We believe they have accessed and downloaded a significant amount of personal data from those who applied for legal aid through our digital service sometime since 2010. That data may include applicants' contact details, addresses, date of birth, national ID numbers, criminal history, employment status and financial data, such as contribution amounts, debts and payments. I should stress this does not mean that every individual involved will be impacted in the same way. But we did need to act to safeguard the service and its users. In line with advice from the National Cybersecurity Centre, the Legal Aid Agency took its online services down on Friday. I urge all members of the public who have applied for legal aid since 2010 to be on high alert for any suspicious activity. That includes messages and phone calls from unknown numbers. If anyone is in any doubt at all, please take steps to verify a person's identity before sharing any information. I understand the gravity of these events, Madam Deputy Speaker, and at this stage we believe the breach is contained to the legal aid agency systems. There are no indications that other parts of the justice system have been impacted. The government is committed to making every effort to ensure the vital operational delivery of legal aid continues. We have put in place contingency plans to ensure those most in need of legal support can continue to access the help that they need. Madam Deputy Speaker, this House should be in no doubt that the Legal Aid Agency has suffered an unacceptable attack on its systems at the hands of criminals. Sadly, this attack is not altogether surprising. The vulnerabilities in the legal aid agency systems have been known for many years. The risk of such an attack was steadily growing through the last government's tenure, but they took no meaningful action to fix the systems, leaving them vulnerable to attack. The previous government was repeatedly warned about the legal aid agency systems being old, inflexible and unstable. In 2023, the Law Society called on the government to urgently invest in the legal aid agency's digital systems, saying the system was too fragile to cope. In March 2024, the Law Society pointed to the antiquated IT systems of the agency as evidence of the long-term neglect of our justice system. In short, this data breach was made possible by the long years of neglect and mismanagement of the justice system under the last Conservative government. They knew about the vulnerabilities of the legal aid agency digital systems, but they failed to act. By contrast, since taking office, this government has prioritised work to reverse the damage of over a decade of underinvestment. This includes allocating over £20 million extra funding this year to stabilise and transform the legal aid agency digital services. I'm extremely grateful to legal aid providers across the country for their patience and cooperation, and to Ministry of Justice officials for their ongoing efforts to secure the system. The investigation is live, and this government will do everything it can to seek justice. Recent events have shown that every organisation, no matter how big or small, is at risk from this type of criminal behaviour. Government, sadly, is not exempt. Madam Deputy Speaker, this incident has nonetheless demonstrated in stark terms that our legal aid digital systems are critically fragile and simply not fit for the 21st century. When I took up this ministerial role, I was frankly shocked to see just how fragile. This government inherited a legal aid sector that has been neglected for far too long. We have invested in stabilising the current digital systems, and we've kick-started an ambitious reform programme to transform them. That means creating a modern, user-friendly, resilient service. It will also deliver a more flexible service so that we can implement changes faster and better respond to changing demands. Madam Deputy Speaker, this transformation will take time. And in light of this incredibly serious incident, my right honourable friend, the Lord Chancellor, and I are exploring options to expedite the programme and put our systems on a more secure footing. This government will not hesitate to act to protect our vital public services, because without legal aid, our justice system would grind to a halt. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is an ongoing, sensitive issue, and our investigation and mitigating action continues. To make sure that honourable and right honourable members are informed and updated, I will provide a written update in due course. I commend this statement to the House.
I call Shadow Minister Dr Kieran Mullen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for advance sight of her statement. And I have to say, I actually found it pretty disappointing to hear her deliver it as written. Before I'd seen her statement, I drafted one of my own and was clear I would limit my party political remarks and begin with strong words of support for what I expected to be the Minister devoting at least a significant part of her statement condemning the immoral, malicious, criminal actors responsible for this attack. But Madam Deputy Speaker, if you'd listened closely, the Chamber will have heard that the Minister devoted most of her time making party political attacks and managed to sum up barely one sentence of condemnation. I suggest the Minister looks at her statement when she leaves the chamber and reflects on that. So I will do what she should have done and properly say that we should never lose sight of the fact that whatever any government's role, past or present, for unsuccessfully defending against such attacks, the primary responsibility for all those worried by what's happened, those that may be fraud victims as a result, taxpayers who will pick up the bill, sits with the despicable criminals who carried it out. This was not just an attack on a digital system, it was an attack on some of the most vulnerable in our society. Their data, deeply personal in some cases, as sensitive as medical records, has been exposed. It's utterly appalling. We welcome the fact the National Crime Agency and National Cyber Security Centre are involved, and I hope the Minister will agree with me when I say that those behind this breach must be brought to justice and that nothing should stand in the way of full accountability for this crime. However, whilst addressing the actions of those behind the attack is paramount, and whatever the Minister may seek to do in focusing the blame on a previous government, I do have some questions about this government's response. Firstly, why was the decision taken not to inform this House and the public about the breach when it was first discovered on the 23rd of April? We're now learning that the impact may extend back to applicants going back as far as 2010, with over 2 million pieces of information access. The delay in public notification and or understanding of the nature of the attack for nearly a month could have hindered individuals from taking necessary steps to protect themselves from potential harm, such as fraud or harassment. Secondly, the Minister mentioned taking offline systems crucial for legal professional payments. Can she provide a clear update on the operational status of these systems? If they're not yet fully functional, what is the estimated timeline for their restoration? She mentions contingency plans. Could you tell us more about the nature of those plans? Thirdly, can the Minister share any information regarding the potential origin of this attack? Is there any indication as to whether it's believed to be a state-linked criminal enterprise? Fourthly, has the Ministry of Justice initiated a thorough risk assessment across its other digital systems and indeed across wider government? She says the government believes the attack is contained. On what basis has she reached that conclusion? Fifth, the Minister talks about the £20 million set aside for delivering improved systems. The Minister will know the challenges met by previous governments in attempting to upgrade those systems. What specific improvements do they say will be achieved by this funding and by when? And finally, I would ask the Minister for her commitment to full transparency with this House through regular updates as the investigations progress. She mentions seeking to make the public more generally aware about this issue so that those that might be affected will know, but would she also ensure that those affected by this breach are directly contacted and offered appropriate support? And can she reiterate the government's commitment to ensuring that those responsible are brought to justice? The security of our justice system, public confidence and the well-being of vulnerable individuals depend on a robust and transparent response to this serious incident.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My learned friend's absolutely right that those responsible for this attack on our justice system are criminals. No ifs, no buts. What they have perpetrated on our legal aid systems is not only dangerous, it exposes both legal aid providers and applicants for legal aid, exposing their data, and the threats made to government are entirely unacceptable and malicious. And the government will be robust in its response and in pursuing justice, and I think I did make that clear in my statement. But it's also important that we're honest and frank about the vulnerability of the legacy IT systems which support our legal aid system. And it's the vulnerability of that system that exposed both legal aid providers and end users, as he says, some of the most vulnerable people in our society, to an unacceptable level of risk. And it's that, both in the short term, in terms of eliminating the threat, but also in the long term, in investing in the resilience and future rescue and transformation of these platforms, that I am focused so that we who are responsible for the legal aid and system and our wider justice system do not expose people to this risk again in future. He asks why the House was not informed at the point when ministers were informed in late April. And the reason for that is simple. At the point when ministers were first informed about the exposure of the legal aid agencies' digital platforms to this risk, the full extent of that risk, what data and the extent of the data that was put at risk was not fully understood. As a minister sitting here, I have competing responsibilities. I have a responsibility to keep the legal aid system going, to ensure that those who need to access legal support can do so, to ensure that those who are providing legal aid support to vulnerable clients are getting paid. And at that point, the level of understood risk and the proportionality between that and the responsibility to keep the system going outweighed any need to inform this House of the exposure of the system. I can say, however, that the most important people in this system, the legal aid providers and by extension their clients, they were informed, as was the Information Commissioner, as we are legally obliged to do. And at the point where the greater extent of risk became known, we have promptly and transparently informed the House of the position. And I think that is both a transparent and proportionate response to our understanding of what is an evolving criminal threat. He asked about the restoration of the system. The system has currently been closed down, and the reason it's been closed down is to negate the threat and further exposure of legal aid providers and users. We will not reopen the existing system until we are satisfied that it is safe to do so, and he will understand that I can't comment further on what is a live and sensitive situation. What I can assure him in response to his next question is that we have put in place contingency plans to ensure that those who need to apply for legal support in the coming days and weeks, and those who are accessing legal aid currently, can provide that information through alternative means through the legal aid agency so we can keep the show on the road, as it were. He asks about wider government exposure to any risk. Of course, as I've mentioned, we know that whether it's government departments, local authorities, universities, or indeed some of our most well-known businesses are regrettably exposed to the sorts of criminal activity that the legal aid agency has currently experienced. But from what we know, at present, this particular attack is confined to the legal aid agency and doesn't go any wider than that. He asked too about our long-term plans. The long-term plans involve, as I've said, a significant investment of £20 million to stabilise and transform the service. Indeed, part of the reason that we know about today's threat is because of the investment that we have made since we came into government. So part of the reason that we discovered this threat and became alive to the fact that there were hackers infiltrating the system is because of the work that we've been doing to stabilise and transform that very system. And that work has to continue. As I've said, both myself and the Lord Chancellor will be looking to see whether we can expedite some of that work to bake in resilience into the system going forward. He asked about full transparency and keeping the House up to date. As I've said, I will provide a written update in due course, and I can undertake today to provide that full transparency, because after all, this is about both legal aid providers who've been kept fully informed along the way, as have our professional bodies such as the Law Society and Bar Council, many of whom are legal aid providers themselves. We have kept them up to date on this journey because we need all of them working with a robust system to deliver the justice and legal aid that people so sorely need.
Chair of the Select Committee, Andy Slaughter.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The loss of very sensitive data relating to so many vulnerable people and over such a long time period makes this one of the most serious data breaches of recent years. It's also a wake-up call to the poor state of the legal aid agency, IT systems and perhaps those of government more generally. I appreciate that the Minister has inherited this debacle, but it's on her desk now. Could she confirm the numbers affected, whether the leaks have been stemmed, and what steps are being taken to recover the data from the thieves who've taken it? And there are more questions that there's not time to deal with here. She said she'll do a written statement. Will she also brief the Select Committee and the opposition parties, if necessary, in confidence, to show what steps are being taken to rectify the situation?
I thank him for that pertinent question. He will appreciate that whilst the investigation is ongoing, it would be inappropriate for me to comment in any great detail. As he and the rest of the House will imagine, if we are talking about those who have applied or been in receipt of legal aid since 2010, and all the legal providers in this country that have had legal aid contracts with the government, one gets a sense of the scale of the exposure. It is a very serious breach indeed. Those malign criminals that have been responsible for this hack have given a figure which has been trailed in some of the newspapers for the amounts of data that they've got. And those who have read the papers will know that that's in the region of 2 million items of data. So one can see that the scale of the problem is very serious indeed. I should say, of course, that figure can't be verified, and I'm not going to comment in further detail. But in respect of his request that both the JSC and opposition parties are kept up to date as this investigation develops and as we take steps to eliminate this risk from our systems, I'm very, very happy to give that update.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Josh Babarende.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for the advance sight of her statement. Hundreds of thousands of people across the country, including many in my patch of Eastbourne, will be hugely concerned that their information is in the hands of deplorable criminals whose identities we do not know and whose further intentions are unclear, and they should face the full force of the law. And this damage is especially profound because the state's inability to steward the public's data undermines people's trust in our justice system itself. And more than that, given that legal aid applicants are the victims here, this data breach risks disproportionately undermining the trust of some of the most vulnerable people in our society. And the last government should hang their heads in shame for ignoring the Law Society's 2023 calls to address these vulnerabilities while they had the chance. This government must urgently restore trust. And so I've got a few questions in pursuit of that. First of all, how will the Minister proactively communicate with all those affected about this breach to provide guidance and support? Second, would she consider launching, for example, a dedicated advice line for anyone who's worried about what this means for them? Thirdly, the legal aid agency services were taken offline last Friday, as the Minister confirmed. How will the Minister ensure that this doesn't compromise people's access to legal aid in the meantime? And finally, will the government conduct a cybersecurity review of all of the systems that it uses across its remit to identify and address further vulnerabilities before they are exploited at the expense of our constituents?
Well, he is absolutely right that incidents like this, perpetrated by cyber criminals, represent an attack on our justice system. They are corrosive of trust, and he's absolutely right that in so doing they are hitting some of the most vulnerable in our society, and that angers me, frankly, and the response needs to be commensurate to the damage that they've done, not just in respect of stealing people's private data, but of the damage that they are doing to the wider system in terms of undermining trust. In terms of proactively communicating with people and with the sector, we have already been taking a proactive approach. So as soon as the risk and the exposure of the system to these hackers was identified, legal aid providers were updated on their exposure and told to take proactive security steps. That communication has been updated, and we are in, as well as today's public statement, in constant communication with those legal aid providers. And one can imagine that the legal aid providers are really the most important point of call here, because it's they who have the relationship with their clients, a relationship of trust, and they too will be invited to pass on the warnings and messages that are coming from the government. We are also, where we know of particular individuals whose data may have been exposed and who may be particularly vulnerable, communicating directly with them. I will take away his suggestion of an advice line, but I think for now that is going to be the most important and effective way of disseminating the warnings and keeping people up to date as the situation evolves. In terms of the wider security threat to government and other vulnerabilities, the government, in any event before this attack, had indicated that we will have a new national cyber strategy across government by the end of the year. We're also obviously intending to introduce the Cybersecurity and Resilience Bill, which is looking to improve and strengthen government cyber defences and government responses to attacks just like this one. So all of that is going to be important in improving the resilience not just of the legal aid agency, but of cyber systems right across government.
Lauren Edwards.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. A recent Public Accounts Committee inquiry found the government still has substantial gaps in its understanding of how resilient its IT estate is to cyber attack. It was really helpful to hear the work that's ongoing by the Minister, but can I urge her and all departments, in light of this very serious incident, to ensure that they are urgently assessing the robustness of cyber defences, not only in arm's-length bodies like the Legal Aid Agency, but also legacy IT systems and in the supply chain, which the committee found to be known areas of weakness, to ensure that we have as strong a cyber defences in Whitehall as possible.
She's absolutely right that legacy IT systems, whether in government or indeed, as I said, across local authorities, other bodies such as universities, businesses big and small, some of the most famous businesses in the country, as we know, that have recently been exposed to these sorts of risks, whether it's cyber attacks coming from state actors or from organised crime, as appears to be the case in this particular incident, are one of the most serious vulnerabilities of our governmental systems. And that is precisely what today's incident that I'm updating the House highlights. It's why that national cyber strategy is going to be so important in terms of identifying how, at pace, we build up our resilience and protect against these vulnerabilities, which are system-wide and affect public and private actors alike.
David Reed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In recent months, the UK has experienced a number of very high-profile cyber attacks right across the public and the private sector. So does the Minister agree that now is the time to update the Computer Misuse Act 1990 to enhance cyber resilience through strengthened legal protections for cybersecurity researchers? And if yes, which department is responsible for bringing about this change?
He will know that the Cybersecurity and Resilience Bill is being introduced in this session. The focus of that very bill is to improve the cyber defences of this country, and it does that through bolstering regulator support, through bolstering the regulatory framework, and setting out how our national security agencies can provide a strengthened and emboldened response to just such attacks. It seems to me that that is the appropriate legislative vehicle for delivering what I think we all wish to see, which is a more robust defence of our cyber systems.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for her statement. I think what shocks me most about this attack is it's an attack on some of the most vulnerable people in our society. So can I ask the Minister what residents in Harlow can do who are concerned that their data has been taken by these criminals, and how they can actually get legal aid if they need it?
I thank him for that very important question. I would suggest that they can do two things. Firstly, to be in touch with their legal aid provider, because that will be the source of that data sharing and would have been the source of the application for legal aid, but also to get in touch directly if they are concerned that their data may have been affected with the legal aid agency. For those who need to apply for legal aid providers have been informed how they can continue to do that, because it is vital that we don't allow the justice system to grind to a halt, and that those who need emergency legal aid can continue to access it. And we have put in those business contingency plans to ensure that there is no one in this country, whether in Harlow or anywhere else, who will be prevented from or delayed in accessing legal aid whilst we work to resolve this issue.
Sir John Whittingdale.
The Minister will be aware of the rising number of cyber attacks, both by criminals and by hostile state actors. Can I also express my disappointment that she has chosen to try to make party political points on this?
Inappropriate.
Instead, can she say whether or not those responsible are UK-based, like, for instance, the Dragon Force group or the Scattered Spiders group, who claim responsibility for the attacks on the Co-op and Marks and Spencer? And can she also say whether or not checks are being made across government to identify any security breaches that may not yet have been acted on by those who are responsible?
Good question.
I'm not going to disclose the name of the perpetrators of this malign attack. I don't think it would be responsible of me to do so whilst the investigation is live and whilst they're being pursued, not least through legal avenues. So I'm not able to share that information at the moment, but when I am able to share it, I will of course update the House.
Dr Andrew Morrison.
Deputy Speaker, in her zeal to have a pop at the previous government, the Minister implied that this country was peculiarly vulnerable to cyber attack. Now, there'll be people listening to her out there who may be encouraged by that. So would she correct the record and reflect upon the International Telecommunications Union Global Cybersecurity Index, which found Britain to be right at the very top of the league table for cybersecurity, with countries known to be experts such as Estonia and Germany? And would she agree with me that whilst we must not be complacent, it's important to tell the whole truth?
Yeah.
As I said, those responsible are the baddies here. But let me be absolutely clear. I was absolutely shocked when I came into the department to find the state of the legal aid agency's IT legacy systems. Fragile, vulnerable, at risk, and frankly not fit for purpose. And that's not my view. That's the view of the Law Society. That's the view of lots of users who use an arcane system that is not only slow, but we've now found is so fragile that it has exposed many of its users to an unconscionable risk. And now, that's not good enough. That's not talking down a system. That is the state of the system, and it's that vulnerability that has been exposed by these malign actors. And the fact is that the previous government knew about it and failed to fix it. Yeah. We're not going to make the same mistake.
Iqbal Mohammed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for her statement, and she's absolutely right. And I join the opposition in condemning the criminals who perpetrated this attack. She's already explained what constituents who may be impacted should do, and I won't ask her to repeat that. But can she assure this House that the learnings from this cyber attack are already being applied across government and public sector? And if there are extra steps required to access legal aid or process payments by legal aid providers, will the providers be compensated accordingly?
It's absolutely right that once we've resolved this investigation, once we can be assured that the hackers are no longer in the system and that people's data is safe, once we can be assured that our legal aid platform is operating properly and is handling people's data in a safe way, at that point there will need to be a stocktake and an effort to learn lessons, not least as we embark, and we are already in that process of stabilising and transforming this system so that it's fit for the future. And no doubt that there will be lessons from this particular attack for other public and government bodies. The question of compensation is one that I think must wait for another day. My priority is removing the hackers from the system, making sure that they feel the full force of the law, and ensuring that in the meantime there is no person that needs legal aid that cannot get it, and that the system continues to operate.
Alison Griffiths.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Recent cyber attacks on retail targets have highlighted the cost to businesses and individuals of an organisation's failure to take cybersecurity sufficiently seriously. This attack on the legal aid agency, resulting in the theft of millions of pieces of deeply sensitive personal data, is perhaps the most egregious yet. So my question is why it has taken a newspaper article to bring the Minister to the Chamber, and what else isn't she telling us?
I'm afraid she's got her chronology the wrong way round. The reason there was a newspaper article is because the Ministry of Justice published a public statement as soon as it became aware of the full extent of the threat. And the reason it did that was to protect legal aid providers and indeed the end users, their clients. So in fact, we have been utterly transparent. It's not following the newspaper article. In fact, she's got her facts exactly the wrong way round.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister very much for her answers and for the detailed answers and reassurances as well. The legal aid system is an imperative cog in the wheels of justice, and the attack on this must be seen as an attack on justice as well. So can the Minister outline whether this attack encompasses legal aid detailed from across the entirety of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and what discussions have taken place, if that's right, with the Minister of Justice for Northern Ireland, where people will have justified fears for their addresses being leaked to those who may harm them, and what support is available for those who are now in fear, such as domestic abuse victims? Thank you so much.
I thank him for that question, and my understanding is that the entirety of the legal aid agency's system has been exposed. We don't know the full extent, and we won't know the full extent of that exposure and the theft that has taken place until investigations have completed. But it's for that reason that we have taken the precaution of shutting the system down. I can assure him that we will make sure that we are in contact with all the devolved nations and regions to make sure that legal aid providers, the length and breadth of the United Kingdom, are kept informed. And he's absolutely right. Some of the most vulnerable people in our society in receipt of legal aid will be feeling that more vulnerable today, and I deeply regret that, and it's what makes me so furious at what has happened. And what I would do is encourage them to be super vigilant, to be in touch with their providers, and for those providers to contact the legal aid agency and contact us with any particular vulnerabilities, and indeed where they need to continue providing legal aid to those clients.
That concludes the statements.
Point of order.
Point of order, Dave Dugan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. You may recall last week that Mr Speaker granted an urgent question to my colleague, the Honourable Member for Aberdeen North, to discuss the adherence of the Government or otherwise to Principle 9.1 of the Ministerial Code. During that urgent question, Madam Deputy Speaker, I asserted that there was no such similar burden and duty on Scottish Government ministers. I'd like to make clear to the House that my office has since clarified with me that the Scottish Government's Ministerial Code provision 10.1 and 6.24 actually do confer broadly the same duty upon Scottish Government ministers. I've never misled the House before, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm very grateful for you giving me this opportunity to correct the record. Thank you.
I am grateful to the Honourable Member for giving notice of his point of order and thank him for his promptness in correcting the record. The Clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Mental Health Bill. Lords, second reading.
Now.
Minister to move second reading. I call the Health Secretary, West Streeton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that the bill now be read a second time, and I want to place on record my thanks to Baroness Merron for her leadership of the bill in the House of Lords, and thank members from right across the House of Lords for their contribution to scrutiny of the bill. And I'd particularly like to thank Baroness May of Maidenhead for the constructive way in which she's engaged the government, and indeed for commissioning Sir Simon Westley to undertake a review of mental health that underpins so much of the bill that we are debating this afternoon. At the general election, Labour stood on a manifesto commitment to modernise the Mental Health Act. I'm proud to say we are delivering on that promise within the first session of this Parliament. And in doing so, we are providing a once-in-a-generation opportunity to profoundly transform the way we view and support people with serious mental illness. The measure of a society is how it treats its most vulnerable citizens. When it comes to the treatment of people with serious mental illness, we are falling well short of the humane, compassionate society we aspire to be. Patients live 15 to 20 years shorter lives than the average. They are often accommodated far away from their family and loved ones. The facilities they are housed in can be completely unsuitable. Lord Darcy found during his investigation last year nearly 20 patients in a mental health facility forced to share 2 showers and live amongst an infestation of rats and cockroaches. Patients are denied the basic choice and agency that is awarded to NHS patients with physical illnesses. People from ethnic minority communities, and especially Black African and Caribbean men, are more than 3 times as likely to be sectioned. Although they are very different conditions, people with a learning disability or autistic people are often lumped in with those who have mental illness, reflecting an outdated lack of medical understanding.
On that point, will the Health Secretary...
I'll certainly give way.
Thank the Health Secretary for giving way. He will have been briefed by the Care Minister about the tragic murder of Christopher Lascaris, the son of my constituent Fiona Lascaris, and the lack of a voice for parents who know their own children extremely well in very difficult situations like this. Has the government considered whether it might offer an amendment to make things like Christopher's tragic murder less likely in the future?
I'm extremely grateful to him for that intervention, and I want to place on record my thanks to Fiona for her campaigning work in completely unimaginable circumstances for those who haven't walked in her shoes and experienced the kind of grief that she is experiencing. I know that my honourable friend, the member for Rother Valley, has been campaigning assiduously on this issue, and similarly we've had representations from the honourable members for Dorking and Hawley, who's in his place, and of course the right honourable gentleman. We are considering very carefully the arguments that have been raised and looking at what we can do within this bill to advance things in the way that Fiona and others like her would like to see. We'll continue that engagement throughout the passage of the bill and see if there is a workable way in which we can improve this bill to make sure that others do not have to go through the unimaginable heartbreak that Fiona is living with every day.
Would you give way?
I'll certainly give way.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way. As he's touching on ways to strengthen this bill even further, he'll know that the Human Rights Committee has just this morning published our report on this bill, praising it for all that it will do to address a number of inequalities, but picking up 1 or 2 areas where it could go even further. I know that he won't have had a chance to look at it yet, our report, but will he arrange for a meeting with members of the Human Rights Committee and the relevant minister to discuss our findings?
I thank my honourable friend for his intervention. I wish I could correct him and say that I have already read in detail the feedback from the committee, but he's right, I haven't had a chance to do that yet, but I can assure him that I and my honourable friend, the Minister for Care, we'll absolutely be looking at the committee's report, and we'd be very happy to meet with my honourable friend and members of the committee to discuss in further details their findings and recommendations. We want to make sure that this bill is as strong as it can possibly be, reflecting the length of time that has passed since the Mental Health Act was reformed. Indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Mental Health Act is as old as I am. While attitudes to... Yes, thank you for those interventions.
He knows where his bread's buttered.
Yeah, thank you very much. Can I just assure members, heaping compliments across the chamber, it won't affect investment decisions in their constituencies. But I am nonetheless very grateful. But Madam Deputy Speaker, there is a serious point here, which is while attitudes to mental health have come on leaps and bounds in the past 4 decades, the law has been frozen in time. As a result, the current legislation fails to give patients adequate dignity, voice, and agency in their care. This is despite the fact that patients themselves have consistently told us that being treated humanely and making decisions about their own care plays a vital role in their recovery. When patients are detained and treated without any say over what is happening to them, it can have serious consequences for their ongoing health. To quote one of the many patients who bravely shared their experiences with Sir Simon Westley's independent review, and I quote, "Being sectioned was one of the most traumatic experiences of my life. Sadly, as a result of being sectioned, I developed PTSD as the direct result of the way I was treated." Sir Simon's review was published 7 years ago. It shone a light on a group of people who have been hidden, ignored and forgotten. And in the time that's passed since, the case for change has only snowballed. The bill now takes forward Sir Simon's recommendations. The review stressed that legislation alone wouldn't fix the system. Culture and resources matter too. This was echoed in Lord Darcy's investigation into the NHS, which uncovered some hard truths. A dramatic rise in the use of restrictive interventions on children. 345 patients waiting more than a year for their first appointment with mental health services, more than the entire population of Leicester, 109,000 of whom were under the age of 18. This bill does not solve every problem in our mental health services, but it marks a vital step in our plans to improve the quality of care, combat long-standing inequalities, and bring about a stronger focus on prevention and early intervention in mental health. And I'd be happy to give way.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. Would he agree with me that while we are seeing record levels of mental health problems in our young people, investment in community services for people with mental health problems must be a priority?
I wholeheartedly agree with my honourable friend, and as he has heard many times from this dispatch box, we want to see a shift in the centre of gravity in the NHS out of hospitals into the community as one of the 3 key shifts that will underpin our 10-year plan for health, which we'll be publishing in the not too distant future. And Madam Deputy Speaker, the Mental Health Act is designed to keep patients and the public safe, but it is clear to anyone who has seen how patients are treated that it does so in an outdated, blunt way, unfit for the modern age. It is too easy for someone under the Act to lose all sense of agency, rights and respect. It is sometimes necessary to detain and treat patients, but there is no reason why patients experiencing serious mental illness should be denied the choice and agency they would rightly expect in physical care. Not only should the health service treat all its patients with dignity and respect anyway, but giving people a say over their own care means their treatment is more likely to be successful. In the foreword to his independent review, Sir Simon Wesley said, "I often heard from those who told me, looking back, that they realised that compulsory treatment was necessary, even life-saving, but then went on to say, why did it need to be given in the way it was?" Another patient in the 2018 review said, "I felt a lot of things were done to me rather than with me. We need to get this right. We need to give these patients a voice. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
Madam Deputy, can I commend the Secretary of State for bringing forward his details for the mental health illness bill before us tonight. The Minister, at all occasions, whenever I've inquired of him, has been keen to share those ideas and thoughts and legislation with Northern Ireland. In relation to mental health illness, to deprivation, to poverty, some of the figures for Northern Ireland are the highest in the United Kingdom, and it really worries me as an MP who has responsibility here for my constituent of Strangford back home. So can I ask the Minister this? I know he will. I know the Minister will, sorry, I should say. Will he share all of those ideas with the Health Minister, Mike Nesbitt, back home, to ensure that the benefits coming from this bill tonight will be the benefits that we can have in Northern Ireland as well? Thank you.
I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman for his intervention. I'm happy to reaffirm that we have a really strong working relationship with Minister Mike Nesbitt and the Northern Ireland Executive, and we're very keen to share insight wherever we can. He also makes, I think, a very important point, which refers back to the remarks I made about the limitations of legislation. Reform of the statute book is important in terms of how the law treats people. But we also, as well as reforming the model of care and clinical pathways and looking at new treatments and innovations and technologies, we also need to focus on prevention, attacking the social determinants of ill health, including mental ill health, of which poverty is a key driver of stress, anxiety, depression and worse. And that is why this government will keep such a focus, not just in our 10-year plan for health, but more broadly across public policy. The current legislation has left many people with a learning disability and autistic people in mental health hospitals when they could receive much better care elsewhere. Around 4 in 10 people with a learning disability or autism could be cared for in the community. This bill aims to improve the care and treatment people receive when detained, whilst keeping patients and the public safe. Through the bill, we are strengthening and clarifying the criteria for detention and community treatment orders to better support clinicians in their decision-making. We are introducing increased scrutiny and oversight for compulsory detention and treatment. And we are providing patients with a clear road to recovery by introducing statutory care and treatment plans for all patients detained under the Act, except if under a very short-term section. I'm very happy to give way to my honourable friend.
Thank you. I thank the Secretary of State for giving way. And will he agree with me that a proper community treatment plan for those with learning disabilities and autism is not just reliant on the actions of his department, but a cross-government effort, and similarly an integrated care system at a local level?
My honourable friend is absolutely right, and I'm very glad that my department is working closely with other government departments across a range of issues, particularly with my right honourable friend, the Work and Pensions Secretary, on the link between employment, welfare and health, with my right honourable friend, the Education Secretary, on reform to special educational needs and disability and the interface between health and education services, and I could go on. The point is that people's health and well-being is impacted upon by a wide range of factors, and indeed people's health and well-being can have an impact on a wide range of aspects of their lives, which is why we have to work in a mission-driven, cross-government way. Choosing favourites, I'll give way to the Honourable Lady.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way. He's very kind. I was interested when he was talking about the impacts of mental health on society at large, as to whether he's given consideration to the Carers Trust proposal, which would amend the bill so that when a parent has a mental health crisis, checks are put in place to ensure that any young carers in that family are suitably cared for and safeguards put in place.
I'm grateful to the honourable member for that intervention and for raising the very serious issue of an issue of increasing prevalence of the impact of parental mental ill health on children and young people. We're very happy to look at the Carers Trust proposal and to take representations on this and other issues as the bill progresses through its common stages. We want to make sure that we get not just the legal the legal basis of mental health provision, but also practical care in the right place. And as we think about children and young people's mental health and well-being, we also need to take into account their parents' mental health and well-being through that lens too. Patients' choices and needs will always be taken into account, thanks to the introduction of a new clinical checklist. This requires clinicians to involve patients and those close to them in decisions affecting their care, while retaining the power to treat individuals compulsorily where absolutely necessary.
Will I put an intervention?
I certainly will.
Thank you for taking intervention. Would you agree that should be a case of when absolutely necessary? In my previous role, I provide advocacy for a family of a young man who's been in a state hospital in Scotland for 17 years under a compulsory treatment order. His family lives several hours away in the northeast of Scotland. This is a horrendous infringement, in my view, of his and their human rights. Will he share any learnings from this action this government's taken, which is so welcome, and how community treatment can be placed effectively for these people who are going through such horrific restrictions on their rights to family life?
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for his question, which I think raises two key issues in mental health provision. One is to make sure that the bar is set in the right place for compulsory treatment, and second, to make sure that where there is either compulsory or voluntary treatment in a hospital setting, that it is within reasonable distance of family, friends and loved ones. Because as my honourable friend has very powerfully described, the impact of cases like that one are not just deprivation of liberty, but an impact on an entire family. And we need, on both sides of the border, to do much better when it comes to appropriate placement of people in mental health settings. There will always be times when patients hit crisis points and lack the ability to express what they want. To ensure that their voice isn't lost and professionals are working with patients, this bill introduces duties to encourage people to make an advanced choice document while they are well. This provides a record of their wishes for use by mental health professionals should the patient later experience a crisis that renders them incapable of making their own decisions. I'll give way to my honourable friend.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way. I was 11 years old when my mum first tried to take her own life and was sectioned several times over the coming years and until I was an adult. I wonder if the Secretary of State can give some indication as to how this new way of treating people and making it part of the community and perhaps looking after the children of those impacted will be measured over time so that we know it's successful.
Well, I'm extremely grateful to my honourable friend for sharing such a personal lived experience of the issues we're debating this afternoon. And I encourage her to take every opportunity to share directly with ministers or through the passage of this bill those experiences that she's had and others in a similar situation will have, so that we can provide the best possible support for people experiencing mental health crisis and their loved ones who also experience an enormous amount of pain and anxiety in supporting someone who is going through acute mental illness. We're also updating the outdated nearest relative provisions to allow patients to choose someone to be their nominated person, which gives the individual important powers to represent the patient's interests when they cannot represent themselves. One patient explained, and I quote, "My mother used to perform this role, but she now has Alzheimer's and she lacks capacity. Under the current system, I cannot specify who I wish to serve as my nearest relative. The responsibility would automatically go to my oldest sister, a sister I do not get on with. Our reforms ensure that this statutory role is not chosen for the patient, but rather is the choice of the patient." And Madam Deputy Speaker, advocacy services are often a lifeline for those who find themselves in the vulnerable position of being detained, giving a voice to those who otherwise feel voiceless. Patients have reported that an advocate can ensure, and I quote, "their voice and opinion is valued and listened to." They came to my meetings, valued my opinion, and put my views across to other people. People listened to my advocate. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, we're also extending advocacy services to those patients who come to hospital voluntarily, and we're making changes to improve advocacy uptake among those who are detained, as well as working to change the culture of our health and care services so that everyone is listened to and does not have to rely on an advocacy service to get their voice heard.
On that point,
certainly give way.
Very grateful to the youthful Secretary of State for giving way. In my constituency in Bristol and Woodstock in the last few months, I've had a number of people come to me to describe the difficulty they've had in transitioning from the care of children and adult mental health services to adult mental health services. This is a critical transition, and they specifically described difficulties in accessing the same medication when they turn 18 that they've previously been relying on as young people. Can the Secretary of State describe to me how either the bill or the change in culture that he's advocating will improve the situation for people like my constituents?
I'm very, very grateful for that intervention, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Honourable Gentleman raises, frankly, a sort of depressingly familiar issue of transition from youth and adolescent services to adult services. It applies across such a wide range of public services, and it's so frustrating that here we are in this decade of the 21st century still describing a problem that was prevalent in the 90s and noughties. But nonetheless, we are working to improve not just the law but performance in this space, and many of the changes we will be looking to make under the auspices of our 10-year plan are about better joining up data, information and patient records, better care planning for patients, designing services around patients so that everyone, whatever their age or stage of treatment, are receiving joined up services with clinicians with a full picture of that patient's experience. And hopefully that will also help to deal with some of the cliff edges and bumps in the road that people can often experience when transitioning from one part of the NHS to another, whether it's youth and adolescent services to adult services, or frankly the interface between primary and secondary care too. Certainly give way.
I'm very grateful to the Secretary of State for giving way and welcome this piece of legislation, which I think is generally in a very good place. I've had a tragic situation in my constituency where somebody had been admitted to hospital in a suicidal state, had discharged themselves, and then unfortunately no follow-up care was provided, took their own life. It's been devastating for their family. I wonder if he would consider looking at how the community supports people who might have had a mental health crisis and have discharged themselves, how we keep them safe in the future.
And I'm very, very grateful to the Honourable Member for that intervention. The bill, to an extent, deals with some of the cases that would fall under the category she describes, particularly through reforms to community treatment orders, but it wouldn't necessarily cover the full extent of the sorts of people who might find themselves in that position. And that's where I think making sure that, particularly using technology isn't the answer to every problem in the health service, by the way, but through better use of data, patient records, analytics, we will be better able in the future to predict risk and to prevent the sorts of tragedies that she describes, which aren't just a tragedy for lives cut needlessly short, but a tragedy for those who live their lives going through that intolerable grief and loss for the many years that follow. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is a shameful truth about our society that people with a learning disability or autism are detained sometimes for years with little or no therapeutic benefit. This bill will put an end to this injustice. It will limit detention so that people with a learning disability and autistic people are no longer detained beyond 28 days unless they have a co-occurring mental health condition which will benefit from treatment in hospital. This will require the necessary community provision in place to support people with a learning disability or autism. We are working to set out what strong community services look like and the resources required to implement this so that there are robust alternatives to hospital care. To help plug the flow of inappropriate admissions to hospital, the bill places a duty on integrated care boards to improve monitoring and support for people with a learning disability or autism who may be at risk of future detention. The bill will introduce statutory care, education and treatment reviews to ensure patients are safe and receiving the right care and treatment when detained, and that a plan to discharge them to the community is being worked up. We will remove prison and police cells from the definition of places of safety. Police cells are for criminals, not for patients in desperate need of medical help. Madam Deputy Speaker, throughout the development of these reforms, we have maintained the central purpose of the Mental Health Act to keep individuals and the wider public safe. The vast majority of people with mental illness, including severe mental illness, present no risk to themselves or others. And for the majority of people, treatment can be provided without compulsion. However, there are some people whose illness, when acutely unwell, can make them a risk to themselves and sometimes to others. No one knows this better than the families of Ian Coates, Barnaby Webber, or Grace O'Malley Kumar, the victims of Valdo Calacane's violent rampage in Nottingham, whose campaign for justice and accountability has been truly awe-inspiring. Or indeed the family of Valdo Calacane, who I've also spent time with, listening to their experience of feeling badly let down by health services. As the independent investigation into the murders found, both he and his victims were failed by the health service, and the families are left to live through the consequences in a level of pain the rest of us could scarcely imagine. I'd like to place on record my thanks to all 4 families for meeting me, as my team and I were working on this bill. Thanks to the amendments we are making to this Act, decision makers will have to consider the risk of serious harm when making decisions to detain. This will ensure that any risks to the public and patients are considered as part of the assessment process. We will also introduce a new requirement for the responsible clinician to consult another person when deciding whether to discharge a patient, putting in place robust safeguards against the release of potentially dangerous people. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, as I've said, legislation alone will not fix the wider issues of increasing mental health needs and long waiting times. To do that, this government is investing in earlier intervention to meet patients' needs and prevent them reaching crisis point. In the past 10, I'm just coming to my conclusion, I'm afraid. In the past 10 months, we have met the mental health investment standard for 25-26. We've invested an extra £680 million in mental health services this year, a real terms increase, funded mental health support teams in schools for almost an extra 1 million pupils, invested an extra £26 million to build new mental health crisis centres, funded NHS talking therapies for an additional 380,000 patients, and begun recruiting the 8,500 mental health professionals we promised in our manifesto. All part of the additional £26 billion this Labour government is investing in health and care services. Investment that was opposed by every party on the opposite benches. Investment that is only happening because we have a Labour government. Madam Deputy Speaker, mental health reform isn't just about changing laws, it's about changing lives. The action we are taking provides support and care to people at their most vulnerable. It will modernise our mental health services to keep us all safe and create a safety net that any of us might need one day. And I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I shall call Shadow Secretary of State Ed Arger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I take the opportunity to thank the Secretary of State for bringing this bill before Parliament. The last update to the Act in 2007 took, I think, 8 years from the Richardson Review to it becoming an Act, and similarly this too has been a long time in the making. So can I welcome the speed with which the Secretary of State on taking office has moved to bring this before both Houses of Parliament. We may on occasion tussle, however, as I've said since the election, on this side of the House we will not oppose for the sake of opposition. We will be constructive, working to improve legislation and supporting the government where we believe they are doing the right thing. And I recognise the Secretary of State's constructive approach to this piece of legislation. May I also join with him at the outset in paying tribute to the families of Calacane's victims in Nottingham for what they have done subsequently, campaigning, their dedication, their work, including on this legislation, and the incredible dignity with which they have conducted themselves in unthinkable circumstances. Now, as the Secretary of State has mentioned, whilst not missing an opportunity to allude to his sort of youthfulness, the Mental Health Act 1983 governs the compulsory detention and medical treatment of people with severe mental illness for the safety and protection of themselves and those around them. As the Secretary of State set out, sadly, all too often those with learning disabilities or autism have been conflated with this group, and we must rightly take this opportunity to address that, as this bill seeks to do. In the more than 40 years that has followed that act, healthcare, treatments and crucially our own understanding of mental health illnesses has come on in enormous strides. And it's therefore not only important but right that our laws are updated to reflect the modern world and the knowledge we have today. Today we are debating issues impacting on those with the most severe mental health issues and their families, but as the interventions on the Secretary of State so far have highlighted, we should not forget the broader picture and context in which this sits and the challenges posed by mental health issues more broadly. The importance of continued investment in this space and the many organisations we should recognise who do amazing work, both to educate society about mental ill health, but also to support people with mental health illnesses. And I should also take this opportunity to pay tribute to my right honourable friend who's just left the chamber, the member for Godalming and Ash, for the work he did as Secretary of State on mental health. And it's a passionate determination, I think it's fair to say, aside from the to and fro of party politics, I think the current Secretary of State shares for addressing these issues. As he said, we have done much, but I believe we can and must continue to strive to do better. Keeping legislation up to date is particularly important for legislation such as this. Legislation which gives the power to the state to deprive people of their liberties, to protect the safety of the individual and those around them, and to carry out treatment. These are powers that should only ever be used when absolutely necessary, and it is therefore right they are reviewed and updated to ensure they remain relevant, proportionate and appropriate. Now, the most recent update to the bill was in 2007 under the last Labour government, which saw the introduction of community treatment orders and independent mental health advocates, as well as changing the detention criteria. Since then, however, as the Secretary of State alluded to, trends have emerged which have raised concerns. The overall number of detentions under the Mental Health Act has been steadily rising, with around 52,500 recorded detentions in England in 2023-24, including 963 recorded detentions of children aged 17 and under. Now that's a 2.5% increase on the previous year and around 14% higher than in 2016 to 2017. In the same year, 2023 to 24, black people were 3.5 times more likely than white people to be detained under the Mental Health Act and 7 times more likely to be placed on a community treatment order. The reasons why this may be are likely complex, and I'll return to that later. That is why in 2017, just 10 years after the previous update to the Mental Health Act, then Prime Minister Theresa May, now Baroness May, commissioned an independent report to review how the Mental Health Act was used and how it could be improved. Not only would the review consider the trends of detentions, it also considered wider concerns around whether some processes were out of step with what we should see in a modern mental health system, including the balance of safeguards, patient choice and patient agency in their own care, and the effectiveness of community treatment orders. Sir Simon Wesley published his review in 2018, and I wanted to take this opportunity to put on record once again our thanks for his important work. Subsequently, the previous government then published a draft mental health bill based on the recommendations of the report and given the opportunity for others to have their say too. The draft bill also went before the pre-legislative scrutiny committee in Parliament, allowing members and peers to thoroughly review the bill and make recommendations before the final version was introduced. For such an important area of policy, which can have such a profound impact on people's lives, I believe it's right that we took the time to get this right. That work, updating the Mental Health Act, started under the previous government, and we had a commitment in our election manifesto to update the laws in this area, and that is something that has been carried on by the new government, and we continue to believe this is the right thing to do. So I want to put on record our in principle support for the government in this legislation, and I would also take the opportunity to pay tribute for the work he did as a shadow minister in this space to my honourable friend, the member for Runnymede and Weybridge, who not only has a professional expertise in this space, but has brought that to the deliberations of this House and consideration of this legislation. I suspect we may hear from him a little later. There are, of course, many areas in this legislation that we very much welcome. Strengthening the rights of patients to express a treatment preference, expanding access to independent mental health advocates, and removing police and prison cells as places of safety so patients can be treated in an appropriate setting, and I welcome this. That said, of course, it doesn't mean that we will stand back as the bill passes through its stages in the House without scrutinising and seeking to constructively improve it. Part of our role as the opposition is to scrutinise legislation, to ask questions, to probe further, and possibly help to seek to prevent any unintended consequences. To identify potential problems and ensure they've been aired in committee, to engage constructively to improve the legislation for everyone's benefit. And that is what we shall do. And I know that my honourable friend, the member for Hinckley and Bosworth, will approach committee stage in that vein. We very much welcome efforts to improve the patient's voice and involvement in their own care, including through greater use of advanced choice documents. In its current form, the bill places a duty on NHS England and integrated care boards to make patients aware of their option to have such a document. But this could be as simple, for example, as having a poster on a notice board. It wouldn't necessarily require a conversation. Introducing a legal right for patients who are being treated or someone who is at risk of detention would mean that they have to be specifically told about this choice, allowing them to make a deliberate decision. And I suspect we may in committee gently press the Minister to go a little further in this space in strengthening that right to have a voice heard. Having done a number of bill committees, I will gently hint to the Minister now areas where we might do that. It might make his and his officials' life a little easier when these amendments are tabled in committee. We're also pleased we're also pleased to see peers pass an amendment to better protect children who require a nominated person, removing the discretion where a court order regarding parental responsibility is in place. We do believe, however, there is potentially more we can do to support and protect children, particularly regarding age-appropriate settings for treatment. And I hope that either in the Minister of State's wind-up or possibly in the course of the discussions in committee, he will be able to explore in greater detail the steps the government is taking to reduce the number of children being treated on adult mental health wards and ensure that lessons are learned at both a national and indeed a local system provider level. Thirdly, we are conscious there are a number of elements in the bill which will require additional resources to be put in place. The removal of police and prison cells sensibly as places of safety will require sufficient alternative capacity for people to be treated when they are detained. And I would ask what approach the government intends to take in addressing this. Increasing the frequency that patients can apply to the Mental Health Tribunal to have their detention reviewed and widening automatic referrals will potentially again increase demand and pressure on the system. Now, we know that the legal system is already under pressure and the impact assessment acknowledges there will be impacts and costs. So is the Minister confident that the system has the capacity to handle these additional demands, and if not, what steps are being taken with the Ministry of Justice to address that? Yeah, I'll take intervention from the Honourable Gentleman.
I thank the Shadow Secretary for giving way. He raises an important point about resources. The updated impact assessment estimates that the cost of reform is at £5.3 billion. And with the Secretary of State having confirmed that mental health spending is falling as a share of the NHS expenditure from 9.01 to 8.73, does he agree with me that without legislative safeguards to protect mental health funding, this bill might not achieve the aims that it's set out to achieve?
Yeah. Well, I'm grateful to the Honourable Gentleman. He is right to highlight both the costs of this and the investment that's needed. That doesn't detract from the importance of the measures and the need for the measures that are set out in this legislation, but he does point out that as a proportion of overall health spending on mental health has slightly fallen in the latest figures. I hope that the Minister of State in his wind-up will address the approach that's being taken to ensure that this legislation, which I think enjoys broad support across the House, has the resources it needs behind it to ensure that it actually delivers the outcomes we would all wish to see in practice. I will regret doing this, but of course I'll give way to the Secretary of State.
The Shadow Secretary of State. I should just point out for the record that mental health spending this year has increased in real terms, thanks to the decisions that the government has taken. And as a proportion of spend on health services overall, it is true to say it has just decreased by 0.07%. But that does also not fully take into account the fact that as well as investing heavily in our elective backlog and clearing waiting lists, we are also investing in general practice, which will benefit enormously people with mental ill health.
Well, I'm grateful to the Secretary of State. He was occasionally kinder than he normally is. But I would say to him, I take his point, and I'm grateful to him for acknowledging there is that slight, but nonetheless reduction in the proportion of spending. And I hear what he says more broadly, but I hope that he and the Minister of State in winding up will reiterate their commitment to ensuring that this legislation succeeds, which we all wish it to do, and that the pressures that it may well place on parts of the system will be addressed and will not simply have to be absorbed within that system. But I suspect the Minister will come to that in his concluding remarks. While directing more mental health patients away from inpatient hospital settings to community treatment settings, and this goes to the Secretary of State's point, where clinically appropriate, and of course that's key, it is the right principle. We do have to ensure that the NHS has the capacity to provide those community treatments from the point at which this legislation is hopefully enacted into statute. Now, the government accepted the reforms will take a number of years to implement in order to recruit and train more clinical and indeed judicial staff. So what is the plan for this, and how much will that cost, and in what sort of phasing over a number of years? The current NHS workforce plan will nearly double the number of mental health nurses by 2031 to 2032. But the Secretary of State has said that he intends to update that workforce plan. It would be helpful if during the passage of this bill he might be able, or the Minister might be able, to offer some indications either to the Bill Committee or to this House as to what those changes he envisages for the workforce plan might mean for the workforce in this space as it relates to the provisions of this legislation. Now, we also recognise the significance of the bill in limiting the detention of patients with a learning disability or autism, meaning they could only continue to be detained for treatment if they had a co-occurring mental health condition that requires hospital treatment and meets the criteria under the Act. Autism alone would no longer justify continued detention under the Act, in theory ensuring they receive the appropriate support in the right setting, as we would all wish to see. Can the Minister, in concluding, confirm what steps are being taken to ensure that there are sufficient services and sufficient capacity in them to properly support people with autism and learning disabilities, to ensure they do actually receive the right support they need? And can he confirm also that there will still, in the nature of this legislation, always be a central role for professional clinical judgments in these matters? Finally, what we are debating here today in part follows concerns about racial disparities in the application of the Mental Health Act. Now, is the Secretary of State or the Minister able to provide more evidence to help us and help the House understand this issue further? What research has been undertaken to understand those statistics and what sits behind them? And what further research is the government planning in this area to better understand what sits behind those statistics? Madam Deputy Speaker, we welcome this important opportunity to look again at how we treat and protect people with some of the most severe mental illnesses, ensuring that our laws remain relevant and proportionate in the modern world, seeking to empower people, treating them humanely. Updating the Mental Health Act is the right thing to do, and we will work constructively with the government to improve the safety, treatment, agency and, crucially, dignity of mental health patients who are detained and of the wider public.
Neil Kyle.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I add my thanks to the Secretary of State and his whole ministerial team for bringing forward this crucial legislation so early in this government, alongside other positive measures to fix our NHS. It was Labour that built the NHS, it was Labour that saved the NHS in '97, and here he is again today with his team fixing our crucial NHS. I serve a community in Southwark, Bermondsey and North Southwark with higher prevalence of mental health conditions and psychoses. We are fortunate to have SLAM, the South London and Maudsley, on our doorstep. This legislation will be crucial for the service professionals working on the front line as well as all those who need support. And in my borough in Southwark, we also have additional help funded by Southwark's Labour Council and by our Integrated Care Board. Direct access through online systems, through a drop-in hub for young people, means of seeking support that avoid GP wait times and delays to accessing help. I am glad this legislation is based on similar principles to that early access, but despite that additional support in Southwark, I see as a local MP the impact poor mental health has on people's lives blighted by ill health and discrimination. I'm acutely aware that just 5% of people with schizophrenia are in employment, for example, and I'm aware that this bill offers a chance to tackle some of those issues, but it is overdue. I do look forward to working with organisations locally and people with direct experience, including trade unions within the mental health services, carers, the Blackfriars Settlement, food banks, drop-in clubs, supporting people with mental health conditions across Southwark, doing fantastic work, often on shoestring budgets. But as a constituency MP, I also see the impact on whole neighbourhoods of someone's ill health, causing them to behave erratically, sometimes antisocially, with noise and drugs often being interrelated issues, and police involvement following cuckooing by criminals who take advantage of vulnerable people, sadly. This growing phenomenon is one I hope this bill will challenge, and it would be good to hear from Ministers if communities will be able to trigger interventions to support people in crises, including landlords and neighbours where appropriate. Just 2 weeks ago, I joined a ride-along with the police 999 response team. Some might say it's not the first time I've helped the police with their inquiries, but I saw again on this ride-along, it's my third with the local police, that there is still a consistent and sad overlap with mental health crises. I ended my shift with those police officers at King's College, trying to seek support for one ill individual man. I hope the government will retain the extension of Section 135 and 136 powers, delivered in the Lord's Amendment, to ensure other trained and qualified support to reduce the time police otherwise lose. This would save thousands of hours a week for officers' time in London alone and redirect police to areas more needed. Going back further, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Disability Rights Commission, where I was working in the run-up to 2005, the Mental Capacity Act, I recall mental health organisations being almost envious of that legislation and the need to reform the Mental Health Act even then, wondering when access to advocacy and patient-centred treatment would be delivered for people with mental health conditions as well. It is sad that there's been missed decades in between, but I'm glad this legislation is before us today. The Advanced Choices documents are a step forward in returning greater choice and control, lost over recent years as services declined under the last government. The use of nominated persons, as the Secretary of State outlined, they also offer a great step forward, and access to extended use of independent mental health advocates whilst in hospital, which should be automatic, as Mind have advocated. It's great that legislation is here based on the Wesley Independent Review and principles underpinning it. And I wanted to add something on a more personal level, because going back even further, the reason I became more aware of politics was my own mum's diagnosis, roughly the same time the Secretary of State was born, with her diagnosis of schizophrenia in the early 80s, when Rethink was still the Schizophrenia Fellowship. She's been through the mill in the decades in between. I'm not going to suggest that she's been detained more times than I've had hot dinners, because you can see that that's not true by my waistline. But the fact that the Mental Health Act hasn't been updated since then is appalling, frankly. And I never dreamed when I joined the Labour Party early 90s that I would be able to be part of improving legislation as MP here today. But I wanted to flag a couple of concerns based on family experiences. And recently, Mum has just told us that she believes she works at a bank. Now, this was news to us in the family. No doubt it was news to the bank. But she's 75 and she hasn't had to work for some time. It is, I can laugh about it, but it is upsetting that she's unwell. It is frustrating that it is the system that is mad, and maddening for us as a family trying to access support. Her GP denies she is unwell and refuses to see her. The last time this happened, she was sectioned for 6 weeks until she was back in rude health. And believe me, she was very rude when she came out. And SLAM, the South London Mozzie, estimated it costs £3,000 a week to keep someone in hospital until they recover. NHS England put a figure of £20,000 for detaining someone with schizophrenia until they're well. Those costs are avoidable if GPs act faster. And I hope that the question for the Minister is, will this legislation result in better triggers being used? This isn't about AI, this is about known data in the existing system to access supportive interventions. Interventions that help the individual with a mental health condition, help their family avoid the pain and suffering they also share when someone is unwell, save the community the misery of any associated antisocial behaviour or other problems, potentially save the police a fortune in accompanying people to hospital for treatment that might have been avoided, and of course save the NHS thousands in avoidable hospitalisation and inpatient treatment. And GPs can be part of the solution here, but too often, like the Gardenia surgery in Luton, they pass the buck and avoid the issue, pretending everything's okay, despite prescriptions being uncollected and the inevitability of mental ill health rising fast. So I hope that this legislation leads to better community care, as the Secretary of State has outlined, but I also hope that GPs and pharmacists will be supported to trigger outreach work from mental health trusts to anyone not collecting repeat prescriptions, for example. And I hope this will be confirmed more clearly as legislation comes forward, or that the government will indicate to be willing to accept an amendment along these lines. Because the final link point here is that the legislation should come with targets for reduced readmissions and sectioning as part of government plans. If this legislation is successful, people won't be discharged or readmitted in quick succession, and patients known to the system won't require routine cyclical readmission. With the right support, the dysfunctional system can be replaced with huge benefits to people's mental health and huge savings for the NHS. And there were 52,000, I think the figure was given earlier, detentions last year. I hope the government will set out how that figure will fall. So I'll conclude by just saying that I really look forward to supporting this bill's progression. It will be transformative for people I serve and in my community, and people I love in my own family. It will be transformative for millions of people across the country, people with mental health conditions, families, carers, service professionals, but also, if it's done right, it will save the NHS a fortune too.
Can we have the Liberal Democrat spokesperson, Danny Chambers?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Secretary of State for bringing forward this really important piece of legislation today, and for the Minister for his proactive engagement with us earlier this week. Madam Deputy Speaker, before entering Parliament, I was a trustee of a veterinary mental health charity, and I've had to clarify before that this is not a mental health charity for animals with mental health issues, but it's called VetLife, and it is a charity that cares for the mental health of the veterinary profession. And I became a trustee of this charity because my really close friend, Sarah, at the age of just 31, and she had a whole life and career ahead of her, took her own life. And so I took her place as a trustee. And the reason I think it's, losing her actually, getting the news that I had lost her is one of the most painful experiences of my life. And I know that there'll be many other members in here today who will have suffered very similar experiences with their friends and their loved ones. And I speak about Sarah because while we're in this place, we often discuss mental health issues in the terms of statistics, and rightly so. We talk about waiting times, workforce shortages, the economic impact, but we must never forget that these are individual lives behind these numbers, and nearly every person in this country is affected in some way. Now that might be through their own struggles, or maybe those of a loved one, or through grief after someone they care about has lost their battle with depression. But to briefly return to statistics, the profession I come from, veterinary medicine, has a suicide rate of 4 times the national average. It's a very small profession, everyone knows everyone, and so everyone has lost a friend or a colleague to suicide. And the reason I share this is not just for awareness, but it reminds us that there are certain groups that are of a much higher risk, and they are more vulnerable than others, and we could and we should be doing much more to identify and support them.
Would he give way?
I'll happily give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. He will know as a veterinary that farmers also suffer with significant mental health issues, and my constituents in Garcia and Somerton under immense pressure following the family farm tax and the sudden closure of the SFI. Alongside this, they work extremely long hours, and unpredictability of farm work means that it's more difficult for them to be able to access mental health support and doctor's appointments. So does my honourable friend agree with me that we should introduce regular mental health MOT checks at key points in people's lives when they're most vulnerable to mental ill health, particularly to those in rural areas where there are barriers to accessing support?
I thank my honourable friend for that intervention, and you won't be surprised that I do agree with you, as you may as well have read the next bit of my speech. You're completely right. Farmers, those working within agriculture, military veterans and their families, mothers in the first year after childbirth, people living in poverty, LGBTQ+ community, these are just a few of the groups that we know are at heightened risk. Now, we already take a proactive approach when it comes to physical health. We have targeted cancer screenings for at-risk demographics, and we should be doing the same for mental health. And that is why, as my honourable friend for Somerton and Froome has just Glastonbury, change constituency names, boundaries. We've long called for properly resourced community mental health hubs to reach people before they reach crisis point. And we're also calling for regular mental health checkups at key life stages, such as when someone's just given birth or just been discharged from the army. I will happily give way.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way, and he's outlining the treatment options for patients. And new medicines are also incredibly important, and there is groundbreaking research happening at the Warnford Hospital in Oxfordshire, which is also a mental health hospital in desperate need of investment. The two go hand in hand and is in desperate need of investment. Would he agree with me that the government should get behind the Warnford and invest in it?
I will agree with my honourable friend. Thank you for your intervention. But these mental health MOTs could really help catch at-risk people early and start treating them before the problems develop further. Now, I'm sure, like all other members here, mental health issues is probably one of the top issues in our inboxes for our emails, our correspondence. We receive emails from desperate parents, young people left on waiting lists for years throughout their schooling, and adults falling between the cracks of an overstretched system. And we should probably acknowledge that these are not anomalies. They're symptoms of a system that is under immense strain. So this long-awaited mental health bill is a very welcome step. It can't be the only step, because at the heart of our approach must be a simple principle, and that is prevention is better than cure. I will happily give way.
I absolutely support the idea we need to invest in prevention, 100% behind that. But I also have spoken to many constituents who have issues with that emergency healthcare. And Ed, one of my constituents who sadly took his own life, went into A&E with a psychotic episode, was left simply with a phone number, no assessment, and hours later was lost. So I think we also need to make sure we get that emergency treatment for those who need it on the spot, as well as, of course, investing in that prevention. And would my honourable friend agree with me on that principle? Danny.
I totally agree, and we will come on to the care of people once they've been discharged from an acute mental health episode, because it is a hugely emotive and problematic situation. So we need a comprehensive mental health strategy, one that sees mental health not just as a clinical issue, but as the Secretary of State did discuss, it's something that needs to run through housing, education, employment and justice. Because while good clinical services are absolutely vital, we cannot medicate or refer our way out of a mental health crisis. Because many mental health issues are often rooted in very deeper challenges, things like poverty, housing, insecurity, loneliness, debt, trauma. These are not medical problems, but they put people at huge risk of developing mental health issues. And if we're serious about prevention, we must tackle these root causes head on. Now, this bill focuses very much on the rights and treatment of people once they are admitted to mental health units, which is essential. But what is just as important, as my honourable friend just highlighted, is what happens when they're discharged and what support they get in the community to prevent a relapse. Now, in Winchester, we've seen a brilliant initiative between local NHS mental health teams and the Citizens Advice, where teams from the Citizens Advice are in a mental health unit called Melbury Lodge, and they help mental health patients with all their life admin, the bills, the correspondence, so they're not discharged back into the community and come home to a load of outstanding credit card bills and demands to repay their PIP payments, for example. And what is remarkable is that every pound spent on this initiative saves £14.08 on cost avoidance for the NHS. It's through shorter inpatient stays, fewer readmissions, better engagement with services once they're discharged, reduced medication use, and it's a win-win for staff and the patients and the taxpayer. But this is a pilot project, and there's no funding secured for it to continue, despite the proven cost-saving benefits. So we'd urge the government to look seriously at rolling initiatives like this out nationwide. Now, my honourable friend, the member for Dorking and Hawley, has been passionately campaigning since entering this House to ensure that families have a greater input into medical decisions when there are questions over the mental capacity of vulnerable patients. And I'll invite my honourable friend to make an intervention.
That's right. Well, I thank my honourable friend. And as my honourable friend knows, in my maiden speech to Parliament 8 months ago, I pledged that Fiona Lascaris would succeed in changing the law that prevented her saving the life of her autistic son, Christopher, from murder. Fiona is here today. Despite pleading for years, Fiona was never able to obtain a mental capacity assessment for her son. And as we heard from the Secretary of State, the government is now seriously looking at an amendment that would both honour Christopher's legacy and save lives. Does my honourable friend support this amendment?
Danny Chambers.
I thank my honourable friend for that moving intervention, and our condolences to the gallery. And we do appreciate the Secretary of State for seriously considering how we can have an amendment that may help save lives. So, early intervention, it can't just be a slogan. It has to be the foundation of a functional system. Now, last week, I sat around a campfire with the amazing team at the Winchester Youth Counselling Services. And this is a charity that has a nature therapy program, and the 11 to 16-year-olds come and they can go camping, walk and talk therapies, do bushcraft, outdoor cooking, and while we're toasting our marshmallows, they were talking about the free confidential mental health support that they offer, providing services such as one-to-one counselling and a weekly wellbeing walk-in session. Now, by immersing young people in nature, this programme helps reduce stress and anxiety, fosters emotional well-being and resilience. But crucially, these services are accessible without the need for a doctor's referral or diagnosis. Young people can self-refer, ensuring that support is available promptly when it's needed most. And Madam Deputy Speaker, that's why Liberal Democrats have been calling for mental health hubs for young people in every community. And I know we share the government's campaigning for a mental health professional in every primary and secondary school, not just an occasional visit or a pilot scheme, but a permanent funded presence. I'll happily give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and just to follow up on his point about the importance of mental health hubs, in West Dorset, the only CAMHS centre is in Dorchester. For many people in West Dorset, especially young people, that's an over 30-mile round trip to access services. And in rural Britain, where transport links, if you're lucky, exist, if otherwise they are limited, that makes accessing services nearly impossible, which is what makes hubs so important.
I totally recognise the importance of that intervention. We also need a system that is much easier to navigate. A psychiatrist came to see me in my office in Winchester, and his son had been referred to CAMHS. And despite he and his wife working within the medical profession, they said they really struggled to access the help that they needed. And he said, if we can't navigate the system, what chance does anyone else have? And that is one reason the Liberal Democrats were calling for a mental health commissioner. That's someone to champion families, cut through bureaucracy, and help people get the support they need before things get worse. Now, the system needs to be simplified, both for the parents and families who are trying to access service, but also for the system itself to be able to actually function. For years, Liberal Democrats have campaigned for mental health to be treated equally with physical health, and we welcome this commitment to parity in the King's speech. It must be backed by action, and the Garcia report showed that the NHS workload, as the Secretary of State acknowledged, accounts for around 20% of the NHS case burden, and yet it receives just under 10% of the funding. And for this reason, we're wanting to ensure that the mental health invested standard is maintained and strengthened and not quietly scrapped or watered down. The Secretary of State also did highlight the scale of this challenge. Around 1 million people are on waiting lists for mental health services, but importantly 340,000 children are on mental health waiting lists, and some of them waiting for an average of over 15 months for care, which is a huge chunk of their educational time and their personal development. See, this is not a crisis that is waiting to happen. It's a crisis that is already here. And Madam Deputy Speaker, some people do ask, in this economic climate, how can we afford to invest in mental health? But the real question is, how can we afford not to? Because we are already paying the price in lost productivity, emergency call-outs, A&E admissions, and most tragically of all, in lives cut short. We must spend to save. And as the member for Bermondsey discussed, spending time with the police, I've done the same thing, a fascinating and very informative exercise, and I'd encourage everyone to go on patrol with their police. And in Winchester, the police say they spend up to 40% of the time responding to mental health-related incidents. We know many patients turn up to A&E in a mental health crisis, many of them already on a mental health waiting list. And I heard that in the Winchester's A&E, the average amount of time someone spends in a mental health crisis in A&E, often needing individual supervision, is 18 hours. This is not sustainable because we're using the most expensive parts of our health system to do the work that should be happening earlier. And it would be more cost-effective for the taxpayer and a better outcome for the patients. So finally, I want to pay tribute to all those on the front line, the nurses, the counsellors, the psychiatrists, the doctors, therapists, support staff and the charities who prop a system that should be supporting them. And we're looking very much forward to working constructively with the government to improve this mental health bill. And we do support this. We'll keep pushing until we live in a country where mental health gets the same attention and care as physical health. Thank you.
Dr. Marie Tittle.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. One of the reasons I stood for Parliament was to work hard to create a society that values disabled people, that treats us with dignity and respect and ensures there's nothing about us without us. It's right that this government will fix the broken system to ensure we give mental health the same attention as physical health. And I'm pleased to see the 4 key principles from the independent review of the Mental Health Act at the heart of this bill today: choice and autonomy, least restriction, the principle of therapeutic benefit, and most importantly, treating people as individuals. After 14 years of the Conservative government, there are over 2,000 autistic people and people with a learning disability in mental health hospitals in England. 92% of these people are detained under the Mental Health Act 1983, and the average length of stay for current inpatients is almost 5 years. This is a human rights scandal, as concluded by the Joint Committee on Human Rights in 2019. The current situation is simply wrong. Autism and learning disabilities are not mental health conditions, and yet, under the current Mental Health Act, autistic people and people with a learning disability can be detained in mental health hospitals indefinitely. In my 15-year career working with autistic people and those with learning disabilities, along with autism organisations up and down the country, including the National Autistic Society and Autism Alliance, I've seen the tragedy of autistic people cycling through the mental health system because of these measures and the failure of public services to provide adequate social care upon discharge from hospital orders. As an MP in my own constituency, I know there are still too many people being detained who could be supported to live well in our communities, like by organisations such as Grieve House Farm Trust and AFAB on my doorstep locally. The most significant change in the bill before us today is the removal of the autism and learning disability from the definition of mental disorder under Section 3 of the existing Mental Health Act. The vital change in the new mental health bill means autistic people and people with a learning disability cannot be detained for treatment unless they have a co-occurring mental health condition, which requires inpatient mental health care. The government have said that the proposed changes to detention criteria for people with a learning disability and autistic people will only be switched on when systems are able to demonstrate a sufficient level of community support. It is crucial for this to happen quickly, with the government working closely with autistic people and those with a learning disability, as well as advocacy groups, to publish a plan to build sufficient support in our communities up and down the country. My book on the treatment of autistic people in the criminal justice system demonstrated that ensuring there is an appropriate level of services in the community is essential in preventing the needs of autistic people and people with a learning disability from becoming too complex, leading to admission to mental health hospitals, as well as the need to support safe discharge out of hospital. Critical to reducing the numbers of those currently detained in hospital under the current law are care, education and treatment reviews. Reviews for adults and children who are autistic or have a learning disability, which will help speed up discharges, prevent admission and ensure the person is being given appropriate care. I am delighted that today's bill will make these reviews statutory in inpatient settings. The responsible commissioner, clinician, integrated care board and local authority must have regard to the recommendations arising from them. As chair of the all-party parliamentary group on autism, I'm aware that, at present, recommendations are often not followed in an expeditious manner. Therefore, there is an opportunity to strengthen the duty on responsible parties to follow recommendation from these reviews. The Secretary of State for Health has been moving mountains to work on our 10-year plan. Therefore, I hope the bill's 10-year implementation period for the changes to detention criteria will align with the Secretary of State's important work. I know the Right Honourable Member is also doing an incredible job to move to a preventative-led health system, and this provides an opportunity for an integrated approach to community support, including working with the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government to ensure there is adequate housing in every integrated care system. The exclusion and marginalisation of autistic people and those with learning disabilities through their institutionalisations in hospital perpetuates the exclusion from our society. I am proud that our government is tackling these issues so early on in this Parliament, alongside their commitment to the mental health investment standard, the recruitment of 8,500 mental health workers, and work to deliver a long-term plan for reform of adult social care. Society is an order of equality and non-discrimination. It is all the richer where autistic people and people with learning disabilities are included within it to fulfil their potential. I commend this bill to the House.
Dr. Ben Spencer.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I rise to speak in support of this bill. And to begin with, I need to make a couple of declarations. I'm a family member who's a consultant psychiatrist. I'm now a non-practicing general adult psychiatrist with an endorsement in years in psychiatry and previously worked as a consultant psychiatrist. I took part in the 2018 Wesley Review as a panel member on the Tribunal Working Group, and I was on the Prelude Scrutiny Committee in last Parliament. And in a declaration of a more personal nature, this is an area which I feel very passionately about before I came to this place, and it's a great privilege to be able to speak to this very important piece of legislation and reforms going forward. It's about every 20 years or so in the United Kingdom we reform our mental health legislation. I didn't want to correct the Secretary of State, but the first Mental Health Act was in 1959, and I hope that was substantially before he was born, with reference to his comments earlier. But the legislation has gone through various iterations from the original Lunacy Act and similar legislation in the 19th century. In the UK, we've always been at the forefront of reform to law and the provisions and powers in this area. And I think it's important to focus today in the second reading debate, I would say, in terms of what the Mental Health Act is and what it does. I know there's lots of areas which members have gone more broadly about the challenges in terms of delivering mental health care currently, but it's important, I think, to reflect that the Mental Health Act is very specific, very precise. It is about the regulation and the regulation of detention, sometimes for assessment, sometimes for treatment of people with mental disorder, and a range of powers in terms of aftercare to do with that and guardianship. It is focused on the detention and assessment or treatment of people with mental disorder. And the reason why we need this is because there are times when people with severe mental illness become so unwell that they're unable to recognise their own illness. Their illness directly leads them to being at risk to their health, predominantly through self-neglect or through non-recognition of illness, therefore seeking help. Their safety, again, tends to be through self-neglect, but also their safety through suicide, and less commonly, but critically importantly, risk of harm to others. And it's the legal framework which allows us to regulate compulsory treatment with that regard. It is absolutely critical that we have these powers so that we are able, when people are so unwell, they don't recognise that they are unwell through virtue of their mental disorder. When they lose agency in that sense, we can, as a compassionate society, bring them into hospital, treat them with a view to getting them out and getting them back to their cells in the future. And I've used this Act, the 1983 Act, countless times, both as in terms of applications for assessment or treatment as a Section 12 approved doctor, but also I've used it as a responsible clinician. And I think I suspect one of the few people in this House who's, and certainly I'm sure in this debate today, who's had those roles and responsibilities. And I think in terms of framing, it's also important to reflect that one of the key changes that the 1983 Act brought in, why it was such an important piece of legislation, was it was a piece of legislation that was about restricting powers. It was about making sure there were strong procedures in terms of review detentions. And I think all, certainly I as a former health professional in this area, but I'm certain all professionals working in this area are very, very mindful of the scope of powers which the Mental Health Act provides. And people don't use these powers sort of in anger or without a great degree of thought and contemplation in terms of the restrictions that they put on. And I think in terms of medicine, the most intrusive intervention that is done, that we have available to us in the health service, is to detain and treat people in hospital or in secure hospital settings. And I don't think these are taken lightly. And I know there's a lot of concern, I'm sure, at the start of this debate, it's going to come through in terms of how people have been treated in hospital. And there's some very high-profile scandals in terms of where things really have not worked, to say the least, haven't worked well, and care and treatment has been atrocious and has been abusive. But I would like to just plead in terms of this debate, people working in health and care in the UK are doing so because they want to see the best outcomes for their patients. Sometimes they're limited in doing so because of resources available. But the Mental Health Act and the use of the Mental Health Act is not with a view to harming people, it's a view to helping. To be detained under the Mental Health Act is not a prima facie harm. It is a treatment, it is a good thing. If you need to be in hospital detained and treated, you need to be in hospital detained and treated. If I became so unwell that I needed to be detained under the Mental Health Act, I would want to be detained under the Mental Health Act. Now, thankfully, I'm in a position today, and I'm very pleased why I'm not. At least I very substantially believe I'm not. I see the show the authorities perhaps got second views on this. But where I can look at that. But should I get to a point where I was unwell and so unwell that I wasn't able to, I'd want the powers of the Mental Health Act to be used. And certainly if I was posing a risk to myself, others, my family, I'd want them to be used quickly so that I can get better and I can get back on with living my life. Now, I'd like to just pay tribute to Baroness May of Maidenhead and Professor Sir Simon, who kicked this off, and Professor Sir Simon Wesley, my good friend, Stephen Gilbert, Sir Mark Headley, and Rabbi Baroness Neuberger for their work in the 2018 review. There's a lot of good stuff in this bill. From the greater focus to advanced care planning, to the more frequent detention reviews, although I recognise that brings with us a sort of workforce burden, and things such as nominated persons in general. I'm not going to go through the detail for the second reading speech. I'd rather focus my remarks just on a few general points and a few areas where I think a bit more work needs to be undertaken. I think in some ways, and I shall have to message Sir Simon after this and ask for his forgiveness. But I think in some ways this bill is a missed opportunity in that we haven't taken forwards a process to go towards fusion law. For those who aren't all over the detail, at the moment we have two pieces of legislation in the UK that regulate how to treat people in the absence of consent. We have the Mental Capacity Act, which came up in the 1980s and 90s out of case law codified in the 2005 Act. That Act regulates broadly physical health treatments when people lack capacity to consent, something we've been focused quite a lot on, capacity in terms of the recent debates in the Terminally Ill Adults Bill. The principles of that Act are autonomy and the functional tests of capacity and best interest if people lack capacity. So you test someone's capacity, and only if they lack capacity do you then get authorised, or do you have the ability to intervene in best interest, sometimes using deprivations of liberty. The Mental Health Act, though, arose from a very different pathway. It was more about regulation of asylums to begin with in its first days. And the Mental Health Act is about status and risk. So the gatekeepers for the current Mental Health Act are to have a mental disorder of a nature and degree that mean that you expose it is necessary to be assessed or treated in hospital, and that must be done because of risk to your health, safety of others. Capacity does not feature in it whatsoever. So we've got two pieces of legislation. One about status, which is about for the most severe mental disorder, status and risk. We've got another one which is about autonomy and best interest and functional tests. I strongly believe the two need to be merged. I think we should be using capacity frameworks and we should be using best interest frameworks when it comes to regulating treatment in the absence of consent with mental disorder. I think there's ways of doing that. I like the fact that we're starting to incorporate a bit more in terms of this bill. Of course.
The honourable member think that the Deprivation of Liberty Act, DOLS, which helps to hold people who lack capacity in an environment which is not secure or locked, or a hospital environment like that need for people who are under the Mental Health Act, is useful rather than bringing these two provisions together.
Well, I thank the member opposite from Ashford for his intervention. He, of course, is very knowledgeable, given his background working in mental health as a nurse too. What I would like to see in this Act would be something like, if one was to only detain somebody for the purposes of health or safety, then they must also lack decision-making capacity for that to be authorised. I think for the prevention of harm for others, you've got reasons to overcome autonomy with people for decision-making capacity. But I'd like to see something like an additional criterion, which is if the detention for assessment and treatment hospital is purely based around health and safety, not risk of harm to others, you incorporate an extra component to say they should also lack capacity. Because it is the case that people can have full intact decision-making capacity, but nevertheless come within the scope of this act. I mean, I think the LPS is a bit of a mess, quite frankly. The dolls clearly was quite a substantial mess in terms of how it operates. One of the interesting things to come out of this report today, the legislative scrutiny to the mental health bill, is then pointing out again that there's a missed opportunity to not tidy up some of the bits in terms of the interface between the Mental Health Act and the Mental Capacity Act. A point I'll come a little bit later on in my speech. I do think in terms of comparative esteem, bringing forward fusion law and getting the acts closer together, I think really does need to be the direction of travel. I hope we don't have to wait another 20 years until we get something like that, or the opportunity to do this go again. The other thing I think is just something we also just need to reflect on, and it sort of counts to my earlier points in terms of focusing on the bill, but just to reiterate, is that some of the focus of this review was about reducing, well, the core focus of the bill was to reduce detentions of people, black, minority, ethnic groups who are overrepresented in detentions. I really think one of the key focuses in terms of fixing that must be social economic deprivation. Where you see social economic deprivation, you see severe mental disorder following. So I worry in terms of missed opportunities that the Act isn't necessarily, when this goes and gets on the statute books, isn't necessarily going to do what it needs to do in terms of dealing with those disparities. I'll just come to make a few more points and then I'll finish. There's I think, three problems with the bill as is, and two things I want to flag. I'm very sensitive to the concerns that have been raised of people with autistic spectrum disorders and LD and the advocacy around that with regards to people who are in hospital. Certainly, it's a challenging environment being in a general adult ward as it is, but particularly challenging if someone's got an ASD or a learning disability, and people who are sort of stuck in hospital and not really sort of going anywhere. I think that concern applies to most disorders as well. I don't think that's something that is unique in terms of lack of community support or services and when people end up being stuck in hospital for a long period of time. I disagree with the focus on ASD, LD above all other conditions. There are other, if you wanted to talk about non-progressive conditions, I don't understand why brain injury isn't included in the scope of this, or Korsakoff's dementia is another good example, why that isn't within the scope. I don't understand why, rather than using this to try and take people out of Section 3, something like a bolstered treatability test is used, which is what was in the Act before it was modified in 2007. Yeah, of course I will.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way, and of course I am grateful he's brought his wealth of experience to this place to speak on this. But would he concede that the focus on learning disability and autism is perhaps because those disorders have very specific features, that being in an unfamiliar environment, an over-sensory stimulating environment, a noisy environment with a break from routine has an adverse effect on them precisely because of the nature of their disability, perhaps more so than some of the other conditions he's mentioned. And indeed, it seemed to be something of a weird anomaly in the previous Act that learning disability and autism was classed as a mental illness for the sake of the Mental Health Act, when I'm sure he will agree that they very much are not.
Well, I thank her for her intervention. Of course, particularly with autistic spectrum disorders, they, in terms of sensory overstimulation, that can be a particular issue. I've been very concerned when I've looked after patients myself in terms of, and thought very carefully about some of the challenges, particularly in general adult wards, catering for the needs of people with autistic spectrum disorders or learning disability. I would argue that would apply broadly to anyone who's in a general adult hospital. Irrespective of diagnosis, everyone has particular needs and sensitivities, and one needs to be very mindful of that. I suspect this is something that we're going to disagree on, but I would consider an autistic spectrum disorder and learning disability to be a mental disorder. It certainly is under the ICD-10. And I think one of the problems with how it's being framed in this bill is where does Rex disorder, which is also pervasive developmental disorder, come into it? Does that come under the autistic term? Where does pervasive developmental disorder, non-otherwise specified, come into it? I don't understand, or not sure it's been thought through in terms of how these terms on the bill will actually operate in real life, and I don't quite understand why this shouldn't be something that we're pushing for every disorder and every condition that people have coming to hospital, which is why we're not focusing on something like a treatability test or otherwise. And this has a very specific real life fallout from this, is if people need to be in hospital after 28 days under deprivation of liberty, that's going to happen. It's not going to stop happening. With all the best will in the world, even with this bill, it's going to keep on happening. And what will happen is people will either be under the LPS or the Liberty Protection Safeguards, or people end up being detained with anxiety related to their ASD or learning disability, or which will get them within scope of the Act. And there's a further sort of challenge and disparity in this bill, which is, of course, it doesn't affect the forensic provisions. So what could happen is that people are more keen to pursue a criminal prosecution of people with ASD-LD because it then would enable a longer stay in terms of detention from 28 days, which is why in the pre-date scrutiny we suggested that there should be an option to do a pre-authorisation for a detention beyond 28 days by going to a tribunal. We thought that might deal with some of the concerns raised. Personally, I like the idea of pre-authorisation in general beyond 28 days, and it's something that Professor Richardson spoke about in terms of her review back in the late 90s. I think the government recognises that there's challenges with this, by the way, which is why these changes are in schedules to this bill, because I think there's a recognition that, quite frankly, I think this is unworkable, and I think we're going to see this as this goes forwards, and there's lots of broader concerns about how this operates. Another area of concern I'm going to raise is around nominated persons and parental responsibility. So this bill changes the nearest relative to a nominated person, which means people can choose who perform this important role under the Act. Now, the nearest relative, or to be nominated person, can discharge someone from hospital when discharge someone from the powers of the Act, which would inevitably mean they'll be discharged from hospital. There's some powers to bar people, but it's quite a high threshold. Why this is important today is because this will give the ability for someone who's under the age of 18 to choose someone who isn't their parent to have this very important statutory power. This is something that we raised on the pre-age scrutiny committee. So you could have a situation in which a 16-year-old with competence who's detained under the Act in hospital chooses their mate or chooses somebody else, not their parent, not someone with parental responsibility, to have the powers to discharge them from the Act, which then ultimately, I think inevitably would mean they'll end up leaving hospital. The parent, who will be responsible in some ways for aftercare, often in these situations, will lose that power. And I'm very concerned, and certainly Lords and Europlace are very concerned about the impact with the Children's Act on this, but also, quite frankly, I think there's a serious problem where we are changing in this particular area of law, and we don't have this in physical health, by the way, an ability to give a statutory power to a non-parent. And I know the Minister's been looking into this in the Bill Committee, but I do think the government's going to have to row back on this. And I think they could do something very easy to amend this bill to say if you're under the age of 16, your nominated person must have parental responsibility unless there's a very good reason for them not to be. 16 and 17-year-olds, I think it's a bit different, especially when you start getting close to 18, when you get to sort of children's article rights. But certainly under 16, I can't see why we should legislate to let them choose someone who's doesn't have parental responsibility, when people do, to have this important power. And then the third problem is the bill is silent on deprivations of liberty in A&E, which are ongoing. So it's been a while since I've worked in A&E, but there's always been a sort of challenge of what to do with someone who turns up to A&E you think they're probably going to need detaining under the Mental Health Act because they're suicidal or they're very, very, very unwell, and we need to keep them there while the assessment takes place. You can sort of get through it using the Mental Capacity Act, but it's messy. And I think it would be a lot clearer for everybody if we said something like Section 5.2 of the Act, which allows for temporary detention, could apply to an A&E setting or something like that. And there's a bunch of technical stuff about the interaction between deprivation of liberties and Mental Capacity Act. Madam Deputy Speaker, I suspect you'll start giving me the evil eye and telling me to move on if I start. Well, Madam Deputy Speaker says no, but I suspect members across the House might start doing so. So I'll move on. Two flags just to point out in the bill. This bill allows for a discharge from hospital under supervised conditional discharge to a deprivation of liberty. It's been in response to the case where there has been essentially, which is a problem with how the law currently operates. We have never, in mental health law in the UK, as far as I know, had a situation where we had the Mental Health Act authorising deprivations of liberty in the community under the Mental Health Act. You've had to be in a registered hospital. This is quite a big Rubicon to cross, and I see why the government needs to tidy up this area of law, but I just wanted to flag, I'm not convinced we've quite realised what a big Rubicon that is to cross. It's always been the operation of the Mental Health Act. You're detained in hospital. When you're in the community, you're in the community, and it's your sort of thing. You might have certain restrictions on you in the sense of a CTO or otherwise, but you're not deprived of your liberty in your home or in some other setting in the community that isn't a registered medical hospital. I just think this needs a bit more sort of reflection. And then my final point in terms of as this bill goes through the House is just to try and focus again that I believe the majority of people who will be undergoing compulsory treatment, detention, certainly for a long period of time in this bill, are going to be people with psychosis. Schizophrenia from psychosis, schizophrenia, bipolar affective disorder. A lot of the debate and focus has been on non-psychotic illnesses. And that's not to say that those illnesses are any less important. They're certainly not, and certainly not if you experience them. But I am very concerned that people with schizophrenia always get the sort of raw deal. They're very marginalised very often by society. And I think they also get marginalised in terms of the amount of advocacy that they have. In fact, when we're in the Predate Scrutiny Committee, a lot of the evidence and focus was on non-psychotic disorders. And I think that's because, sadly, often people turn their back on people with psychotic illnesses, or they find themselves in a pretty, rubbish situation. The illness can be so debilitating that they can't advocate for themselves. And so there tends to be a sort of bias on disorders where there is someone to advocate. So for CAMS, for dementia, ASDRD, where there's families that might be involved in terms of pushing that a bit more. I'm not saying anyone is more or less important, and I really want to stress that. But I think sometimes, as parliamentarians, you don't necessarily get the full sort of focus as you would do when the bulk of this stuff is really about psychosis. And then my final point, which is relating to psychosis. I've spoken a lot about how it can lead to people being detained in hospital and the impact. Psychosis is a pretty terrible disease, but it doesn't need to be, and lots of people get better, and it is one of the most treatable diseases that we have. This bill helps people get better, and we can't lose sight of that. Thank you.
Lauren Edwards.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to really welcome the second reading of this bill today. And there is one aspect of the bill, like others, that I would particularly like to focus on, and that is the very welcome removal of autism and learning disability from the definition of mental disorder under Section 3 of the Mental Health Act. I recently visited a wonderful charity local to me called the Challenging Behaviour Foundation, or CBF, which is the only UK charity that is specifically focused on the needs of children, young people and adults with severe learning disabilities whose behaviour may be described as challenging, and their families. And on that visit, I was shocked to learn that under the Mental Health Act, autistic people and people with a learning disability can be detained in mental health hospitals indefinitely just because they are autistic or have a learning disability. And I certainly thank the Honourable Member for Runnymede and Weybridge for sharing his extensive professional experience with us. But I do disagree on one point, and certainly in my view, it is the case that autism and learning disability are not mental health conditions, and I do not believe that they should be treated as such in law, and that is certainly the viewpoint of a lot of people in the sector who I've spoken to in advance of this debate. This is an issue that is currently affecting a lot of people. As my honourable friend said, there are over 2,000 autistic people and people with a learning disability who are in mental health hospitals in England today, the vast majority of whom are there under the Mental Health Act. And I think it's important to point out that around 225 of them are aged under 18, so it is something that is also affecting a lot of our young people. Now, mental health hospitals are often inappropriate for autistic people and people with a learning disability. Once detained, they can get stuck for many years in these settings, and it can be deeply overwhelming and damaging and lead to lifelong trauma. And as my honourable friend also mentioned, the average length of stay for current inpatients is nearly 5 years. And we have to ask ourselves why that is. Now, latest available data shows that some of the key reasons for delayed discharge are lack of suitable housing and lack of social care. And charities like CBF continue to hear really worrying stories of abuse, over-medication, unnecessary restraint and seclusion in these settings. Now, back in 2011, Panorama uncovered abuse at Winterbourne View Hospital, bringing attention to the fact that many people with a learning disability and autistic people were being detained in hospitals when they could and should be living in the community. And since then, there have been numerous policy interventions and action plans by the previous government. However, sadly, they have not resulted in the change that was promised, and all national targets to reduce inpatient numbers have been missed and, in fact, have increased. So legislative change is clearly needed, and I really welcome the change to detention criteria in this bill that will mean that autistic people with a learning and those with a learning disability cannot be detained for treatment unless they have a co-occurring mental health condition which requires inpatient mental health care. However, on page 72 of the impact assessment, the government says that the proposed changes will only be switched on when systems are able to demonstrate sufficient level of community support. Now, ensuring an appropriate level of services in the community is absolutely crucial in supporting autistic people and people with a learning disability to be discharged out of hospital, preventing needs from escalating, and admission to mental health hospitals in the first instance. However, without a comprehensive and fully resourced plan to build capacity in the community and enable this change to be switched on, there are concerns that this vital reform could be delayed for far too long. So I urge the government to publish a comprehensive plan for how it intends to ensure the change to detention criteria can be commenced and ensure accountability in this process. And ideally, this would be in 2027, in line with modelling in the impact assessment. And I also ask that it be co-produced with the very people who will be affected by the change. The previous government's Building the Right Support Service model could act as the starting point, but I would also like to draw the Minister's attention to the Challenging Behaviour National Strategy Group, which is coordinated by CBF, which has developed already a co-produced lifelong action plan which sets out the changes that need to be made to get community support right alongside resources and best practice. And I encourage the Minister to meet families to better understand the impact of inappropriate detention on people with a learning disability or autism and their families. And I'll be very happy to help coordinate this through the CBF.
Chris Coughlin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. 8 months ago, in my maiden speech to Parliament, I said that Fiona Lascaris would succeed in changing the law that prevented her from saving the life of her autistic son, Christopher, from murder. I'm here today to honour that commitment, and we are now on the cusp of changing the law. We've only got this far thanks to the National Autistic Society and to MPs from across the chamber working together to overcome injustice, including the Honourable and Right Honourable members for Godalming and Ash, Rotherham, Leeds South, Kingston, steadfast support from our own party, the Liberal Democrats, the Prime Minister, and support from the government. This represents Parliament at its best. We've only got this far because Elisa Menendez and Romney Weeks from ITV ran the story, but above all because of the courage and determination of Fiona Lascaris to save the lives of others from her son Christopher's fate. Fiona and Christopher's sister Cara in the gallery today. Christopher was not unlike many autistic children. He was sensitive and intelligent, a loving and compassionate boy who once asked his mum to stop on the way to school to rescue a lamb stuck in a fence. I first met Fiona when I was 8. I stayed in my bedroom and I ignored her. Perhaps I was angry that she was buying my home off my dad. My mum had died when I was 3 months old and I was a sensitive boy. Well, they moved in. Christopher grew up in my old bedroom and he loved the house as much as I did. But as a young man living alone in Leeds, he had struggled. Despite Fiona pleading for help for years, she was never able to obtain for him the mental capacity assessment which he needed to determine what his support requirements were. Horrifically, he was exploited and murdered by a man who had just been released from jail. Christopher was 24. And so we're working with the government on an amendment to ensure that the views of family members are considered when determining what the requirements are for an adult for a mental capacity assessment. And Christopher's story is not unique. In 2022 alone, King's College London found 95 preventable deaths by people with autism and learning disabilities where the Mental Capacity Act had not been correctly followed. And it can be hard to grasp the scale of the special educational needs and disabilities crisis in this country. But when tens of thousands of SEND children are out of school, 1,800 in Surrey alone, when we are losing autistic children like my constituent Jennifer Chalkley to avoidable suicide, and when at its worst we are abandoning autistic people in their 20s to murderers, then we are failing a generation. And how we answer their call for justice will serve to measure who we are. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I believe the answer is less a question of money than it is a question of leadership. Because we know from Nobel laureate James Heckman that early intervention is exponentially more effective and exponentially more economic than today's brutalized system, which has cost the lives of Christopher, Jennifer, and too many others. And although this amendment is only a small part of the answer, it is an answer to save lives. If one grieving mother can change the law, then perhaps we could change the other things too. And if we did succeed, it would be above all because of the voices of the broken but unbeaten parents like Fiona demanding change. And although Christopher had a difficult life, he did have the most precious thing that any man can have, a loving and devoted mum. And so it is up to us to ensure that Fiona is a witness that in our country it is possible for the vulnerable to be heard and justice to be overcome and to find beyond grief hope.
Very moving speech from the member from Dorking and Horning. I now call Kevin McKenna.
And I'd like to commend the Honourable Member for Dorking and Hawley for such a powerful and vital contribution to this debate. And in fact, everyone so far who's spoken, often from their personal experiences and from their expertise. This is unfinished business. This is long overdue. I've been reflecting back to my first placement as a nurse, as a pre-registration student nurse. I went straight into a mental health ward. I'm not a mental health nurse. That wasn't the route I took. And that's not because anything I saw there particularly turned me off of it, but it was a very remarkable experience. As I walked onto the unit the first time, I was shown the burnt pool table, which had been burnt down the day before. I apologised and moved on. And actually the staff there were full of compassion, but also full of frustration. And one of the things that they were frustrated with, and this is some time ago, we're talking 1996, is the 1983 Mental Health Act. And one of the very first teaching sessions I had on that unit was telling me about all the things that needed to be changed in that 1983 Mental Health Act. And So it's slightly surprising that I've now wound up in this place with the opportunity to change and challenge those elements. Particularly, and the things that were brought forward to me at that point were about the challenges around different communities, people from different ethnicities and different cultures, and the way that they're assessed for their mental ill health. And I believe that the changes here will help to adjust that and hope to mitigate and hopefully move beyond and progress from the 1983 Act. But also in particular, things that weren't even really properly on people's radar at that point. An understanding of neurodiversity and autism, and actually learning disabilities, and the way that they were inappropriately covered by this Act. And many members have already talked about the large numbers of people who are autistic or have learning disabilities who are currently basically incarcerated. And this has been described as an offence against human rights, and I believe that to be true. But I also believe that this is something that is going to be challenging to overcome. In the 2019, when we had the long-term plan for the NHS, brought forward under the auspices of the now Baroness May, and several members of this House were a key part of driving forward that change, it laid out how we should challenge these detentions of people who are autistic from mental health locations, where frankly people are left for a very long time. Heard from the member from Penistone and Stockbridge that currently it's about nearly 5 years, it's about 4.7 years is the average length of stay of someone who's autistic or who has learning disabilities who's detained under the Mental Health Act. A lot longer than many people with psychotic illnesses would need to be. And so, although there were suggestions and great intentions in the long-term plan for the NHS back then to overcome this and help to liberate people from this detention, it wasn't just the pandemic that came soon afterwards that kiboshed that. It was actually that it's really hard to drive change in the system where you've got protection from the Mental Health Act itself that allows clinicians but also senior people working in the NHS to not drive forward the change that's needed. So one of the things that is required to drive forward that change is a change to the Mental Health Act. And that's what I believe we have in front of us today. And I think it is a real commendation to everyone that's worked on this and has worked hard to make sure that the patients' voices are seen and heard. And when I go into my community and my constituency, in Sittingbourne and Sheppey, we do have large challenges from mental health. We've got the highest rate of suicide in Kent. We've got, I think it's the 37th highest rate of suicide of any local authority area in the country. Well, that means that there are 37 other members and more in this House who've got even bigger challenges simply in terms of suicide and in mental health provision more generally. But I'm sure what many of those places and many other members have in common is the challenge of economic deprivation, the challenge of inequality, which, let's face it, is the biggest driver of poor outcomes from mental health. I think has already been mentioned quite admirably by the Honourable Member for Runnymede and Weybridge, who talked at length about the complexities around this Act. And actually I would commend him very much for the insights that he brought to the challenges of changing this. So at root, we do have to change things across the board in terms of housing, in terms of access to employment, in terms of transport, things way beyond the bounds of this Act. And we need to do them, but we should use this Act as a way to drive that forward. And also to look around in our communities and see where there are creative approaches that we can use on this. On Saturday, I had a lovely day out in the sunny sunshine on Curley's farm in my constituency on the Isle of Sheppey, which was set up to support, two fathers set this up to support their son who has profound learning disabilities and autism. And it's a farm, it's an active farm, with one of the key things that it does is it brings children with learning disabilities and autism, but also with mental health challenges or just behavioural challenges generally. Something like the member for Rochester and Shrewd talked about from the Challenging Behaviours Foundation, who've also very active in my constituency as well, and who I was glad to host an event for. It really shows how when you get people out of institutional settings outdoors into different types of environments, people can thrive in a way that they don't, whether that's in schools or whether that's in healthcare settings. And it's transformational to the lives of children and young people there who often go on to work in agriculture. And I'm sure many, many other honourable members can give that. I give way to.
Thank you for giving away. Would the honourable member talking absolutely right that these patients with challenging behaviours shouldn't be detained in a mental health ward for many, many years, and they should be in a different setting. But the honourable member agree that we do not have enough support and accommodation for patients, so we need to invest more in the community settings where we can place some of these patients with challenging behaviours.
My honourable friend from Ashford has jumped ahead of me on that one, and not surprisingly with his background as a mental health nurse. It's absolutely true, we do need to invest more, but we need to think beyond the NHS as well. Because although this is a Mental Health Act and it has health in its name, this is much bigger than just talking about the services that the NHS can provide. And I think there is a weakness and a concern that I have in this Act that several other members have mentioned, it's that it doesn't tie us down to a tight timeline for when we're going to make this transformation happen. So at the moment when we're talking about, where it gives a get out to make sure that services in the community are properly set up, what I worry is that time will just slip and slip and slip. The time to move is now. People have been languishing too long in settings that are not offering them a therapeutic way forward. People are languishing too long in places that are frankly inhumane, places that do breach what we would all consider to be our human rights. And actually, so what I would really commend the Minister, as he's listening here now, is to look at thinking about how we can get an active plan to make sure that we don't just let this slip, that we actively make sure that the support is there for services in the community, that we invest in them when needed, but also foster them. Will you take them? Yes, I will.
Thank you, and I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and I very much support what he's saying about making sure there is an active plan. And one of my concerns is that there is a delay for implementation on this until community support is ready. Does he agree with me that it would be welcome from the Minister to offer a reflection on what good looks like in this space and what ready looks like, so that we know what we are aiming for?
Absolutely, I agree. And I think it's flipping it round from it being a delay until we're absolutely ready to that active process of deciding what it should look like, what good looks like. 2 weeks ago in my constituency I ran a mental health conference, largely because as I was going around as a new MP talking to every different organisation I could, mental health was right at the top of nearly all of their worry lists. Whether it's the food bank or the schools or the police or the prisons, whether it was organisations in my community that set themselves up to support people with mental health. I've got a mentalk in Sittingbourne and a mentalk in Sheppey, and they work in different ways, but I think that shows you the level of pressure that there is locally. But all of these organisations, even though it wasn't their primary purpose, brought out mental health as their biggest worry. So just bringing people together and getting people to talk together who maybe didn't talk to each other up to that point, it really made a difference. You could see it in the room on that day. And I'm sure I'm way behind the curve compared to a lot of other members who've been doing this sort of stuff already. But for me, it really showed you that we've got to be active in pushing this forwards. The learning, I think, from 2019 and the long-term plan for the NHS was that it's the implementation that matters. It's not the words in that strategy, and it's getting an implementation plan really tight and fast on the ground. And I think, given that the impact assessment talks about 2027 as being a key point, I would like to see a commitment in the bill itself to actually produce a workable plan by 2027 at the latest that can give us that roadmap we need for the future. And I know this has been called for by organisations like MenCap and National Autistic Society, so I'd really commend that to the Minister. Thank you.
Gregory Stafford.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Despite having worked in healthcare for most of my career and being on the Health and Social Care Select Committee, I have to say, listening to the speeches thus far this evening, I feel in awe of the experience of honourable members on all sides of the House, but especially the honourable member for Shipping Bromley Sheppey and my honourable friend from Runnymede and Weybridge. And also I want to commend the extraordinarily powerful speech from the honourable member for Dorking and Hawley, who I know is supported by my right honourable friend, the member for Godalming and Ash. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill is essentially about the duty of care. The duty of care to those who have mental health issues, but also to the public, which include the family, the friends, the carers, the public servants, and all those who interact with that individual. But also it's there to protect them from themselves. Indeed, as many members have said, it should be our hope and our ambition that as few people as possible find themselves in a crisis situation. And therefore I entirely endorse and support comments about ensuring that we have proper and well-funded mental health services, both in the community and in the acute setting. Yes, I will.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. He mentions the point about the support for the person needing help, to help themselves, but also help people from society. Does he agree with me that today, before this a bill is passed, more and more people get in a situation where they are not feeling that they're being helped and that they're just feeling incarcerated and restricted?
Well, I agree with the honourable gentleman to the point that, as far as the point he makes, that more can be done to help people in crisis. What I would say, however, is, and I think my honourable friend from Runnymede and Weybridge made this point, that there are people who are at such a point that they do need, unfortunately, to be incarcerated in order to help themselves and hopefully spend that time in incarceration, not just being taken away from society, but actually treated effectively and appropriately. But this brings me on to the point that this is a balancing act and it is a difficult situation. But I think we are all clear on all sides of the House that the current situation and the current act is no longer fit for purpose, especially when we think about forensic mental health. So I'm glad that the government is taking forward this legislation, which was started under the previous government, and I think the cross-party consensus that we've had this evening is reflective of the fact that this piece of legislation has come from both of the major parties sitting in the House. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm likely to be on the Bill Committee after the Whitsun recess, so I won't test the patience of the House by going through every single bit of this legislation that I have some interest in and concerned about, but I just want to raise briefly three important areas that I'm pleased actually that members in the House in the other place raised. A number of opposition amendments which I think would strengthen this bill, and I hope that they will be carried forward when we get to the Bill Committee in our place. The first is around reducing the unnecessary police involvement. The Noble Lords Lord Kamal and Baroness May tabled some amendments which represent, in my view, a very significant and much needed shift in how detentions and removals under the Mental Health Act can be managed. Under the current framework, the power to detain and move individuals to a place of safety, particularly under sections 135 and 136, is largely restricted and falls under the responsibility of police officers. These provisions, while designed to protect the public, can often result in the criminalisation of people in acute mental health crisis, even when there is no threat of violence or risk to others. The amendments that were tabled in the other place would allow authorised and qualified health professionals, such as paramedics or approved mental health professionals, specialised nurses, to carry out those detentions and move individuals under sections 2, 3 and 5 of the Act. This would relieve police officers of the responsibilities that fall outside what is frankly their core expertise, while also reducing the stigma and trauma associated with police-led interventions. It would streamline the process, ensure individuals are supported by professionals trained specifically in mental health care, and maintain police involvement only where there is a clear and present risk to safety. In doing so, this would change significantly and strengthen the system and place mental health crises more firmly within the domain of health rather than in law enforcement. Yes, I will briefly.
Thank you for giving away. In the current Mental Health Act, Section 136 and Section 135, which give the power to the police to break into someone's property or detain somebody from a public place where there are possibility of involvement of weapons, do you think, the honourable member think that a health professional will be able to manage those situations? Is it not the police should be the best people to deal with those kind of situations?
I'm sorry if I wasn't clear for the honourable gentleman. I thought I made it very clear that I was talking about situations where there was no risk to other professionals. Clearly, in the situations that he described, the police are entirely the right people to be involved. The second area that I want to touch on, Madam Deputy Speaker, was around strengthening safeguards for vulnerable children. What I would like to see is essentially an introduction of an essential safeguard for children and young people within the mental health care system. The current legislation allows, as I think the Honourable Member for Runnymede and Weybridge mentioned, allows for a nominated person to be appointed to represent the child's interests. But in my view, it does not provide adequate protection against the risk that this person could be coercive, abusive, or in other ways inappropriate, particularly in cases involving looked after children or those with complex family dynamics. So I would like to see amendments brought that address the gap by establishing clear criteria for those who could be appointed as a child's nominated person. For looked after children, the local authority would automatically become the nominated individual, ensuring oversight by a public body accountable for the child's welfare. For other children, only individuals with legal parental responsibility, such as a guardian or someone named in a court order, should be appointed. These measures ensure that no vulnerable child will be exposed to undue influence during what may be one of the most difficult and disorientating times in their life. It aligns mental health law with broader child protection standards and reinforces the principle that safeguarding must be at the heart of any mental health intervention involving children. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I also want to see amendments brought that would bring more patient voice and accountability. I accept that the bill as comes forward does make steps in the right direction, but I would like to see an amendment brought which mirrors that which was brought by the Noble Lord Howe and Lord Kamal in the other place, which would introduce a valuable and forward-looking provision, namely a mandatory debrief session within 30 days of discharge from detention under Part 1 of the Act. This session will be led by an independent mental health advocate and provide patients with the opportunity to reflect on their experience, raise any concerns about their treatment, and offer feedback in a safe, supportive and non-judgmental setting. This is more, in my view, than just a procedural addition. It represents a shift in culture, which I think we would all agree with, towards embedding patient voice and accountability into the mental health care system. It recognises the importance of empowering individuals after detention, supporting their recovery and learning from their lived experience to improve future services. I know that mental health charities and third sector organisations have strongly endorsed this proposal, and so therefore I do hope the Minister in his wind-up will make some indication that he would be supportive of an amendment that was similar to this. Madam Deputy Speaker, taken together, these reforms prioritise professional clinical opinion, safeguard children from inappropriate influence during periods of acute vulnerability, and elevate the patient voice in the post-care process. In doing so, they align the Mental Health Act closer to modern standards of care, international best practice, and evolving public expectations. I believe these amendments are essential to strengthening this bill, ensuring that our mental health system becomes not only more effective, but also more compassionate, responsive and just.
Jen Craft.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Mental Health Bill is a long overdue update to the 1983 Mental Health Act, and I hope the start of a much wider overhaul of a mental health system in this country that is often not fit for purpose and has historically been treated as secondary to that which treats physical health conditions. A system where too often patient voices are ignored, injustices are common, and the use of detention is relied upon in the place of person-centred community care. Too frequently, those in acute mental health crisis cannot access the right support, refused help in the community, forced to rely on A&E, and detained against their will as their mental health deteriorates. Incidence of detention is 3 times as high in the most deprived areas. Black and Black British people are detained at 3.5 times the rate of white people, and those with learning disabilities and/or autism are at a unique and increased risk from detention and the impact that that can have on their lives. And it is on this group that I wish to initially focus on, and I will declare an interest as the chair of the APPG on learning disability. And under the current Act, as we've heard, learning disability or autism in itself can be a reason for detention. And I know that the Honourable Member opposite for Weybridge and Runnymede said that we will disagree on this, and I'm afraid we will. I do not think that learning disability or autism is necessarily a condition of the mind. A number of these conditions are genetic and affect also the physical health of a person. I'm sure you will want to come in on this.
No, I really appreciate her giving way. I just would just say that there is some logical inconsistency, which is people with autism and learning disability are treated under mental health services for looking after their autism and learning disability. So if the argument is, well, this shouldn't be within the scope of the Mental Health Act, one could make an argument, should it be within the scope of mental health services, full stop.
And again, thank you for his intervention. I think this is something that I would actually welcome the opportunity to discuss at more detail. I think it's probably something that we will continue to disagree on. But again, people with learning disabilities and autism can suffer from mental health conditions as much as the rest of the population. But I think they have a unique set of challenges, these two groups. And also just to point out, as a note to policymakers in general, not to conflate the two, learning disability and autism, as one and the same thing, which is vitally important. We know that at the end of January 2025, there were 2,065 inpatients in mental health locked facilities who are autistic or living with a learning disability. And as one of my honourable friends said earlier, the average length of stay for these patients is nearly 5 years. For those with a learning disability or autism, a locked mental health ward can be a living hell. For someone with sensory issues, a reliance on routine, a need for a specialist diet or equipment, or a myriad of other needs, being in a busy, overstimulating environment, often with stripped lighting, minimal privacy, quite often means they are set up to fail from the very beginning.
On that point, was she going? I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and I think she's making a really important speech, and I know her experiences in this issue are, well, you know, almost second to none. I wonder if she thinks that the point that she's making about those with learning disabilities being confined in the way that she suggested will add to their mental health, potentially add to the mental health issues they may or may not have, and actually by supporting the community will actually alleviate a lot of those mental health issues, which in long term is better for them, but actually better for the community.
Thank you. And I thank my honourable friend for his intervention. And I'm coming to this a little bit later, but it is indeed detrimental to their mental health, and it can sometimes be quite hard to pick apart a coexisting or a co-occurring mental health condition from that behaviour which is exhibited within this environment. So it is all but impossible for some, and this is part of the reason, it's all but impossible for some detained individuals to demonstrate in the circumstances they're in the behaviour change that they need to prove they have become sufficiently well to be released. My attention was drawn last year to the case of a young woman called Bethany, who was detained for the best part of half a decade under the Mental Health Act, an autistic young woman whose parents believed that her entering a secure unit was the best choice, but she ended up being locked for days, weeks, then months on end in a room with only a mattress on the floor, unable to see her family, unable to see her support network, and her parents were absolutely devastated at being unable to get her out of that environment, seeing her continually deteriorate. And I think it is hard to imagine the anguish of seeing someone that you love go through this. And if this has happened to you or your family, how on earth can you ever trust the system that put you there again? And it removes learning disabled people and autistic people who have been through this from being able to have the confidence to access support, and in turn can create a vicious cycle. So I strongly welcome the moves that this Act makes towards removing learning disability and autism as a reason for detention alone. However, similar to my honourable friend for Sittingbourne and Sheppey, I note that the government has said that these changes to detention criteria will only be switched on when systems are able to demonstrate sufficient level of community support. And this is a source of real concern. As the NHS Confederation has warned, the success of these reforms will be dependent on the wider infrastructure to support them. And as others have previously said, there is no clarity on what the sufficient level of support actually means in practice. We don't know where we're heading. We don't know when we will have got there. And the most successful support for learning disabled and autistic people to live independently in their communities is one of integrated care that encompasses health, housing, occupation and much more besides. So again, I would welcome the Minister's assurances on how this will be delivered in the timescale set out and how we are getting from where we are now to where good already is. because the continual detention of people in this way should shame us all, and it cannot come fast enough to end this. And I would also like to sound a note of caution, which I think is fairly similar to that of the member for Runnymede and Weybridge, my apologies, got it the wrong way round before, that the Act does continue to allow for the co-occurrence of mental health conditions to be a reason to detain someone with a learning disability and autism, and that in and of itself could lead to this continual cycle where people are detained for longer than is necessary for their treatment and are indeed in an environment that is entirely counterproductive to them becoming well. There is also a real need for those of a specialism in learning disability and autism to be present in assessing whether an individual also has a co-occurring mental health condition. And finally, on this matter, I would just like to put a plea in to the Minister that there is a real need for those who live with a learning disability or autism to be properly consulted. And I know that there are a number of disabled people's charities that are run by people with a learning disability, such as those called Bring People Home from Hospital, which is a campaign operating under the auspices of Inclusion London, who do not feel that they have had sufficient opportunity to input. And a very minor point is some relevant documents related to this legislation have not been printed in easy read, and if they have, it's taken a while for them to arrive. And so people who have a lived experience of these conditions are unable to contribute in a very meaningful way. But more broadly, I welcome the legislation's attempt to make progress in putting patient voice at the heart of care, particularly through advanced choice documents. But I also think there is scope to go further in this. The Royal College of Psychiatrists is advocating for a statutory right to an advanced choice document, something that the Pre-Legislative Scrutiny Committee also recommended. And this will ensure all patients who benefit from one of these will get one, with the aim of reducing detentions and involuntary treatment. And while I recognise the importance of this step and this legislation, alongside the government's investment in mental health crisis centres, a pledge to recruit 8,500 mental health staff, and the Secretary of State's commitment to the mental health investment standard, I believe that there is a desperate need to transform community mental health services to put patient voice and experience at the heart of this and avoid the need for detention orders in the first place. As a member of the Health and Social Care Select Committee, I have had the privilege of hearing from some extraordinarily courageous individuals who have shared their experience of living with a serious mental illness. And it is in that same spirit that I will share my own experience now, and I hope it offers an insight into the limitations of our current system. I was diagnosed with obsessive compulsive disorder as a teenager and with bipolar disorder in my 20s. In the 2.5 decades of living with these conditions, I have had good care, but this is sadly the exception and not the rule. I've never been asked what it is that I want from treatment, what it is that I want from my life, and how I can be supported to get there. I have had care that is patronising, reductive, inconsistent, and non-existent. During mental health crises, I've had to tread a fine line between proving that I am ill and sometimes extremely ill, but not so ill that I need to lose my liberty. Because I knew, and I know that more often than not, it is not focused on therapeutic care, but risk management. And like thousands of others, I've had to create my own care package and my own route to treatment because I took a decision that I deserve to live, and I deserve to live well. Yeah. And also that my children deserve their mum. Yeah. But I'm very aware that my ability to do this is based on a number of privileges, not in no small part to mention a very, very supportive family that so many do not have. So while I welcome this bill for its advances in reducing the amount of detention and increasing the agency of those who are detained, I must call for a significant overhaul to community mental health services to prevent crises from occurring in the first place. We know that we can and that we must do better. And a note for all members in this House, because when we discuss this and we discuss people with serious mental illness, we often talk as though these are others, and they are not. There is someone stood here among you who is a member of Parliament who has a serious mental illness. It doesn't prevent me from doing my job. It doesn't prevent me from living my life. In some ways, it makes me better at it. So while we talked about this bill, while it makes its passage through Parliament, can we please bear in mind that we are talking about individuals and individuals who will be affected by this, and that what we seek to do here, and what I hope we will accomplish here, is that we give people who live with a serious mental illness the ability and the right to live the best lives that they possibly can with all the support that we can make available.
The member for Thurrock's family must be very proud. Asylum.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I would like to draw the House's attention to an appalling case of a young man who was very badly failed by mental health services, and indeed who tragically lost his life as a result. Today, I am representing his family, my constituents, Graham, Sam and Caitlin, who've been campaigning to ensure no other family has to go through the distress that they have endured and continue to endure. Declan Morrison was 26 years old when he died. He had very complex needs and required some of the most specialist care and support throughout his life. He had autism, associated severe learning disabilities, bipolar disorder and ADHD. He was non-verbal and required 24-hour residential care, which he had needed and which he had received since he was 11 years old. Declan's behaviour could be very challenging, and at times he would injure himself, and sometimes, latterly, staff members caring for him. This is why it's so important that he was supported by those that knew him well, who were able to understand his behaviour and therefore provide as best they could for his needs. His family were unable to provide him with the care he needed in their home and had put their trust in the system and specialist carers to make sure that he was looked after. Sadly, their trust was broken, with the most devastating consequences. Madam Deputy Speaker, Declan was moved into his final residential home in May 2021, after the previous placement had become unable to meet his needs. Although in a subsequent independent safeguarding audit review following his death, that decision was called into question. Now, for a brief period of time, Declan seemed to settle into his new placement, but quite quickly, staff at the care home raised concerns that they could not safely care for him due to his behaviour, which had become particularly challenging. However, attempts to find an alternative single-space home for him, which he needed, failed. There was nothing available, not a single appropriate placement. And so he remained at this placement for a further 10 months, with his mental and physical health worsening. I will not describe here what life was like for Declan and his family at this time. It is too distressing. Needless to say...
I think the point that he's making about lack of provision is so important, and I wonder if he'd agree with me that the timescale, the 10-year timescale for making sure that that provision is available is really critical, and if the government could speed that up at all, that would be extremely helpful in instances like this.
Thank you. I absolutely would agree, and indeed will come on to make that very point. Needless to say, events took a very dark and ultimately heartbreaking turn. In March 2022, a serious incident occurred where Declan became very distressed and assaulted some staff members. Police were called and a number of officers assisted staff to restrain Declan. As a last resort, he was detained under Section 136 of the Mental Health Act and taken to the Section 136 suite at Fulbourn Hospital. Now, for those who may not be aware, under the law, patients who are placed in a Section 136 suite should be there for no more than 24 hours, 36 in extreme circumstances. Declan was there for 10 days. 10 days in an emergency suite that was entirely unsuitable for a person with his severe needs. 10 days while over 100 places were contacted. 10 days during which not one bed in suitable accommodation could be found locally, regionally, or nationally for him. Finally, he simply could not cope, and he banged his head repeatedly against the wall, inflicting a catastrophic head injury on himself. He was taken to hospital and operated on, but he died some days later in April 2022, when his family made the heart-wrenching decision to turn off his life support. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is painfully relevant that we are debating the mental health bill today, as clauses 3 and 4 specifically address the detention of people with autism and learning disabilities like Declan. The bill would limit detention for treatment under Section 3 of the Act, but I must ask the Minister, would these provisions have been enough to prevent Declan's tragedy? His case highlights the critical importance of having appropriate crisis provisions and suitable community placements available, not just in theory, but in reality. The coroner's report into Declan's death and the independent care review found major failings with the system that was supposed to protect and care for him. He was acknowledged to have been in crisis for months. Ultimately, there was and there remains an enormous shortage of available placements for someone with Declan's complex needs, both in the community and within the NHS. But as Declan's father told me, in words that I hope will be heeded, the reliance on the Section 136 suite to contain autistic individuals while they are in crisis is abhorrent and must be seen as a breach of the Human Rights Act. Declan's sister, Caitlin, has called for specific crisis provisions to be funded and created for individuals with autism who need a designated place of safety when experiencing severe mental health crises. The provision needs to have appropriately trained and experienced staff. And in fact, this provision was created in Cambridgeshire following Declan's death. But sadly, the funding was pulled and it closed. But it operated at 90% capacity when it was open, showing the very real and immediate need for this kind of provision, permanently and across the country. The bill before us today places new duties on integrated care boards and local authorities regarding community support for people with autism and learning disabilities. But I must ask the government how it will ensure that the duties outlined in this bill translate into sustainable services that prevent cases like Declan's from ever happening again. Duties without resources are merely words on paper. And while the bill's provisions on removing police stations and prisons as places of safety in clause 49 are welcome, Declan's case shows that even designated Section 136 suites can be wholly inappropriate for individuals with complex needs. So how will the government ensure that appropriate alternatives are in place before these provisions commence? Madam Deputy Speaker, I also note with deep concern that the government anticipates full implementation of this bill could take up to 10 years. 10 years is too long for vulnerable people to continue to be at risk. In light of the coroner's findings in Declan's case, would the government commit to prioritising provisions related to autistic people and those with learning disabilities, particularly the development of appropriate crisis services as outlined in this bill? On behalf of Graham, Sam and Caitlin and all those people like Declan, I'm asking the government if it is satisfied that the provisions set out in this bill would prevent tragedies like this one from ever happening again. And if not, I urge them to make changes in order that it does. For Declan, and for all those with autism and learning disabilities who deserve better from our mental health system, we must make sure that this bill delivers the change they need, not in 10 years, but now. Their lives depend on it. Thank you.
Josh McAllister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's humbling to contribute to a debate with contributions like those from my honourable friend from St Neots and Mid-Cambridgeshire, and pay tribute to his carrying of the story of Declan and sharing it in this place, and also to the very personal contribution for the member for Thurrock. I warmly welcome that the government is giving this issue the prioritisation that it richly deserves. These reforms will give patients greater choice, enhanced rights, and ensure everybody is treated with dignity and respect throughout treatment. I want to make three broad points about mental health services in England and how they relate to the passage of this bill. The first is about Cumbria's hidden crisis. Cumbria has a suicide rate 50% higher than the rest of the country. Over 5 people die from suicide every month in Cumbria, more than double the number of road deaths. Each one of these lives lost is a tragedy. They leave behind families, friends, co-workers, neighbours, emergency workers, a web of people in the community trying to make sense of the grief and loss and shock. There are some fantastic local organisations in my constituency working to bring that number down, including Every Life Matters, Andy's Man Clubs, and West Cumbria Mental Health Partnerships, but they are fighting against a growing problem of depleted resources. It is in this context that we need excellent mental health services, and so it was particularly welcome weeks after the general election last year that the government funded a new initiative called Hope Haven, an open access mental health hub with some accommodation attached to it. This new service is now being built by brilliant local partners in my constituency as we speak, and I have high hopes for the contribution that it can make. But this new service has come at the same time as the Cumbria, Northumberland, Tyne and Wear NHS Foundation Mental Health Trust have made the regrettable decision to close Udale Ward, an inpatient mental health ward in Whitehaven. The only inpatient service in the area, leaving patients to travel in the future, if it does close, over an hour to reach the nearest inpatient service in a community that's got very poor public transport options. I've called for the ICB to investigate this process that's been followed to reach this decision so that we can pause the closure. If we are to improve mental health services across our country, then the answer needs to be that reforms work for rural, isolated and coastal areas too. The second broad point is about the needs of those with an experience of growing up in the care system and the link to mental health services. Care-experienced adults are hugely overrepresented in our systems of mental health detention, assessment and treatment, and so these much needed reforms will be a welcome change for this group in particular.
Would my honourable friend give way?
Of course I will.
Would my honourable friend agree, and my constituency neighbour I should point out, on the important issue of suicide and the extremely high rate in Cumbria, would he agree that it's extremely important that coroners work with and provide information to local authorities and local health services to ensure that we can actually deliver policies of meaning on anti-suicide strategies in areas like Cumbria?
I thank my neighbour for Penrith and Solway for that very well suggested intervention on the types of solutions that we should look at. There are areas of the country that have got much higher rates of suicide than others, and we do know far too little about why those areas have those trends. For children in care, we see that around half of those children are expected to have some sort of mental health disorder, and they're estimated at 4 to 5 times more likely to have a mental health need than the rest of the child population. Despite this, children in care are disproportionately rejected for support from CAM services, and this all adds up to building up an unmet need of mental health needs that we as a country are paying the price for in social and economic costs further down the line. Just one example of this is the surge in deprivation of liberty orders that we've seen in recent years. In 2017-18, it was 103 applications. In 2024, it was 1,280. And those deprivation of liberty order applications often leave judges in our family courts with impossible choices over the accommodation, the secure accommodation option for those children. Those young people who grow up in the care system should receive the very best that our country has to offer, with help being speedy and tailored. Whilst wider changes are needed to make this a reality, humanising our mental health legislation in the ways set out in this bill will make a difference. Finally, yes, I'd gladly give way.
I thank my friend for giving way. He's talked with real passion and expertise about children in care. I think he makes some really important points. I wonder if he also agreed with me that the mental health support we give to young carers, so young people that support a family member, is equally important. And they make such a huge difference to our communities and to the NHS that they too should be supported.
Absolutely, and I welcome that intervention. The support for young carers and those young people in care, one of the common features across both of those populations is the lack sometimes that services have at looking at the whole family unit and support that can be provided to the whole family unit, and I take that point. Finally, I want to say a few words about the sensitive issue, but one that I think is a growing trend. Most weeks I visit a school in my constituency and there is a growing theme from teachers and now parents raising concern about and the possibility of over or misdiagnosis of ADHD and mild autism. I raise this point in this debate for two reasons. One, because the risk is that the scale of the increase that we're seeing in diagnosis is so great that it may take away the much needed mental health services that those with acute and genuine need may have. And secondly, that we are yet to grasp the potential negative impacts of treating what may be social challenges as medical disorders. 400,000 children are currently awaiting an ADHD assessment, and rates of diagnosis have risen sharply in recent years. The variation in diagnosis varies dramatically depending on where you live, who does the assessment, and worryingly, the socio-economic background of the individual, of course.
Thank you. And I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Would he be able to name an intervention for a diagnosis of mild autism that could be considered a medical intervention that would perhaps not address something that could be a social issue, as he has so identified, and could put that individual at harm?
Yes, I mean, what we've seen in a number of schools are a growing number of ADHD and mild autism diagnoses, which don't come with any form of treatment. And it's set in a system where there's an expectation that education and healthcare plans will be filled and met by multiple agencies. And those families are often left battling a system, fighting for a diagnosis, that label, and then find that the help isn't there. And my argument is that for not all, but for some of those families, they're battling a system that already has finite resources, that is now spending a huge proportion of its resources gatekeeping, when actually we should step back and look at what the support that young person and their family might need may well be. And in the case of ADHD, NICE guidelines set out very clearly that before an assessment is made, it should be established whether parenting support could be put in place to help. And my guess would be at the moment, in many cases, that offer of parenting support is not in place before an ADHD diagnosis is made. Diagnoses of autism have doubled in the last 5 years. And I'm not saying that that is incorrect, but I think the question needs to be asked as part of this wider debate about whether that growing trend is a reflection of previously undiagnosed autism, or whether because of the changes that we've seen recently in the ICD-11 manual, we are now seeing people brought into that diagnostic manual who would otherwise previously been supported in other ways. I want to close by urging the government to consider the implications of mental health services and reforms for those in rural and remote communities, the need for the government to acknowledge the benefits that will come from these measures for those with a care experience, but also to think deeply about the need for residential care that can meet their needs for a secure setting. And then also for the government to consider ways in which we can have a full and rich conversation about the growing diagnosis of ADHD and mild autism as a country, so that we can establish the best routes of support for those children who are crying out for support and their parents who are often battling against a system. And in those ways, potentially building up future need for the crisis mental health services that we've been speaking about this evening.
Iqbal Mohammed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Before I begin, I want to pay tribute to my right honourable and honourable friends for extremely informed, personal and moving speeches around supporting the positive elements of this bill and making extremely important, constructive suggestions to make the bill even better than it is. So I stand today to speak in strong support of this bill and the urgent and long overdue reform of our mental health legislation. The Mental Health Act 1983, now 40 years old, was designed for a different era. While it has provided a legal framework for detaining and treating individuals in crises, it no longer reflects our modern understanding of mental illness, patient rights, or best clinical practice. As we've heard, the Act governs both civil patients and those involved in the criminal justice system, and includes powers such as community treatment orders. But it is clear that the system it underpins is no longer fit for purpose. The need for reform is stark and obvious. Patients detained under the Act often have little say in their treatment or who is involved in their care. And we've heard racial disparities are deeply entrenched, with black and black British people 3.5 times more likely to be detained and 11 times more likely to be placed under a community treatment order. The journey toward reform began with the 2018 independent review led by Sir Simon Wesley, which identified rising detention rates, poor patient experience and systemic disadvantages for people with learning disabilities and autism. A draft bill followed in 2023, and I commend the government for taking this forward with the proposed bill. Each year, approximately 54,000 individuals are detained under the Mental Health Act. Alarmingly, as I've mentioned, black individuals are nearly 4 times more likely to be detained and 11 times more likely to be placed under a CTO. Furthermore, nearly 1,000 young people are detained annually, yet over half report that their hospital stay did not aid their recovery. These statistics are not just numbers, they are a call to action. There are serious concerns about the treatment of people with learning disabilities and autism. While the bill rightly ends inappropriate detentions under Section 3 without a co-occurring mental illness, the delay in implementation due to the lack of resources raises fears of criminalisation, misdiagnoses and exclusion from aftercare. We need a fully costed plan with clear targets and accountability to support this vulnerable group. Moving on, Mind, the leading mental health charity, has identified a further 3 critical areas where the bill must go further. 1, tackling the racial disparities. The disproportionate detention of black individuals under the current Act is a glaring injustice. The bill must include specific measures to reduce this disparity, such as limiting the use of community treatment orders and introducing a responsible person role to oversee treatment decisions. Additionally, a statutory duty to monitor and report on progress against these inequalities is essential, and I therefore support the creation of a dedicated role to monitor and act on racial disparities in detention and treatment. Number 2, the principle of least restriction is central to the bill, yet it remains aspirational without enforceable rights. Patients should have a statutory right to assessments and treatment, the ability to appeal treatment decisions, and expanded access to advocacy services. These rights are not just about legal protections, they're about respecting the dignity and autonomy of individuals facing mental health challenges. Number 3, young people detained under the Mental Health Act often find themselves without adequate support or a voice in decisions about their care. The bill must include a transparent decision-making test tailored for children and young people, ensuring that their best interests are at the forefront of all treatment decisions, including safeguards and the standardisation of advanced choice documents. The government indicates that the implementation timelines could be up to a decade, and I would urge the government to implement each element of the bill as soon as it's practicably possible to do so. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill is very welcome and is a pivotal moment in the history of mental health care in our country. It is a huge step forward, but it can go further. To truly transform mental health care, we must ensure that the legislation is not only progressive in its intentions, but also robust in its protections. We have the opportunity to create a system that upholds the rights, dignity and humanity of every individual. Let us therefore not pass up this chance to make all of the necessary changes. Let us amend this bill to reflect the values of equality, autonomy and respect, and take this once-in-a-generation opportunity to build a fit-for-purpose mental health system that is fairer, more compassionate and more effective. I urge the government to take this opportunity to address the gaps, take heed of the recommendations and concerns, and make it right and proper. Thank you.
I do want to continue with the tone of the debate, but to get everybody in, we'll have a speaking limit of 7 minutes. It's quite a long time, 7 minutes. Sojourn Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a pleasure to be called to speak in this second reading debate. Prior to elected into this House, I was working in the NHS for the past 22 years in mental health services, and I'm currently the chair of all-party parliamentary group on mental health. This is therefore an issue that I care deeply about. It has been widely accepted that the current Mental Health Act is outdated and the need to modernise it has been talked about for some time. I pay tribute to Baroness May when she was Prime Minister, commissioned Professor Sir Simon Wesley to undertake an independent review of the Act. But I commend this Labour government for taking this without any delay. As members will be aware, it was Mental Health Awareness Week last, and the discussions I took part in showed how far we have come in removing much of the stigma around mental health. But I fear a lot of that stigma still remains when it comes to discussing severe mental health, such as case of schizophrenia. I therefore welcome the importance of the government has given to this bill and to update the existing law so it is fit for the 21st century. I hope that our deliberations we can play our part in helping to ensure that severe mental ill health is treated with the respect and understanding it deserves. The Mental Health Act provides a legal framework for the detention of people when their mental health means that they are at risk to themselves or others. In doing so, they can receive the appropriate treatment. This bill looks to modernise this legal framework, and I welcome that Clause 1 adopts the 4 principles of treatment that Sir Simon Wesley's independent review proposed. By adopting these principles, the legislation will give patients greater choice, enhanced rights and support, and ensure that being treated with dignity and respect is an integral part of their treatment. This reform is long overdue. We talk a great deal about wanting to deliver personalised care in our health service. This should therefore be the guiding principle in every part of the service, especially for the most vulnerable. Adopting these principles is about redressing the balance of power away from the system to give the patient more say and autonomy over their treatment. This will help to ensure that those in our society with the most severe mental health conditions get better, more personalised care. I also welcome the statutory role that clause 24 to 28 of the bill will give a nominated person to give a greater say over the patient's treatment and care, replacing the old hierarchical list of relatives and instead have someone who has been selected by the patient, albeit with certain safeguards in place, is about updating the legislation to reflect today's world. Turning to clause 3, which deals with the application of the Mental Health Act to autistic people or those who are having a learning disability. This clause would modify the definition of mental disorder by introducing new definitions of autism, learning disability, and psychiatric disorder. As a result, people with a learning disability or those who are autistic could no longer be detained or made subject to a community treatment order unless they have a co-occurring psychiatric disorder. This is a welcome and long overdue change. Under the current Mental Health Act, autistic people or those with a learning disability have experienced inappropriate care over medication and extended period of detention. As we look to modernise the Act, it is therefore wholly appropriate to ensure that they cannot be detained unless they also have a co-occurring psychiatric disorder. However, I know that some concerns have been expressed among parts of learning disability and autism sectors that making this change may have unintended consequences. For example, it may lead to an increase in alternative route to detention. In particular, concern has been raised that people who have high-risk behaviours that requires treatment in appropriate and safe hospital environments may end up having to be dealt with by the criminal justice system if they cannot be detained under the Mental Health Act. I know that these concerns were debated when the bill was considered in the other place, but I would be grateful if the Minister could say whether the government has given any further consideration to these points. I would also be grateful if he could give an assurance that he and his officials would be willing to engage with the learning disability and autism sectors as the bill continues its progress through this House. In my time remaining, I would just make a couple of other points. Firstly, in the other place, the Conservatives were successful in amending the bill to allow the extension of police powers of detention under Section 135 and 136 to other specified healthcare professionals. I know this amendment has provoked serious concerns from representatives of healthcare professionals, and I understand it is not supported by the police either. There is already a right care, right person model that was introduced in 2023 in place that has reduced the time the police have to deal with mental health patients. So can the Minister tell me if the government will look into overturn that amendment? I would also be grateful if my honourable friend could say how the government will build on what in this bill to ensure that there are wider reforms and investment into mental health. In particular, how we can ensure that the aims of the bill are also accompanied by high-quality mental health services, especially community services for people experiencing poor mental health. In preparation for today's debate, on Thursday, as chair of the APPG on mental health, I was pleased to organise a visit for a small group of members to the Mental Health Centre at St Charles Hospital in Kensington. During our visit, we were able to spend time in the Mental Health Crisis Service. This is an excellent facility that is open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for anyone in the area who is experiencing a mental health crisis. I would be recommending that these sort of facilities be implemented across the country, especially in my constituency in Ashford, where there are no mental health emergency facilities. Over 2,600 people whose primary issues was recorded as mental ill health presented themselves at the A&E department at the William Harvey Hospital during 2024. So these facilities would help to prevent that, and I will urge more support is in place along with this legislation. Thank you.
Zoe Franklin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today I rise to welcome the direction of the Mental Health Bill. It marks a long overdue shift in how we treat some of the most vulnerable in our society, recognising that people deserve more than crisis care. They deserve dignity, choice and autonomy. But before I continue, I want to say it's been a real privilege to be in the chamber for this important debate, and the very moving speech from my honourable friend, the member for St Neots and Mid-Cambridgeshire, and so many others across this chamber who have shared their constituents and their own personal stories. This bill rightly puts patients at the centre, giving them more say in their treatment, improving the complaints process and introducing personalised care plans. Replacing the outdated nearest relative with a nominated person reflects a broader move towards a more respectful, person-centred system that listens, empowers and supports recovery. But here is the uncomfortable truth. However well-intentioned, this bill will achieve little unless we confront the funding crisis already engulfing our mental health services. This bill is asking overstretched, underpaid staff to deliver changes that demand time and care when many are already at breaking point. And my constituents across Guildford see this every single day. Jennifer came to me in despair over the care of her daughter Leah, who is receiving care at a local mental health unit. Chronic understaffing and lack of support means concerns go unanswered. Underfunding has created a cycle of inadequate care, treatment refused, early discharges to free up beds, and inevitable readmissions when Leah's needs are left unmet. I've heard from Samantha, whose son suffered a psychotic episode that ended in tragedy, a stark reminder of what happens when crises go unsupported. I also want to mention the story of a young woman who I won't name today, but who made a series of attempts on her life until she tragically succeeded after gaining access to a poison from overseas. I know that this is not a unique story, and that multiple coroners have written to the Secretary of State for Health and his predecessors about this issue, and I wonder if the Minister will agree to meet with me to discuss the case and whether it may be possible to use the Mental Health Bill to prevent further similar deaths. And then there's the fact that across this country, people are waiting months, sometimes years, for mental health care. Children and young people are falling through the cracks, and CAMHS is overwhelmed and referrals delayed. Patients are sent miles from home due to local bed shortages. Police are left to respond to mental health emergencies because there's no one else to call. Our system is not just stretched, it is at breaking point. And yet, the proportion of NHS funding going to mental health is falling. Despite soaring demand, despite mental illness making up a fifth of the NHS's burden, and despite the government's promises. These are not just gaps in the system, they are failures of political will. This government... I will give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. As well as funding from the NHS for direct mental health services, does my honourable friend agree with me that we should also invest in preventative steps to help children to avoid the mental health anguish that they're suffering today?
Absolutely. I thank the Honourable Member for his intervention, and I can say from my own caseload that there are too many stories where actually, if young people had been given preventative care and support, we would not be facing the tragic situations they and their families are now living through. This government has scrapped key mental health targets, including goals for early intervention, therapy access and physical health checks for people with mental illnesses, and I'm sorry, it signals a retreat at the very moment we need to advance. Madam Deputy Speaker, I support the vision that this bill outlines, but its success depends entirely on the foundation it stands upon. Without adequate investment, even the very best intentions will struggle to take root. Ensuring people can exercise their rights and staff can support them demands more than legislation. It demands real resources and sustained commitment from this government. We need a national effort to rebuild mental health care from the ground up, with early intervention for young people, trained professionals in schools and communities, continuity of care, and a culture shift that treats mental health with the same urgency and seriousness as physical health. Failure is not an option, not for the thousands still waiting, not for the staff stretched to their limits, and not for the communities left to pick up the pieces. We can and we must do better. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Darren Paffy.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and in rising to support this important bill, I am incredibly humbled by some of the speeches that have gone before, particularly those were the members of Dorking and Hawley and St Neots in Cambridgeshire on the Lib Dem benches, the experience of colleagues from Runnymede and Weybridge, and of course my own colleagues here for Thurrock and Sittingbourne and Sheppey. This bill is incredibly welcome. It is long overdue and deserves the urgency and seriousness that it's being given. In my own constituency of Southampton Itchen, I've heard from families who have waited months and sometimes years for help. The waiting list for CAM services in Southampton in many cases exceeds 2 years. I've spoken...
My honourable friend, give way.
I'm happy to give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Recently I met with grandparents in my constituency of Scarborough and Whitby who are caring for their grandchild, recently diagnosed with autism, who is suffering from poor mental health, unable to attend school, and the family is struggling to access support. So while I greatly welcome the government's work so far in this area, including the pledge that there is a specialist mental health professional in every school, does my honourable friend agree with me that a 3-year wait for an appointment with CAM, such as the wait my constituents are facing, is completely unacceptable?
Thank you. My honourable friend makes an incredibly important point, and I fully agree that the wait that many people are having to face is excruciating. Those constituents that have come to me have expressed in tears that in some cases they don't know if their children will make it to adulthood because those services are not there. They are subject to hugely long waits and often inadequate provision. So these changes are crucial. Of course, there are some truly commendable local initiatives in Southampton that are making a real difference on the ground. And I pay tribute to services like the Lighthouse, an invaluable out-of-hours mental health support centre for adults in crisis, and No Limits, a brilliant charity which has for many years provided a wide range of health and well-being support schemes to children and young people across the city. These organisations exemplify the compassion and commitment of professionals and volunteers to those who need their services. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, let's be clear, however dedicated these services are and the people within them, they are operating under immense pressure. Demand has outpaced capacity, and that's why national action is so urgently needed to match that local effort with investment, with modernisation and with a workforce expansion required to ensure that no one is left behind. There are 2 essential pillars upon which real improvement in mental health provision has to be built. Firstly, the legal framework, which this bill rightly seeks to modernise, and secondly, the funding, as other colleagues from around the chamber have said, that funding that underpins the delivery of services on the ground. So reforming the law is a vital step, but without sustained investment in frontline mental health care, we risk changing the rules without changing the reality for patients. Happy to give way.
I thank the Honourable Member for giving way on this point. In my constituency of Darlington, we have a statistically significant suicide rate. I know 7 men who've taken their own life that I've mentioned several times in this place. Does he agree with me that whilst funding is important, early intervention and preventative care around mental health services is also really good money well spent?
Thank my honourable friend for that intervention, and as a former Cabinet Member for Children's Services, I've learnt through experience that early intervention will always be far better value for money than the obviously very necessary but often too late reactive services. So we need both. We need compassionate, up-to-date legislation, and we need the resources to make it meaningful in practice. So this bill brings our mental health laws into the 21st century. The Mental Health Act, as has been mentioned, is now as old as the Secretary of State. I'm sad to say that both he and the Act are still younger than I am. But its provisions no longer reflect our understanding of mental health or the standards of dignity and agency that we now rightly expect. So these reforms put patient voices at the centre. I'm pleased to see for the first time patients will have greater rights to make their wishes known and to be involved in decisions about their own care, and no one could make that case more eloquently than my honourable friend for Thurrock. Madam Deputy Speaker, the bill also rightly recognises the needs of children and young people. Too many of them are falling through the cracks. And one of the major factors affecting children and young people's mental health today is, of course, the pervasive presence of social media. There is growing and compelling evidence that, that's emerging that the addictive algorithms are leading to increasing anxiety, depression, and low self-esteem. Add to that the impacts of cyberbullying, of social comparison, and 24-hour peer pressure, then it's little surprise that there's real damage to the mental well-being of our young people. And in my own constituency, 2 tragic and heartbreaking deaths, which were very much about the mental health and online forces that led them to that terrible, terrible decision to die by suicide. So we must take action, both to prevent and to react to poor mental health. So this legislation gives young people the right to express their views in writing and requires professionals to take those views seriously. Every child deserves support, not silence, and this bill takes us in the right direction. Madam Deputy Speaker, as I've said, the reforms outlined in this bill are important, but can I ask ministers to confirm that they will be backed up by the funding needed to deliver sustainable mental health services in England? I welcome the fact that the government has committed to an additional 680 million to mental health services this year, and I urge ministers to get that money out of Whitehall quickly and to the front line in Southampton and other places where it's desperately needed. I'm delighted that we now have a national plan to recruit 8,500 new mental health staff. That includes placing specialist professionals in every school. And when I served as Cabinet Member for Education in Southampton, we were proud to lead the way by introducing mental health support into our local schools with a pilot initiative that has had a clear and positive impact. And I'm delighted to see that successful approach is now being adopted on a national scale. I'm also delighted that this Labour government is developing young futures hubs across the country to provide that early support that my honourable friend has made the case for so eloquently, keeping young people well and, importantly, out of hospital in the first place where possible. So that includes the scandal of learning disabled and autistic people being locked in hospitals simply because there is nowhere else for them to go. This bill will end that inappropriate detention and strengthen community-based support. But in closing, Madam Deputy Speaker, when more people die by suicide than in traffic accidents, when patients are left in police cells simply because there is nowhere safe for them to go, then radical change is the only responsible path, and we must strive to achieve that change through this mental health bill.
Shock hat, Adam.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I also say how humbling it has been to be part of this debate, and especially the powerful contributions of honourable members with so much knowledge, and in particular the member for Runnymede and Weybridge, and the powerful emotive speeches by members of Dorking and Hawley, St Neots and Mid-Cambridgeshire. I too welcome the mental health bill and the government's recognition that the current legislation is no longer fit for purpose. With over 54,000 people detained under the existing Act, this is an opportunity to modernise a system that often fails to provide care fairly and effectively, and we have heard brutal testimony of that today. But while I support the direction of this bill, one area that needs greater attention is the impact on young people. We are seeing a clear and worrying rise in mental health issues amongst children and teenagers, yet the bill does not fully guarantee them the same rights and safeguards as adults. There is still no statutory test for decision-making capacity for under-16s. Without this, many young people could miss out on key rights, such as choosing a responsible nominated person or accessing the protection around informal admission. And while the current guidelines say that children should only be placed on adult wards in exceptional cases, this is still happening far too often. In 2022-2023, nearly 200 children were admitted to an adult psychiatric ward. These environments are not designed for them. Children are placed there can lose access to education, peer support and age-appropriate care. This must change. It's not only adult wards that are out of concern for me, but the fact that many children are sent to live very far away from their homes and support structures, even to other towns. So we must require statutory provision to prevent this from happening. Turning to racial inequality, the data continues to tell a really stark story. Black people are nearly 4 times as likely to be detained under the Mental Health Act and 7 times more likely to be placed under a community treatment order. These orders were meant to reduce hospital readmission, but they often do not achieve that aim. Instead, they can feel indefinite, coercive and difficult to challenge, and many people saying it erodes the trust between families and healthcare providers. That is why I support either abolishing CTOs altogether or ensuring they are subject to regular, independent reviews with clear criteria, and I also support the call for a responsible person for race equity within every single trust, someone with the authority and visibility to ensuring training, policy and data are used effectively to address local disparities. We need national accountability too. That's why an annual report by the Secretary of State, broken down by protected characteristics, is vital. If we are serious about reducing inequality, we must measure, understand and act on it. Finally, on autism and learning disabilities, I support the decision to remove the ability to detain people without a co-occurring mental health condition. However, there are real concerns that without the proper support in the community, people may end up being misdiagnosed just to fit the criteria for detention or may be left without appropriate care altogether. We need a clear, costed plan for supporting integrated care boards and local authorities in delivering the care people really need in the community. That means targets, proper funding and safeguards to prevent delays and poor outcomes. We cannot afford a system in which a lack of planning results in another decade of delay for this vulnerable group. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill is an important step forward, but it is not enough on its own. If we want meaningful change, we need investment, accountability and a stronger focus on the rights of the people who depend on mental health services every single day. We are all responsible for ensuring that this legislation does more than change the law, it must change lives. Thank you.
Andrew Cooper.
It's been an absolute privilege to listen to some of the contributions in the chamber tonight from people with real expertise and experience. I wholeheartedly welcome the government's mental health bill. I'm proud that this vital and long overdue bill, as we've heard tonight, will modernise the woefully out-of-date Mental Health Act, which we know is linked to racial inequalities, poor care for people with learning disabilities and neurodivergence, and failing to give patients a proper voice. By modernising the Mental Health Act and making it fit for the 21st century, the government is demonstrating it has the ambition, the compassion and the determination to ensure that patients have greater choice, autonomy, rights and support, and that all patients are treated with dignity and respect throughout their treatment. There are many welcome measures in this bill, from strengthening patient rights to reforming the use of involuntary detention and limiting the extent to which people with a learning disability can be detained. But to ensure we tackle the crisis in and transform the future of mental health care as a whole, we must go further and build on these reforms. Nowhere is that need more urgent than in children's mental health services, where, alongside profound societal change, the damage to the capacity of the state from the previous government is most painfully visible, and where the cost of inaction is overwhelming. The relationship between unhealthy online habits among adolescents and poor mental health is well documented. The World Health Organization reported last year that potentially damaging social media use has been shown to lead to depression, bullying, anxiety, and poor academic performance. But these changes have occurred at the same time as huge reductions in the availability of youth services and other early intervention, the closure of safe community spaces and access to trusted role models, and the stark increases in relative child poverty and homelessness. Earlier this month, I launched a local survey in my constituency to hear directly from children and their families to better understand the state of children's mental health services in my area. And some of the responses I've received so far paint a bleak and harrowing picture of parents desperately trying to get their children the support they need. The initial results of the survey demonstrate to me that we must focus on two connected areas of reform, which I believe must be part of our wider plans to tackle tackle the mental health crisis. First, we must begin with early intervention, not as an afterthought, but as a system-wide principle. Under the previous government, the mental health system has often failed to intervene in a timely and consistent and adequate manner, and it is widely understood that early mental health challenges can significantly impact a child's development, yet services for young children remain insufficient and poorly coordinated. For children in their early years and preschool stages, support is often fragmented or entirely lacking. To address this gap, we need a cohesive early intervention strategy that does more to integrate early years health and education. Additionally, we must go further by giving children access to mental health professionals